Teams ready, please. We would need the manager, team manager. We would need 2 icon players and the owner of the team. The remaining, requesting you to kindly take back the seats. You will have to take the seats behind you. Then go somna, like a patlam later. Ni kya? Ni ada mic kya? Apurvo I Boba Versolis, Nasa Zona Silaton Gosonista, and Makta Rashapa. A very good morning to all of you gathered here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to present the auction, the DCPL, the season 1. First of all, Abba. Lovely. Auction is said to be a silent room. It's going to be very, very silent throughout the day. However, when we get an opportunity to make some noise, it's time to make some noise. When we get an opportunity to clap, we will clap, okay? I have a few instructions or a few set of announcements to be done. I will do that first and then we will begin with the auctions, okay? This auctions, the entire day, will be in 2 languages. I will switch between Konkani and in between English as well. Dono version ya main karta hu. Zyada se running English ho pata hu ki anga bas lang matrume in YouTube or live as well. Even for other parties to understand, we will use both the languages. Secondly, I would like to stress on the pace of the auction. The first few players, when we put them on screen, we will go a bit slower. However, as and when you know the auctioneer's pace and I know your pace, we will start increasing the pace. In a fast because we've got a lot of pace to auction. Third one, request the audience not to interrupt. When I say audience, this is going to be between the teams and the auctioneer. The audience who are non-bidding or the non-bidding people, requesting you not to interrupt for any reason. Maka wa तुमच्यात टीम ऑक्झिलरी किती उलोक अवकाश ना या देखून चरच व्यक्ती मात्र नसेल मुखार बसून अवकाश देता त्या तुम्ही त्या प्रकारचं सुलवणीचे अशी विनंती करता. You have got paddles on all 4 tables. Kindly raise your paddle completely so that the auctioneer, either me or Ninit, is visible about it. Okay? Auctioneer's decision will be the final one. We see you raise it, we give it to you. We see you don't raise it or half left, half minded, we will not give it. So our decision is final. I will be calling it 3 times, 1, 2 and 3, and then we'll give away sold or unsold. Is that clear? Sorted. Finally, and the most important one, it's going to be a long day. We're starting now at sharp 10, it might go up to 6 p.m. So the ground rule is, let's have fun. Okay? It's a tense situation. You've got a lot of place to be auctioned, but if you don't have fun, then the whole day is gone on waste. Of course, everybody wants the best of the best, but if you don't have fun, it doesn't give any sense. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we begin the auction? Shall we begin? Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, We begin the auction. Can we have our first player, please, on the women's? Sorry, by the way, one more. One more before you display, please. One more. We had mentioned that there are going to be 10 players. When we say there are going to be 10 players in a team that you have to buy, this is the minimum of 10 players, alright? When we say minimum or maximum, we are going to auction all the players in your list. Clear? All the players in your list. If you're done with the 10th one, if you still have your budget, you can go and bid the next one. Is that clear? So that's points you can bid for the 11th player as well. It's totally at your discretion. Good to go? Yes. All the best. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Let's have our first player, please. All right. We begin the bid with Jalicia Lobo, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have an opening bid? Team Shalom 100. Shalom goes for 100. Anybody for 200? Shalom 100. Shalom 100. Sorry, 200. Sumbe. Shalom 200. 400. There you go, 400 Spartans. Again, 600. 600 Kudla Knight Riders. 800 Shalom. 800 Shalom. 200 उपरांत 100 मात्र तर 400 झाले जाते. Bye. 400. You've raised? Wait, 400. 400 at Kudla Knight Riders. 400. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 600. 600. Paddle leg ulta dar maka this chabri. Yes. 600. 600 at Team Spartans. 600 Spartans. 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom. Everybody goes for 800, no one. 700 Shalom. Alright then, fair warning, 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom once. 800. 800 with Hawkeye. 800 Hawkeye. 800 Hawkeye. 900 Shalom. 900 Shalom. 900 Shalom once. 1000. 1000 for Hawkeye. 1000 for Hawkeye. The points will be now in 200s. 1000 for Hawkeye. 1000 for Hawkeye once. Shalom, 1200. 1200 Shalom. 1200 Shalom. 1200 Shalom once. Fair warning. 1200 Shalom twice. Hawkeye, 1400 Hawkeye. 1400 Hawkeye. 1400 Hawkeye. 1400 Hawkeye. 1600 Shalom. 1600 Shalom. 1600 Shalom. Anybody else? 1600 Shalom. Not yours, Hawkeye. Fair warning. We go with Team Shalom. 1600 once. 1600 twice. 1600 twice. Player sold. Congratulations to the first player. Team Shalom, 1600. Congratulations. Can we have the second player? Sanita D'Souza. Sanita D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid price 200. Any bidders? Shalom again. Opening the bid of 200. Shalom 200. Shalom 200. Shalom 200. No one else bidding. Shalom 200. No one else bidding. Close. Close. Fair warning. Shalom 200. Team Shalom 200 goes once. 200 goes twice. Sold. Congratulations, Shalom. You got your second player. Congratulations. Moving on with the next player. We're going to have Ronisha John, batsman, right-hand batsman, and right-arm bowler. Opening bid at 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? If no bidders, then we will have to move forward. Any bidders? Across the table, across the team, any bidders? No bidders. 200 Shalom. Opening bid 200 Shalom. Opening bid 200 Shalom. Nobody else. We give a fair warning. We give a fair warning. Shalom 200 goes once, goes twice, and player sold. Congratulations, Shalom. Third player back to back for Shalom. Looks like Shalom is on a hat trick. Alright. Freni Martis, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Anybody bidding? Anybody bidding? The floor is open for the player. Freni Martis, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. No one calls. Hawkeye, opening bid 200. 200, opening bid 200. Any bidders? No bidders. 200, Hawkeye. Fair warning to all the teams, the players with Hawkeye for 200. Nobody. We go with Hawkeye once for 200. We go Hawkeye twice, 200. And the player sold. Congratulations, Hawkeye. Moving on. The next player. Primita Menezes, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid of 200. Any players across? Any teams across? Opening bid for 200. Anybody? This is Primita Menezes, opening bid for 200. We have an opening bid, and that is Team Spartans 200. Team Spartans 200. Team Spartans 200. Nobody bidding. We have Team Kudla Knight Riders 400. Hawkeye 600. Hawkeye 600. Sorry, Hawkeye 300. Hawkeye 300. We go with Spartans. Hawkeye 400. Spartans now at 500. Spartans 500. Anybody more than Spartans? 500. 600. Hawkeye 600. 600. Hawkeye at 600. Any more bidders? 600. Hawkeye. A fair warning to all. Primita Menezes 600. Hawkeye once. Hawkeye twice. And for 600, players sold. 600. Congratulations, Team Hawkeye. Moving on to the next player, we've got Melisha D'Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any bids? Opening bid 200. Opening bid 200. Any bids on the floor? No bids yet. We have the opening bid. Team Shalom 200. Team Shalom 200. 300 with Spartans. 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 Shalom not yours. 300 with Spartans. Shalom not yours. 400. 400 with Shalom. 400 with Shalom. 400 with Shalom. 500 with Spartans. 500 with Spartans. 500 with Spartans. 500 with Spartans. Moving on. If no bids, a fair warning to all. 500 with Spartans. No one bidding. 500 with Spartans once. 500 with Spartans twice. We've got a new entry, and that's Hawkeye with 600. Hawkeye 600. 600 Hawkeye. Hawkeye 600. Any more bidders? A fair warning. I'll start with the countdown. Hawkeye 600 once. 600 twice. No more bidders. We will close this at Hawkeye 600. Players sold. Moving on with the next player. Player is Tina Sweeney Menezes, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any opening bids? The opening bid is Team Spartans with 200. Opening bidder Spartans. We've got 300 Shalom, 300 at Shalom, 300 at Shalom, 300 at Shalom. Anybody for 400? 300 with Shalom. 400 with Spartans, 400 with Spartans, 500 with Shalom, 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 600 with Spartans, 600 Spartans, 700 with Shalom, 700 with Shalom, 700 Shaloms, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 900 Shalom, 900 Shalom, 900 Shalom, 1000 1,000 with Spartans. Spartans got 1,000. 1,200 Shalom. 1,200 Shalom. 1,200. 1,200 Shalom. Not your Spartan. 1,200 Shalom. 1,200 teams. 1,400 with Spartans. 1,400 Spartans. 1,400 with Spartans. 1,400 Spartans. Not your Shalom. 1,400. 1,600 with Shalom. 1,600 with Shalom. 1,600 Shalom. 1,600 Shalom. 1,600 Shalom. Hawkeye. Kudla Knight Riders, not yours. Straight away. 1,800. 1,800 with Spartans. 1,800 with Spartans. 1,800 with Spartans. 1,800 with Spartans. Audience, fair warning, you can't do this. I will have to shift you back to the another seat if you do this again. Thank you. We're moving with 1,000, 2,000. 2,000 with Shalom. 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 Not your Spartan. 2,000 with Shalom. Nobody bidding more? A fair warning to all teams. I'll start with the countdown. Team Shalom, 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, 2,000 thrice. So, well done, filling up seats fast. Moving on with the next player. Solita Mendonça, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders for Solita? 200 base price. 200 base price. Any bidders? We're beginning with the bid. Kudla Knight Riders with 200. Kudla Knight Riders 200. Kudla Knight Riders 200. Knight Riders with 200. Nobody else bidding. Knight Riders 200. A fair warning. We'll begin with the countdown. Knight Riders 200 once. Knight Riders. We've got Hawkeye with entering with 300. Hawkeye 300. Hawkeye 300. Hawkeye. Hawkeye 300. Kudla Knight Riders. The bid is with Hawkeye for 300. Nobody else taking part in this. We've got 400. 400 with Kudla Knight Riders. We've got 400 with Kudla Knight Riders. 400 with Kudla Knight Riders. Nobody else bidding on this, so 400 with Kudla Knight Riders. Hawkeye, you don't have the player. The players with Kudla Knight Riders. We give a fair warning to all teams. We'll begin with the countdown. Countdown. Kudla Knight Riders 400. Solita once. Twice. We've got another new bidder. That is Hawkeye with the next one. 500 points. 500. 500 it is. 500. 500 with Hawkeye. Kudla Knight Riders, the player is not with you. Hawkeye 500. No players going forward, so no auction is going forward, so we'll go with 500. Hawkeye once. 500 for Hawkeye twice. And players sold. 500. Congratulations, Team Hawkeye. Moving on to the next player. Joylin D'Souza. Joylin D'Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders in the room, please? Do we have any bidders in the room? Joylin D'Souza. We've got the opening bid. Team Spartans 200. Team Spartans 200. Shalom enters the auction with 300. 300 Shalom. All right, we've got 300. We've got 400 with Spartans. 400 with Spartans. 400 with Spartans. 500 with Kudla Knight Riders. 500. 500 with Kudla Knight Riders. 500 Kudla Knight Riders. 500 Kudla Knight Riders. 600 with Spartans. 600 with Spartans. Well done. 600 with Spartans. 600 with Spartans. We've got 700 with Shalom. 700 with Shalom. 800 with Spartans. 800 with Spartans. 900 with Kudla Knight Riders. 900 Kudla Knight Riders. Well done. 900 Kudla Knight Riders. 900 Kudla Knight Riders. 900 Kudla Knight Riders. The players with Kudla Knight Riders for 900. Not with you Shalom, not with you Spartans. 900 Kudla Knight Riders. 1000. Shalom 1000. Well done 1000. 1000 with Shalom. 1000 with Shalom. 1000 with Shalom. 1200 Kudla Knight Riders. 1200 Kudla Knight Riders. 1200. 1200 Kudla Knight Riders. Not with you Shalom, not with you Spartans. 1200 Kudla Knight Riders. Any more bids? Fair warning to all teams. I'll begin with the countdown. Kudla Knight Riders 1200 goes once, 1200 twice, and player sold. 1200 Kudla Knight Riders, congratulations. Chaitra Carrera, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Do we have any bidders? 200 base price. We've got Team Spartans opening the bid. Team Spartans, well done. Shalom with 300, 300 Shalom, 300 Shalom, 300 Shalom. Spartans with 400. Team Spartans 400, 400 Team Spartans. Any more bidders? 400 Team Spartans. 500 Shalom, well done Shalom. 500, 500, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 900 Shalom, 900, 1,000 Spartans, 1,000, 1,000 Spartans, 1,000 Spartans, 1,000 Spartans, the players with Spartans, not with you Shalom, the players with Spartans, at 1,000. Any more bidders? 1,000, 1,000 with Spartans. Fair warning to all teams, no more bidders. We go once, we've got Shalom with 1,200, 1,200, 1,200 with Shalom. 1,200, 1,400, 1,400 Spartans. 1,400 with Spartans. 1,400 Spartans. Any more bidders? Silence across the room. I go forward with a fair warning. 1,400 Team Spartans, not with you Shalom, with Spartans. 1,400. We go with once. 1,400 Team Spartans. Twice, and players. So, congratulations. Moving on with the next player. That is Lolita Sushma Andrade. Right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders for 200? Team Shalom, as usual, opens the bid with 200 points. 200 it is. Shalom. 200 Spartans, make it 300, 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom. If nobody else is bidding, we've got 500 Kudla Knight Riders, 500, welcome to the bid, 500 Kudla Knight Riders, 500 Kudla Knight Riders. Kudla Knight Riders 500. Anybody else bidding? A fair warning across the hall. Every team 500 the players with Kudla Knight Riders. 500 Kudla Knight Riders once, twice, and players sold. Congratulations. Well done. Moving on to the next player. We've got Clotilda Seema D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have any bids across? We've got Team Spartans, opening the bid, Team Spartans. Team Spartans opening the bid for 200. Any more bidders? Any more bidders? 200. We've got 300 Team Shalom. Welcome to the bid. 300, 300, 400, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans. Clotilda De Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 400 with Team Spartan. A fair warning across the hall. Nobody else is bidding. We've got 500, 500, 500 Spartans. The player is not with you. It's 500 with Shalom. 500, 600 with Spartans. 600 with Spartans. Spartans, 600. 600 Spartans. Anybody else? A fair warning once again across the hall. We'll be closing this soon. We've got Team Spartans bidding at 600. 600 for Team Spartans. 700. Kodla Knight Riders 700. 700. A bit of a research I see. A bit of a calculation I see. That's Kodla Knight Riders with 700 points. 800. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. Kodla Knight Riders. The player is not with you. It's with Team Spartans for 800. And 800 goes once. 900 for Kodla Knight Riders. 900 it is. 900 it is. 900 for Kodla Knight Riders. Once. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 for Team Spartans. Team Spartans. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. A bit of calculative move here. 1,000 with Spartans. 1,000 with Spartans. The player is not with you, Kodla Knight Riders. For 1,000, me closing the bid with Team Spartans goes once. 1,000 goes twice. And 1,200 it is. 1,200 it is with Kodla Knight Riders. 1,200. 1, 2, 0, 0. 1,200 with Kodla Knight Riders. Kodla Knight Riders once. 1,200. Kodla Knight Riders twice. And we've got 1,400 here. 1,400 Team Spartans. 1,400 with Team Spartans. 1,400 Team Spartans. The player is not with you, Kodla Knight Riders. The player is with Spartans with 1,400. 1,400 for you. Team Spartans, we go 1,400. A fair warning to all the teams. 1,400 Spartans, we go once. With no claims, we go twice. And the players, so congratulations Spartan, very, very well done. 1,400 points, that's good. Okay, moving on. We've got Neslin De Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any opening bidders for Neslin? Any opening bidders for Neslin? Across the hall, anybody raising their paddle? We begin the bid with 200. Once again, as usual by Shalom, thank you. For 200 points, we've got 300. 300 by Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. 500 Spartans again. 500 Spartans again. Back to Spartans. 500. 500. Back to Spartans. 600 Shalom. 600 Shalom. 600 Shalom. 600 Shalom again. A fair warning across the teams. Anybody wants to raise their paddle? It's your time now. 700. 700 Spartans. 700 Spartans. 700 Spartans. 800. Team Shalom. 800. Team Shalom. 800. Anybody else? 800 Team Shalom. We go once. 800 Team Shalom. We go twice. And we got 1,000 Spartans. 900. 900. Shambhu reverse marle. 900 Team Spartans. 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 And now it becomes 1,000 Shalom. Shalom makes it 1,000. Shalom makes it 1,000. We've got a bit of a 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Neslin De Souza. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 once. The play is not with your Spartans. It's with Team Shalom for 1,000 points. 1,000. We go once, a fair warning. 1,000 twice. And players, so congratulations, Team Shalom. Congratulations. All right. Here's the points table. If you've got to have a look at the points table, here are the 4 teams. Number of players. Team Hawkeye has 4 players. Spartans have 2 players. Knight Riders have just 2 players. Team Shalom has 5 players. These are your points. You've got 9,000 points to bid. You've got points available 7,100 with Hawkeye, 6,200 with Spartans, 7,300 with Kudla Knight Riders, and Shalom has 4,000. So keep in mind the number of players you have to buy. Calculate. And another 10 minutes we will have Needed Morris leading the auction. Another 10 minutes. We will continue with the auction now. Good to go? Next player, please. Jean D'Souza. Jean in Tamil. Oh, right, Jean. Jean Michelle D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The opening bid, 200. You've got the opening bid here, 200 it is. 200 it is. 200 it is. 200 it is. 200 with 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans. Anybody else bidding? If no bidders, we'll have to close the bid. A fair warning to all teams. We've got 400 Kudla Knight Riders, 400 Kudla Knight Riders. Once again, a fair warning. If no one, then we'll have to close the bid. 400 Kudla Knight Riders once. 500 it is Spartans. 500 Spartans. 500 Spartans. 500 Spartans. 500 goes once. 500 goes twice. 600 Hawkeye. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. No more claims. We go with Kudla Knight Riders. 700 once. 800 and 900. 800 with Spartans. 900 with Hawkeye. 900 Hawkeye. 900 Hawkeye. The players not with you. Kudla Knight Riders, the player is not with you. Team Spartans, 900 Hawkeye. 900 Hawkeye once. 1,000 with Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. No more bids. 1,000 with Team Spartans, we go once. 1,000 with Team Spartans, we go twice. And 1,200 with Hawkeye. 1,200 Hawkeye. 1,200 Hawkeye. Well done. 1,200 Hawkeye. Nobody else bidding. 1,200 Hawkeye goes once. 1,200 Hawkeye goes twice. And for 1,200 players. So, congratulations. Moving on with the next player. Priya Roshni Rebello, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders across the hall? Any bidders across the hall for 200? We go with opening bid 200 Team Spartans, 200 Team Spartans, 200 Team Spartans, 200 Spartans, 200 Spartans. If no bidders, a fair warning to all. 200 Spartans once. We've got 300. Welcome to the bid. Kudla Knight Riders 300. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. 300 Kudla Knight Riders once. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. We've got 400. 400 with Spartans. 400 with Spartans. 400 with Spartans. 400 Spartans. Kurla Knight Riders, the player is not with you. It's with Spartans for 400. 400 with Spartans. We go once. 400. 500. Kurla Knight Riders. 500. 500 Kurla Knight Riders. 500 Kurla Knight Riders. 500 Kurla Knight Riders. Anybody else bidding? If no one, then we'll have to close the bid. 500. 500 it is with Kurla Knight Riders. Spartans, the player is not with you. Close. 500 it is. 500 once. 600 it is. 600 Team Spartans. 600 Team Spartans. 600 Team Spartans. 600 Team Spartans. The players with Spartans for 600 and 600 with Spartans once. 600 with Spartans twice. And a new bidder, welcome. 700 Hawkeye. Welcome to the bid. 700. 700 with Hawkeye. 700 Hawkeye. 700 Hawkeye. 700 Hawkeye. Everybody knows the player. Do your strategy. 700 it is. Hawkeye. We go once. 700 with Hawkeye. We go twice. And we've got 800. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. The player is not with you, Hawkeye. The player is not with you, Kurla Knight Riders. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. Do we have 900? If not, a fair warning to all, I'll be closing the bid. 800 Team Spartans once. 800 Team Spartans twice. And we have a continuation of the bid. Hawkeye goes for 900. Hawkeye 900. 900 for Hawkeye. Hawkeye 900 once. Hawkeye 900 twice. A fair warning. 1,000. 1,000 with Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. 1,000 Team Spartans. Well done on the 4 digits. Welcome to 1,000 Team Spartans. Anybody more? If none, 1,000 Team Spartans, we go once. 1,000 Team Spartans, we go twice. And 1,000 to Team Spartans, player sold. Congratulations, Spartans. The next player is Sunita Richard Saldana, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any opening bidders, please? Base price 200. Base price 200. Need it, yeah? Need it? All right. Base price 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? If no bidders, we will have to close the bid. A fair warning to all teams for 200. No bidders. Sunita Richard Saldana goes unsold once, twice, and the player is unsold. All right. To continue the auction, may I call forward my co-host or the co-auctioneer of the evening of the day. If I may ask you to kindly put your hands together and welcome Ms. Neelit Morris.
Thank you so much, Governor. So, मेरे साथ देवर और तीस मागता. Dear owners, I wish you all the luck. Before I continue, moving on, the next bid goes to Sarita Miranda, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. And we open the bid with 200 base price. Anyone bids? Team Shalom, we have Team Shalom for 200. Any more? Do we have any more paddles going up? A fair warning to everyone across the hall. Do we have any paddles going on? Fair warning against the room. All done. Last chance. Team Kurla Knight Riders. We have Team Kudla Knight Riders for 300. Do we have any paddles going up more? And Miss Sarita Miranda goes for Team Spartans. Team Spartans raises the paddle for 400. 400. Do we have anyone more to bid? Team Kudla Knight Riders for 500 points. 500. Do we have more bid to come? And for Sarita Miranda, 1. Do we have any paddles going up? Team Hawkeye for 600. We have Team Hawkeye for 600. For Sarita Miranda, I call for once. Team Kudla Knight Riders for 700. Team Kudla Knight Riders for 700. For Sarita Miranda, I call once. Not with you, Hawkeye. Hawkeye comes and it goes 800 for Sarita Miranda. Batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Do we have more bids coming up? A fair warning. Team Kudla Knight Riders for 900. Team Kudla Knight Riders for 900. Do we have more bids coming? Fair warning across the hall. Hawkeye comes in for 1,000. Do we have more bids coming up? Kudla Knight Riders for 1,200. Not with you, Hawkeye. It's with Kudla Knight Riders for 1,200 for Sarita Miranda. Do we have more bids coming in? Fair warning across the hall. For 1,200 with Kudla Knight Riders, I call once. I call twice. And Miss Sarita Miranda goes to Kudla Knight Riders 3. Congratulations. And we have our second, Javita Roshni D'Souza, the next player, Javita Roshni D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Do we have any bids coming up with Team Shalom? Opening it with Team Shalom. Team Shalom with 200. Do we have more bids coming in? Team Shalom. It's with Team Shalom for 200. And Team Spartans comes in with a bid of 300. 300. Team Spartans in the bid for 300. Do we have any paddles coming up? Fair warning across the hall. Fair warning across the room. Do we have any bids coming up? For Miss Javita Roshni D'Souza, we have Team Shalom coming in with 400. We have Team Shalom coming up with 400 to Javita Roshni D'Souza. Do we have any more bids coming in? Fair warning across the hall. Fair warning, Team Spartans. Team Spartans for 500. Team Spartans for 500. Do we have any bids coming in? Fair warning across the hall. We have Team Shalom for 600. Not with you Spartans, it's with Team Shalom for 600 to Javita Roshni D'Souza and all-rounder. We have Team Spartans coming in for 700. We have Team Spartans coming in for 700, not with you Team Shalom. It's with Team Spartans. Do we have any paddles going up? Do we have any more paddles going up? For Javita Roshni D'Souza, we have Team Shalom coming in for 800. We have Team Shalom for 800. We have Team Spartans for 900. 900. Team Shalom for 1,000. Team Shalom for 1,000 for Javita Roshni D'Souza and all-rounder. Do we have any paddles going up? I call it once. I call it twice for Javita. And we had Team Hawkeye entering the bid with 1,200. Do we have any more bids coming up for Javita Roshni D'Souza? It's with Hawkeye for 1,200. Any more paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall for Javita for 1,200 with Team Hawkeye. I call it once. I call it twice. And Miss Javita Roshni D'Souza goes to Team Hawkeye. And the next player will have Miss Joylyn Ronisha D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. And the base price starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Joylyn Ronisha D'Souza? Team Spartans gets into the bid for 200. Team Spartans. Team Spartans, the player Miss Joylyn is with Team Spartans for 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Joylyn Ronisha D'Souza? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. We have Team Kudla Knight Riders getting into the bid for 300. 300, not with you Team Spartans, it's with Kudla Knight Riders for 300. For Joylyn Ronisha D'Souza, an all-rounder. Do we have any more bids coming in? Do we have any more bids coming in for Joylyn? I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold for Kudla Knight Riders. And we'll have our next player, Miss Bunita Lewis, batsman, right-hand batsman and right-arm bowler. Do we have any bids coming in for Miss Bunita for 200 base price? It starts with base price 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Bunita Lewis? Team Shalom gets into the bid for 200. Team Shalom gets into the bid for 200. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall. It's with Team Shalom for 200. I call it once. It's Team Spartans enters the bid with 300. Team Spartans enters the bid for 300 for Miss Bunita Lewis, batsman. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. I call it twice. And sold. The next player we have Miss Joswita Edlin D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid starts with the base price of 200. Do we have any paddles going up? Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Joswita D'Souza, an all-rounder? Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall. Fair warning across the hall. Do we have? We have Team Shalom entering the bid with 200. We have Team Shalom entering the bid with 200. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall. For Miss Joswita, it's with Team Shalom for 200. Do we have any paddles going up? We have Kudla Knight Riders entering the bid with 300. It's not with you Team Shalom, it's with Team Kudla Knight Riders. Do we have any more paddles coming up? Do we have any paddles coming up? We have Team Shalom. We have Team Shalom for 400. Fair warning across the hall. A very fair warning for across the hall. For Joswita, it's with Team Shalom for 400 points. Do we have any? We have Kudla Knight Riders for 500. We have Team Kudla Knight Riders for 500. It's not with you, Team Shalom. It's with Kudla Knight Riders for 500. Do we have any paddles going up? Do we have any paddles going up? For Miss Josvita, I call it once. We have Team Shalom for 600 for Miss Josvita. It's not with you, Kudla Knight Riders. It's with Team Shalom for 600. Do we have any bids coming up more for Miss Josvita? I call it once for Josvita. We have Kudla Knight Riders for 700. 700. Do we have any paddles going up? It's with Kudla Knight Riders for 700. We have Team Shalom for 800. It's not with you, Kudla Knight Riders. It's with Team Shalom for 800. Fair warning across the hall. I call 800 with Team Shalom once. We have Kudla Knight Riders for 900. 900. Any more paddles coming up for Miss Josvita? I call it once for 900. It's with Kudla Knight Riders. Do we have any more? We have Team Shalom for 1,000. Thousands. It's not with you, Kudla Knight Riders. It's with Team Shalom for 1,000 points. Do we have any paddles coming up? We have Kudla Knight Riders for 1,200. 1,200 for Kudla Knight Riders. Do we have any more paddles coming up? A fair warning across the hall. It's with Kudla Knight Riders for 1,200. Team Shalom. We have Team Shalom entering the bid. It's going high. Fair warning across the hall. It's not with you, Team Kudla Knight Riders. It's with Team Shalom for 1,400. Do we have a race? I call it once for Miss Josvita. We have Kudla Knight Riders for 1,600. Fair warning across the hall. It's with Team Kudla Knight Riders for 1,600. It's not with you, Team Shalom. Do we have a race? Fair warning to everyone. I call it once. I call it twice for Miss Josvita, 1,600 and sold. Congratulations, Team Kudla Knight Riders, and we have.
All right, thank you, Ninit. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another auctioneer for us. Ninit, let's give Ninit a round of applause, please. Thank you. Very well done. All right, just on a quick summary, we've got Team Hawkeye with 6 players with points available, which is 4,700, 4,700 points remaining. Team Spartans, 4 players. You've got 4 players in your team. You've got 4,900 points remaining. Kudla Knight Riders, 5 players taken. 4,200 players more. 4,200. What are the remaining? Any questions are here. Remaining points are here. Mentioned here. We've got Team Shalom with 5 players, 4,000 more points to go. Everybody good to go? Any more questions?
The points which are available in Team Spartan, 5,900 or 4,900.
Team Spartans, 5,400 or 4,900 is your question. We will get back to you. The only reason why I'm saying is we will get back to you is we'll let the others go. We're taking a short break. Okay? We're taking a short break, which means we've got exactly 6 plus 4 is 10 and another 10 more. So we've got 20 players sold. We'll take a short little break. We will begin the auction exactly at 11:05. I repeat, the auction, the teams are here, not here. Doesn't matter. 11:05, the auctioneer will resume the auction. So please take your break adequately. Be back at 11:05. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's continue at 11:05. A short little break. Thank you.
Oh fuck, it's so hot.
It's 11:05 sharp. Thank you to all the team managers, to all the team owners and the icon players. A big, big thank you. We said 11:05 and everybody is back at 11:05. This will help us have the auction run very, very smoothly. This is absolutely and purely your dedication. So thank you so much. Thank you guys, thank you. All right, you know your standings. Team Spartans, you will have to move back. There's only 4 of them allowed. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So these are the standings. The points are clear. Everybody's got their number of players, number of points remaining clear. We will now continue with the auction. The auction resumes. The next player is Liswin Lobo, batsman, right-hand batsman and right arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Open to bid. Any bidders? Any bidders? Bidders across the hall. Liswin Lobo. A fair warning across the hall. If none bidders, then we will have to move forward. Liswin Lobo. Opening bid 200. No bidders. I will begin with the countdown. The player Liswin is currently unsold. We go once. Liswin unsold twice, and the player remains unsold. Moving on to the next player. The player is Prejwal Maria Alvarez. Prejwal Maria Alvarez. Any bidders across the hall? The opening bid 200 points. 200 points, Prejwal. A fair warning across the hall. If no bidders, we'll have to close the bid. I will be a bit quicker. That's Team Shalom with the opening bid of 200. Opening bid 200 with Team Shalom. 200 Shalom, 200 Shalom. Any more players? 200 Shalom it is. 200 Shalom it is. 200 Shalom it is. If no bidders, we'll have to close the bid. 200 Shalom, 200 Shalom once again. If no bidders. A fair warning across the hall. 200 Shalom once, 200 Shalom twice. And we've got another bidder, that's Team Spartans. Welcome to the bid with 300 points. 300 points, Team Spartans. 300 points, Team Spartans. 300 points, Team Spartans. Shalom, the player is not with you, with Team Spartans for 300 points. If none, we'll close the bid for 300 points. Team Spartans. Team Spartans, 300 points. The bid goes once, Spartans 300, bid goes twice, and players. So congratulations, Spartans. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player. Jocelyn D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders across the floor? Any bidders across the floor? If none, we'll have to have the player unsold. A fair warning across the hall. No bidders for Jocelyn D'Souza. Unsold goes once, unsold goes twice, and the player remains unsold. Moving on to the next player. We've got Zelia Wilfred De Silva. Thank you for helping with the name. Zelia, batsman, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders? Do we have any bidders across the room? If none, we'll have to begin with the unsold frequency. We've got the opening bid. Thank you, Spartans, for 200 points. 200 Team Spartans. 200 Spartans. Anybody else? 200. We've got 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. A bit of a strategy here. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. The play is not with you, Spartans. 300 Shalom. If none of you bidding, 300 Shalom goes once. 300 Shalom goes. We've got Spartans coming back in with 400 points. 400 points. 400 points with Spartans. The play is not with you, Shalom. 400 points. 400 points with Spartans. 500 with Shalom. 500 with Shalom. It is 500 with Shalom. 500 with Shalom. Spartans. The play is not with you. Shalom has it for 500 points. 500 shallow, 500 goes once, 500, 600 is Spartans again, 600 for Spartans, 600 for Spartans, 600 with Spartans. Shallow, the play is not with you. For 600 with Spartans, 600 with Spartans, alright, 600 with Spartans, I go once, 600 with Spartans, we've got shallow again, back into the game with 700 points, 700 points, shallow it is, 700 points. Photo 700 points, we've got 700 points with shallow, 700 points with shallow, 800 with Spartans, 800 with Spartans, you've got 800 with Spartans, 800 Spartans, none will have to go forward, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans once, 800 Spartans twice. A fair warning, if not raised, we'll have to close the bid. 900 with Shalom, 900 with Shalom, with a bright big smile, 900 with Shalom, 900 with Shalom, 900 with Shalom, 900 with Shalom, 900 with Shalom. The play is not with you, Spartans, 900 with Shalom. If none, we'll have to close. 900 Shalom goes once, 900 Shalom goes twice, and 9,000 it is. 1,000 it is for Spartans. 1,000 for Spartans. 1,000 Spartans. 1,000 Spartans. 1,000 Spartans. If none, 1,000 Spartans once, 1,000 Spartans twice, and 1,000 Spartans thrice, player. So congratulations. Moving on with the next player. The next player is Crisil Norona, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid with 200. Any bidders for 200 please? Any bidders for 200? If none, we'll have to let the player go unsold. 200. Nobody bidding. Nobody bidding for 200. Nobody bidding for unsold. We've got the opening bid from Kudla Knight Riders. Kudla Knight Riders 200 points. 200. Kudla Knight Riders 200. 200 with Kudla Knight Riders. 200 Kudla Knight Riders. A fair warning across the hall will be starting. Shalom with 300. Shalom continues with 300 points. 300 Shalom. 300 once. We've got Kudla Knight Riders 400. 400 Kudla Knight Riders. 400 Kudla Knight Riders. 400 Kudla Knight Riders. 400 Kudla Knight Riders once. 400 Kudla Knight Riders twice. A fair warning will be closing the deal. 400 Kudla Knight Riders, and the player remains sold. Well done. Moving on to the next player. Melita Ansi Delima, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders for 200? Any bidders for 200? If none bidding for 200, we'll have to close. We've got the opening bidder. Thank you, Spartans. 200 it is. 200. 200. 200. Opening bid, Spartans. 200 Spartans for Melita and C. Delima. If none, we'll have to close this. 200. For 200 with Spartans, I go once. 200 with Spartans, I go twice. And if none, 200 with Spartans, thrice, players. So congratulations, Spartans. Yeah, it's a nice thing, right? So anybody takes a player, doesn't matter. Let's give them a round of applause and congratulate them, because the mood at least keeps going. Well done, Spartans. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player, that is Tina Josna D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200. Tina Josna D'Souza, 200. Any bidders? 200. Any bidders across the table? None in the room. If not, I will proceed. For 200, no one, no one, no one, none bidding. For 200, the player is unsold once, the player goes unsold twice. You've got the last option. Last time to raise your paddles. If no, the player is unsold. Moving on to the next player. Manisha Krasta, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid at 200. Let the bidding begin. 200 points. 200 points. 200 points. Do we have anybody raising their paddles? If no, I will have to close the bid quickly. Moving on a bit on the pace. All four of you. None raising your paddles. For 200 points, Manisha Krasta once. No one bidding for Manisha Krasta twice, and the player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player. Vinola Seema Pinto, batsman. Vinola Seema Pinto, batsman. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders across the hall? Any bidders across the hall? We've got the opening bid. Thank you, Shalom, for 200 points. Opening bid from Shalom, 200 points. 200 points. Opening bid from Shalom, 200 points. We've got 300 points. Welcome to the bid. Kudla Knight Riders, 300 points. Welcome to the bid. 300 points. Kudla Knight Riders, 300 points. Kudla Knight Riders, 300 points. Kudla Knight Riders. If none of a warning towards all, I'm closing the bid. 300 Kudla Knight Riders goes once. 300 Kudla Knight Riders goes twice. And 300 Kudla Knight Riders sold. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player, that is Alvira Fernandez. Bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200 points. Any bidders, 200 points. Thank you. Team Shalom begins the bid with 200 points. 200 points. Team Shalom, 200 points. Any more bidders? If none, we'll stick to Team Shalom. If none, we'll have to stick with Team Shalom. Team Shalom for 200 points. If I have one across the hall, nobody bids. 200 points, Team Shalom goes once. 200 points, Team Shalom goes twice. And 200 points, Team Shalom goes thrice. Players sold. Congratulations. Moving on. Sherlyn Nisha Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 points. Opening bid. Anybody opening the bid for 200 points? 200 points. You've got your strategies to make, you've got your players to meet. 200 points it is. If none, I'll have to close the bid. Moving on a bit quickly. Nobody is buying Sherlyn Nisha Fernandez all-rounder. The player goes unsold once. The player goes unsold twice, and the player remains unsold. Moving on to the next player. Melita Daphne Lobo. Melita Daphne Lobo, bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Looks like a personal interest for few. Let's begin. The opening bid at 200. Shalom opens the bid at 200. Opening the bid at 200. 200, opening the bid at 200. 200 is with Shalom. If nobody bidding, moving on. With 200, we've got 300. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. Alright, the players with Kudla Knight Riders at 300. 300 Kudla Knight Riders. If nobody bids across, let's go for Kudla Knight Riders. Kudla Knight Riders bidding for Melita at 300 goes once. Shalom back into the bid with 400 points. 400 with Team Shalom. 400 Team Shalom. 400 Team Shalom. Well, nobody else is bidding, so let me close quickly. 400 with Team Shalom goes once. 400 with Team Shalom goes twice. And we've got Hawkeye entering back. Welcome to the bid with Team Hawkeye, 500 points. 500 points. Team Hawkeye it is 500. 600. Thank you, Shalom. 600. 600 it is. 600 goes with Team Shalom. Alright, 600 Team Shalom once. 600, 700 with Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. 700 Kudla Knight Riders. Alright, 700 Kudla Knight Riders once. 800 Hawkeye. 800 Hawkeye. 800 Hawkeye. 800 Hawkeye once. 900 Team Shalom. 900 Team Shalom. 900 Team Shalom. Alright, moving on quickly. 900 Team Shalom once. 1000 Hawkeye, 1000 points. 1000 points. 1000 points, 1000. 1000 points. Team Hawkeye. Team Hawkeye, 1000 points goes once. Team Shalom, 1,200 points. 1,200 points. Well done. 1,200 points. Team Shalom. Any more bidders? 1,200 Team Shalom. 1,300, 200 Team Shalom. Goes once. We've got 1,400 Hawkeye back into the game. 1,400 back into the game. Hawkeye, 1,400 points. 1,400 points. Hawkeye. Hawkeye, 1,400 points once. Hawkeye, 1,400 goes twice. And the forewarning, closing the deal. Hawkeye, 1,400 player sold. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player. We've got Lavita Preeti Ferrao, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200 points. Opening bid with 200 points. We've got any bidders on the floor, please? Anybody across the room? We've got 200. Opening bid by Team Shalom. 200 Shalom. 200 Shalom. If none, I'll have to proceed a bit quickly. 200 Shalom. 200 Shalom goes once. No more bidders. A fair warning across the hall. We'll be closing the deal. 200 Shalom twice. And a final call. 200 Shalom thrice. Players sold. Congratulations, Team Shalom. Well done. Moving on to the next one. Asha Ferrao. Asha Ferrao, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200. Let the bid begin. Any bidders for 200 points? Shalom, as usual, opening the bid for 200. Well done. 200. 200. 200 with Shalom. Anybody else? Any other bidders on the floor? 200 with Team Shalom. 200 with Team Shalom. We've got 300. Well done. 300. Spartans into the attack. 300 with Team Spartans. 300.
Just now, thank you.
Team Spartans with 300. Team Spartans with 300. We've got 300 Team Spartans. If none, we'll have to continue. Thank you, Hawkeye, for turning the board around. Thank you. 300 it is. For Spartans, if none, we'll have to close. 300 with Spartans, I go once. 300 with Spartans, I go twice. And the player is sold for 300. Team Spartans, well done. We're going to move quickly. We've got Nancy Mendonça, batsman, right-arm batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200 for Nancy. Any bidders on the floor? Any bidders on the floor? I give a very, very firm warning that I'll be closing the bid if none of you are bidding. So Nancy goes unsold once. None of you bidding for Nancy twice, and the player remains unsold. Moving on to the next player. We've got Ashma Rego. Ashma Rego, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200 base price. And anyone? If none, I will proceed. No one bidding. We've got Hawkeye opening the bid. Thank you, Hawkeye, with 200 points, base price 200. Thank you. We've got 300 Shalom, 300 Shalom. Now, after Hawkeye, the players not with you, Hawkeye, the players with Shalom with 300 points. 300. We've got Kudla Knight Riders entering the bid with 400 points. Well done. 400 it is. 400 it is. The player is currently with Kudla Knight Riders. 400 points. 500 it is with Shalom. 500 with Shalom. 500 with Shalom. 500 with Shalom. 500 with Shalom, 500 Shalom. Anybody else? 600 with Spartans, 600 with Spartans. Quickly, let's move ahead. 600 with Spartans. Anybody else bidding on the floor? 600 with Spartans, and that is for Asma Rego. 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom. 700 is for Shalom. If nobody else is bidding, let me give a fair warning and let me continue. 700 with Shalom goes once. We've got 800 with Spartans, 800 with Spartans. Spartans 800 Shalom. The play is not with you, with Spartans for 800 points. 800 it is. It's your call now. 800 it is with them. I go 800 once. I go 800 twice. And we've got Hawkeye entering the race. And for 900 points, Hawkeye. Hawkeye starts the bid with 900 points. 900 it is with Hawkeye. 900 it is with Hawkeye. Anybody else entering the bid? 900 it is with Hawkeye. Anybody else into the bid? 900 with Hawkeye. Alright, 900 goes once with Hawkeye. 900 goes twice Hawkeye. And if nobody's bidding on a fair warning, we've got a new bidder coming in. That's Spartans for 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Team Spartans resume back at the bid. 1,000 points. 1000. 1,000 points with Team Spartans. Anybody else bidding? 1,000. Team Spartans. All right, we've got Hawkeye. Welcome back. 1,200 it is. 1,200 with Hawkeye. 1,200 points. 1,200 points. Spartans, the player is not with you. 1,200 it is with Hawkeye. All right, let me proceed with 1,200 Hawkeye. For 1,200 with Hawkeye, I go once. 1,200 with Hawkeye, I go twice. And if no shown interest anymore, I close the bid with Hawkeye. 1,200 points. Congratulations.
An announcement, please. Teisaro, a gadi number 52856. I request the owner kindly move your vehicle from there. They are saunasa. There can avinanti karnasa. Vehicle number 52856. Thank you.
Full baila dance Moving on with the bid. Let's continue, and that goes Juliana Oliveira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening the bid for 200 points. 200 points it is. Any bidders? 200 opening the bid as usual. Shalom, well done, thank you. 200 points it is. 200. Team Shalom opens the bid at 200. Base price for 200. Any other teams coming into the picture? If none, we'll have to move forward. 200 it is. For 200, Team Shalom, I go once. 300 it is. 300 for Spartans. Welcome into the bid. 300 Spartans. 300 it is. 300 Spartans. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. Well done. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. If nobody else, 400 Shalom goes once. 500 for Spartans. 500 Spartans. 500 Spartans. Two teams battling around. 500 for Spartans. 500 Spartans. Shalom. The player is not with you. It's with Spartans for 500. 500 it is. And 600 Shalom. 600 it is. 600 Shalom. 600 Shalom. 600 Shalom goes once. 700 Spartans it is. 700 Spartans it is. 700 with Spartans. 700 with Spartans. 700 with Spartans. 800 with Shalom. 800 with Shalom. Well done, Shalom. 800 it is. 800 it is. 800 it is. Spartans, the players not with you. 800 with Shalom. Alright, 800 with Shalom goes once. And 900 it is with Spartans. Welcome back. 900 it is. 900 with Spartans. 1,200 points, Team Spartans. 1,200 points, Team Spartans. 1,200 points, Team Spartans. 1,200 points, Team Spartans. If no more bidders, will close with 1,200 goes once. 1,200 points, Spartans goes twice. And a fair warning, we've got Hawkeye entering into the team, into the bid with 1,400 points. Well done, Hawkeye. Welcome into the bid. 1,400, Team Hawkeye. 1,400 with Hawkeye. 1,000 Hawkeye. Nobody else bidding. 1,400 with Team Hawkeye goes once. 1,400. We've got 1,600 Team Spartans. 1,600. I believe it's one of the top player that's going out for 1,600. I mean to say in terms of the bid, 1,600 it is. Is it the highest? No? It's gone more? 2,000 has gone more? Let's see where this one lands. 1,600 with Team Spartans. 1,600 with Team Spartans. 1,600 Team Spartans. If no more bidding for 1,600 Team Spartans, I go once. 1,600 Team Spartans, I go twice. And 1,800 it is for Hawkeye. 1,800, 1,800 Hawkeye. 1,800, 1,800 Team Hawkeye. 1,800 Team Hawkeye. A fair warning across the teams, across the hall, moving in for 1,800 Team Hawkeye. If no more bidders, let me start the countdown. Hawkeye, 1,800 goes once. Juliana Oliveira, 1,800 Team Hawkeye. Twice, we've got 2,000. 2,000 for Team Spartans. Well done, 2,000 it is. 2,000 it is, well done, 2,000 Team Spartans. 2,000 Team Spartans. For Juliana Oliveira, mind you, Hawkeye, the player is not with you, is with Team Spartans. Alright. If no more moving forward for 2,000 with Team Spartans, Juliana Oliveira goes once. Team Spartans, Juliana Oliveira for 2,000 goes twice. And once again on the highest bid, ladies and gentlemen, closing Juliana Oliveira for 2,000 points. Team Spartans sold. All right. Can we have the dashboard, please? Okay, after this, fine. Vrina Maria, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200. For 200 base prize. Any bidders? Any bidders across the hall? Any bidders across the hall? If none, Team Shalom as usual opens the bid with 200 points base prize. 200 points base prize, Team Shalom. Any other bidders? Any more bidders on the floor? Yes? No? If it's a no, 200 for Team Shalom goes once. Team Shalom will take Rina Maria Galba, alright. Rina Maria Galba for 200. Team Shalom goes twice. And a fair warning, if nobody else does this, then Rina Maria -- goes for 200 sold to Team Shalom. Congratulations. Alright, can we have the dashboard, please? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the updated dashboard. The number of players, we've got Team Hawkeye with 8 players. You've got 2,100 remaining points. We've got Team Spartans with 9 players with 1,100 more points. Kudla Knight Riders, 7 players with 3,500 points. And Team Shalom, 8 players with 3,400 points. So is it good to go? Good to go? Everybody got your purse values ready? All right, can we begin with the next auction, please?
10 minutes more.
Right. Marina D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid, 200. Any bidders? For 200 points, do we have any bidders? Team Shalom opens as usual for 200. Marina D'Souza, 200. 200 it is. All right, a fair warning. I'll begin with the countdown. 200 points, Marina. None bidding. For 200, Team Shalom goes once. For 200 points, Team Shalom goes twice. And for 200 players sold, congratulations, well done, Team Shalom. Shushma D'Souza, the next player, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid, 200. Opening jersey with the RCB. There you go. 200 opening base prize. 200 opening bid. Team Shalom. Team Shalom, 200 opens the bid. Anybody else? If none, we'll have to proceed quickly. Nobody bidding. Nobody bidding forward. 200 Team Shalom. 200 Team Shalom goes once. Going clap around. 200 Shalom goes twice. And if nobody else is bidding, a fair warning, 200 Team Shalom sold. Other clap by. Alright. Moving on. We've got the next player, that is Sarita Jocelyn Krasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler with 200 points as base prize. 200 points base prize. Anybody bidding? Anybody bidding? No team across the hall? If it's none, I'll have to close the bid. A fair warning? Nobody. Right. For Sarita Jocelyn Krasta, all-rounder, nobody bidding. Unsold goes once. Unsold it is twice, and the player remains unsold. Moving on to the next player. We have Priya Caroline Raskinna, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Move on with 200. Anybody opening the bid? Anybody opening the bid at 200 base price? Shalom, Spartans, Hawkeye, Kurla Knight Riders. Anybody opening the bid? If none, we'll have to close the bid. A fair warning, nobody's raising your paddle. I close the bid with Priya Caroline. For nobody bidding once, we've got the opening bid for 200. Well done, Kurla Knight Riders. 200, thank you. Welcome to the bid. 200, Kurla Knight Riders. 200 Kurla Knight Riders goes once. 200 Kurla Knight Riders. 200 Kurla Knight Riders goes twice. And a fair warning across. If none, I'll close the deal. 200 Kurla Knight Riders. 3 sold. Vinita Lobo, the next player, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 it is, and let the bidding begin. Base price 200. Anybody bidding for base price 200? That's for Vinita Lobo. 200 points. 200 points. If no bidders, we'll have to close the bid. Move on a bit quickly. No bidders goes once, and Vinita remains unsold with twice, and Vinita remains unsold. Price, player unsold. Moving on to the next player. Jivita Amita D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any bids? Opening bid 200 points. Once again, you know your strategies, you know your team, you know your purse value. For Jivita, once. 200, Team Shalom twice, and the player sold. Congratulations, well done. All right. Here's a quick little tech break. We'll give it a time. Just 2 more minutes when the software is refreshing. Break or not? ಕಾಸು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿ? All right, we take a 2 minutes break, requesting you not to leave the place. Do not leave the place. Let's be in here. Do not leave the place. Because we have a target to finish the women's auctions by 12. That's our target. So requesting you to kindly not leave the place. Stay back. We'll have an update very, very quickly. Ashkin, you can continue with the music, please.
तुझे अपडेट असा ने तुझे अपडेट असा ने म्हाका डाऊट
I call it once. I call it twice for Miss Vivina, and the player remains unsold. Let's have our next player, Miss Vianna Sara D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have any bids coming in for Miss Vianna D'Souza, an all-rounder? We have Team Spartans entering the bid with base points of 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Vianna? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. I call it twice. It's with Team Spartan. We have Team Hawkeye entering the bid with 300 points. Team Hawkeye with 300 points for Miss Vianna. Do we have any paddles going up? I call it once. I call it twice. We have Team Spartans entering, raising it for 400 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Vianna Sara D'Souza? Fair warning across everyone. I call it once for 400 points. It's with Team Spartans, not with you, Hawkeye. We have Team Hawkeye raising it for 500 points for Miss Vianna D'Souza. Do we have any bids coming in? Do we have a raise here? Do we have, across the hall, I request, do we have any raise? We have Team Spartans raising it for 600 points. It's not with you, Team Hawkeye, it's with Team Spartans for 600 points. For Miss Vianna D'Souza, an all-rounder, do we have any paddles going up? We have Hawkeye raising it for 700 points. It's not with you, Team Spartans, it's with Team Hawkeye for 700 points. We have Team Spartans raising it for 800. Team Hawkeye, Miss Vianna, okay, Team Hawkeye comes in for 700. Team Spartans, sorry to announce, you have reached your maximum points. You cannot bid anymore. For a minute, we will pause. There is a discussion happening. We will let you know shortly.
That's right, you cannot bid any further for 1,200 and above. You can bid other players. Give us a minute, we will be right back. Thank you. Fair enough, let's continue.
Okay. Can we have the player, please? We have Team Hawkeye for 700 points. I call it once for 700. I call it twice. And the player, Miss Vianna, is sold for Team Hawkeye. Congratulations, Team Hawkeye. Do we have the next player, please? We have Miss Cynthia D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base amount starts with 200. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up? Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Cynthia? Alright, no one? I call it once for Miss Cynthia, batsman. I call it twice. and the player remains unsold. Alright, we have our next player, Miss Ancilla Livia Dilema. Batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, and the base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids rising for Ancilla Dilema? Fair warning across the hall. Fair warning for Miss Ancilla, base points 200. Do we have any paddles going up? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And Miss Ancilla remains. We have Hawkeye getting in for 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Ancilla? I call it once. I call it twice for Miss Ancilla for the points of 200 for Team Hawkeye. Do we have any paddles raising? And sold. Let's have our next player, Miss Prima Pinto, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids raising for Miss Prima Pinto? Miss Prima Pinto, we have Team Kudla Knight Riders entering the bid with 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Prima? We have Kudla Knight Riders. The player is with Kudla Knight Riders for 200 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And player is sold for Team Kudla Knight Riders. Let's have our next player, Miss Sonia Lorna Joyce Castellino, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any race? Do we have any bids for Miss Sonia? We have Team Kudla Knight Riders entering the bid for 200 points. Fair warning across the owners. 200 points for Team Kudla Knight Riders. Do we have any paddles going up? Alright, I call it once for Miss Sonia. I call it twice. We have Team Hawkeye entering the bid for 300. Team Hawkeye, the player remains with Hawkeye. It's not with you, Team Kudla Knight Riders, it's with Hawkeye with 300 points. We have Kudla Knight Riders raising it for 400 points. Do we have any paddles going up? We will have a pause currently. There is a discussion going on with Team Spartans. We will have a short pause and we'll be right back.
It's not listening. It's not. You're not able to hear. It's a.
400 points, we have Team Hawkeye bidding it for 500 points. 500 points for Miss Sonia. It's not with you, Team Night Riders, it's with Team Hawkeye. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall, we have Team Kudla Night Riders raising it for 600 points. 600 points. It's not with you, Team Hawkeye, it's with Team Kudla Night Riders for 600 points. Miss Sonia, batsman. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall. Fair warning. I call it once for Miss Sonia. I call it twice. And the player is sold. Can we have the next player, please? We have Miss Tina Jacqueline D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Miss Tina? Fair warning across the hall. No one has bid. We have Team Shalom entering the bid with 200 points. We have Team Kudla Night Riders raising it for 300 points for Miss Tina. Team Shalom for 400 points. Team Shalom for 400 points. We have Kudla Night Riders for 500 points for Miss Tina. Team Shalom raising it for 600. Do we have any bids coming in for Miss Tina? Kudla Night Riders raising it for 700. The player remains with Team Kudla Night Riders for 700. Team Shalom raise it for 800. 800. It's not with you, Team Kudla Night Riders raises it for 900 points. It's not with you, Team Shalom. It's with Team Kudla Night Riders. Team Shalom raising it for 1,000. 1,000 points. Team Kudla Night Riders raising it for 1,200 for Miss Tina D'Souza. Do we have any bids raising for Miss Tina? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. It's with Team Kudla Night Riders for 1,200. We'll have a short pause. Okay, let's continue. The player remains with Team Shalom for 1,000. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a very short pause. Apologies. Miss Tina Jacqueline D'Souza remains with 1200 with Kudla Knight Riders. Alright, we have Team Shalom for raising it to 1400. Team Kudla Knight Riders raising it for 1600. 1600 for Miss Tina D'Souza. Do we have any battles coming up? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Shalom taking it for 1800. Fair warning across the hall. The player remains with Team Shalom, Miss Tina D'Souza, all-rounder. Do we have any raise? Team Kudla Knight Riders raising it for 2000. The second highest bidder, ladies and gentlemen, we have Miss Tina going it for 2200. Team Shalom raising for Miss Tina for 2400. 200. Fair warning across the hall. Do we have any bids coming in? Team Kudla Knight Riders raising it for 2400. The player is with Team Kudla Knight Riders, not with you, Team Shalom. The player is with Team Kudla Knight Riders for 2400 points.
ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಾರೆ 10 ಅಲ್ಲ ಓವರ್ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ತುಮಕ ಇದಂತ ವಿಯಾನ ಇದಂತ ಕೋರಿಯಾಲ ತುಮಕ ಇದಂತ ಕೋರಿಯಾಲ ಕೆಕೆಆರ್ 10th ಕೋರಿಯಾಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ 10 ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇದ 13th ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ 13 ಮುಂದೆ ಸೋಟ್ಯಾ ಸೊ 600 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸಡೆಲ್ಲ 200 ಸೊ ತೇಲಕ ಓಕೆ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಕಡಾಗಿ ಸಕಡಾನಿ ಇಸಾರ ಓಕೆ.
So basically 3 players are 13 players खेलाते हैं in 10 नाले. So 3 after this we'll display the points. So what we've done is we've added purse value of 200, 600 for all teams. Good to go. All right. Let's continue this. After this player we'll be showing the dashboard.
We have Miss Tina with Kudla Knight Riders for 2400 points. Do we have any raise? Team Shalom getting in, entering the bid to 2600 points. The highest bid for Miss Tina. Do we have any raise? Fair warning across the hall. Team Kudla Knight Riders raising it for 2800. Okay, apologies. The points are over for Team Kudla Knight Riders. So, the player remains with Team Shalom for 2600 points. The highest bid for DCPL Season 1 for Women's League. And I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold for Team Shalom. Congratulations, guys.
Alright, thank you Nidhi, thank you so much. It's me stepping in again. Let's quickly run through the points table. We've added 600 points to each team. So here are your balances. You've got Team Hawkeye with 10 players. You have 1400 points pending. Hawkeye, sorry, 1800 is it? Okay.
As of now, all players are done.
Okay, as of now, we've completed all the players. There's one player that you have to unsold, right? There's one player where there was a confusion between Team Spartans and Hawkeye, I believe, right? So that player, we will put it back on unsold, right? And the bid will happen again, right? It was because of the wallet, the balance, purse value. So we will have to put the player back on unsold and then rebid. Good to go? Give us 1 minute break because we'll have to just put the player back into the unsold and then we'll run through the auction again for that player and all the remaining unsolds as well, if possible. Ashley, can we have some music please? please have your undue attention, please? We'll give it a minute for them to finish their thoughts because Presley, good to go? All right, all 4 teams, here are your dashboards. We will discuss on the dashboard and proceed. Number of players, Hawkeye has 9. Hawkeye has 9 players. You can bid for 4 more players to make it 13, the max limit, 13. Spartans can bid for 4 more players with your available balance of 1,700. The same with Hawkeye can bid for 4 more with 1,900. Kudla Knight Riders, you can bid for 1 more player with 2,700 points. And Team Shalom can bid for 1 more player with 800 points remaining. Good to go? The 1 player.
They can go for 1 player for the maximum bid of 1,900 only because they have to make the squad for 30.
Alright, here's one. You can go for the player for 1,100 maximum because you have to have 13 players, right? So that's why the maximum is 1,100. The first player that we're going to display now is going to be a bid only between 2 teams. The remaining 2 teams shall not bid for this player. Okay? This was a player that was sold and was bought back due to the price, the base price, okay? The purse value. So we will bring back the player now. The player goes onto the auction. Only 2 teams will bid. All the best. Can we have the player, please? And that's Vianna Sara de Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. There it is, 200 with Hawkeye, 300 Spartans, 400 Hawkeye, 500 Spartans, 600 Hawkeye, 600 Hawkeye, they play. 700 Spartans, 800 Hawkeye, 900 Spartans, 1,000 Hawkeye, 1,000 Hawkeye, 1,000 Hawkeye, 1,100, 1,200 up. So, with 1,000 points for Hawkeye, claim once, claim twice, and players sold for 1,000 points. Congratulations. Alright, now everybody back into the game. We will have the unsold players back into the game, and anybody can bid for this one. Maximum of 13 players, keep that in your mind. You know the number of players, you know the remaining purse value. Let's continue. Can we have the first player? Back from the unsold, we've Jocelyn D'Souza, all-rounder right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Any bids, please? Any bids across the floor? If no, we will have to go with the unsold player. Again, unsold. With no bids, unsold once, unsold twice, the player remains unsold. Moving on. Next player. We will have Nancy Mendonça, batsman, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler for 200. Nancy, any bidders across the hall? Any bidders across the hall? With none showing interest, moving ahead with unsold once, unsold twice, and Nancy goes unsold thrice. Moving on to the next player, please. एक लाख मात्र पटल नाल्य कोण्डे के बिड्डना Sarita Jocelyn Crasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bids? Any bids? All right, with nobody bidding, Sarita Jocelyn Crasta. Asa, opening bid, very good, Hawkeye, well done. 200 base price, 200 it is. Sarita Jocelyn Crasta, 200, Hawkeye, Team Hawkeye, 200. Here you go. Team Shalom with 300 points. 300 Team Shalom, 300 Team Shalom. 300 Team Shalom. Remember the number of players you need to meet. 300 Team Shalom. 300 Team Shalom with nobody else bidding. 300 Team Shalom goes once. 300 Team Shalom, 400 it is, Hawkeye. 400 Hawkeye. 400 Hawkeye. 400 Hawkeye. 400 Hawkeye. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 500 point Shalom. Giving you a fair warning, nobody else is raising the paddle. 500 for Team Shalom. 500 goes once. 500 goes twice. And if nobody is raising, we've got Team Hawkeye raising it for 600 Team Hawkeye, 600 Team Hawkeye, 600 Team Hawkeye. If nobody else is raising 600 Team Hawkeye, let me close the bid for 600. We've got Team Shalom entering with 700. Well done, Team Shalom, 700 points. 700 points, 700 points. If nobody else is raising for 700, 800, then I'll close it with Team Shalom for 700. Hawkeye, you don't have the player yet. 700 Team Shalom, 700 Team Shalom. 700 Team Shalom goes once, 700 Team Shalom goes thrice. And with a fair warning to close, 700 Team Shalom goes thrice. Well done, Team Shalom. Well done, congratulations. Moving on to the next player. The next player is Sunita Richard Saldana, all-rounder right-hand batsman, right arm bowler for 200 as base price. Any bidders across the hall for 200 for Sunita Saldana. 200 base points. 200, 200? None for 200. If not for 200, I'll let the player go unsold. It's your call. I give you a fair warning. For 200, the player will go unsold. None of the teams bidding. 200, no one. Sunita Richard Saldana goes unsold once, goes unsold twice, and the player is unsold. Let's move on to the next player, please. We've got Vivina Venetia Kutina, right? All-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler for 200. Any bidders across the hall? Do we have any bidders across the hall? If none, I'll have to let the player go unsold again. This is the second round, the first round of unsold players, so nobody is bidding for the player. The player will remain unsold. We go once, nobody is bidding. We go twice again with none showing interest. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have to let go the player unsold for 200 base price. Nobody is bidding. The player remains unsold. Moving on with Vinita Lobo, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler for 200. For 200, let the auctions begin. We've got Kudla Knight Riders entering right in for 200 base price. 200 base price, Kudla Knight Riders 200. 200. We've got 300 Team Spartans entering into the bid. 300 into the bid. Spartans, 300 Spartans, 400. 400 Kudla Knight Riders, it is 400 Kudla Knight Riders. 400, 500 it is Team Spartans, 500 Team Spartans, 600 Kudla Knight Riders, 600 it is Kudla Knight Riders. With 600, 700 Spartans, 700 it is 800 Kudla Knight Riders, 800 it is 800, 900 Kudla Knight Team Spartans, 900, 1000 with Kudla Knight Riders, 1000 Kudla Knight Riders, 1000 Kudla Knight Riders goes once, 1000 Kudla Knight Riders go 2, 1000 Kudla Knight Riders go 3. Well done, congratulations Kudla Knight Riders for 1000 Vinita Lobo. Do we have more players? If yes, it's Leswin Lobo, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have any bids? Opening bid with 200 points. With 200 points, anybody bidding? We'll give you another 10 seconds to bid. If no, we'll have to let the player go unsold. It's very, very fair warning. None of you showing interest, raising your paddles, which means the player will go unsold. We've got Team Spartans opening the bid for 200 points. 200 points, Team Spartans. Anybody else showing interest? I don't even know if you have points, but it's a call. 200 points, Spartans. 200 points, Spartans go once. 200 points, Spartans go twice. And Hawkeye enters the league with 300 points. 300 points, Hawkeye. 400 Team Spartans. 400 Team Spartans. 400 Team Spartans. I go with Team Spartans 400 once. 400 twice with Spartans, and if nobody is raising it, a fair league, we've got 500 Hawkeye, 500 Hawkeye, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans once, 600 Spartans twice, and if nobody is raising it, a fair warning across the room, we end the auction with 600 Spartans, players sold. Congratulations. Do we have more players? We've got Manisha Krasta batsman, Manisha Krasta batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Any bidders? Any bidders? If no, in the next 10 seconds the player will remain unsold. I give you the next 10 seconds to choose, make up your mind, calculate and move. Alright, with none of you bidding, let me have this closed. If none of you are bidding for this player, the player will remain unsold once, nobody's buying the player twice, and if none is raising the paddle, we've got the opening bid from Team Spartans. Well done, Spartans, thank you. With 200 points. 200 points, Team Spartans opens the bid. 200 points, Team Spartans opening the bid. Anybody else? If none, then Team Spartans will continue the bid with 200. 200 with Team Spartans goes once. 200 with Team Spartans go twice. And with a fair warning that I'll close the bid for 200 points, Team Spartans sold. Player sold. Well done. Yeah, thank you. Don't clap on it. Alright, do we have more? We've got Tina Josna D'Souza, all-rounder right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, for 200 base price. Opening the bid. Anybody interested to buy? 200 it is. Base price 200. I leave you with this 200. Anybody else? 200. None. I give you 5 more seconds to think, do a calculation, move around. If no, we'll have to close with the unsold player. None for the base price 200. The player will go unsold once, the player will go unsold twice, and if none of you are raising the paddle once again, the player remains unsold. Let's move on to the next player, please. Yeah, unsold na clap again. Cynthia D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200. Cynthia D'Souza, batsman, right-hand and right-hand bowler. Opening the bid for 200. Anybody interested can raise your hand, raise your paddle, please. We've got Hawkeye opening the bid for 200 base price, 200 this, 200 anybody else. Moving on to the 300 anybody. If no, at 200 Hawkeye. 200 Hawkeye, we've got Spartans entering at 300, well done Spartans. 300 it is, 300 at Spartans. 400 at Hawkeye, 400 points at Hawkeye, 400 points at Hawkeye. If none, then we'll have to move ahead. 400 Hawkeye, 400 Hawkeye once, 400 Hawkeye twice. And if nobody else is raising their paddle, 400 Hawkeye twice, player sold. Well done. Do we also have more? Can we, yeah, after this we'll show the point table once, yeah? Alright, we have Sherlyn Nisha Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid for 200 points. Anybody willing to buy the player for 200? Anybody willing to buy the points at 200? 100 gara varthu. Anybody bidding the price for? Okay, we are back. Sorry? So KK and Shalom, you're done with your quota, 13 players each. I'm no longer looking towards you. Hawkeye and Spartans can buy 2 players. To buy 2 players, you've got 1,100 points and 900 points. Okay, alright, let's go. Sherlyn Nisha Fernandez, 200 base price. Anybody raising for base price? Hawkeye, very good. Team Spartans. Team Spartans at 200, welcome into the bid. 200, if none, we'll have to close the bid at 200. Anybody raising? 200 for Team Spartans. 200 for Team Spartans goes once. 200 for Team Spartans goes twice. And if nobody's raising it again, 200 for Team Spartans goes thrice. Player sold. Well done. Moving on. Done. We're done with all the players. Are we going ahead again? No, right? It's done. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We take a 5 minutes break. Washroom break. We take a 5 minutes washroom break. I've got one request to make to all of you. From the time we began at 10 o'clock until now, it's 12:30. 2.5 hours. Very, very done with the discipline. Everybody is maintaining the decorum of the auction. Very well done. Timing perfect. We were aiming to finish the auction at 12:15. We had a 15 minutes delay, but that 15 minutes is because of the technical issues and that we had. But if otherwise, everybody is maintaining this very well. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause to each one of you for doing this for us. Thank you. We take a quick 5 minutes break now. With all, hey, wait. We take a quick 5 minutes break after my announcement, okay? 5 minutes break after the announcement. We will start with a short trophy reveal. Now, I know everybody is interested towards the auction, but the trophy reveal is also an integral part of this. So request you not to stay outside, but to come and be a part of the trophy reveal. Trophy reveal जात असताना आमच्या इथला कार्य असले 15 मिनिटांचे दयाकन विनंती करता तुम्ही बाहेर रवाना असताना भितर येऊन च्या आणि 5 मिनिटांनी आम्ही एखादी प्रारंभ करता or we'll give it a 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll give it a 10 minutes for the amount of people here. 12:40 we will begin with the stage program. Requesting you to be back at 12:40 sharp. Thank you so much. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you. It's a 10 minutes break. Be back at 12:40 sharp, please. Thank you. Over to you, Ashkin. It's just not a game, it's a passion फॉर ऑल. क्रिकेट फकत एक खेळ मात्र न्ही, खेळतेल्या व्यक्तीक एक मोगा असो या मैपास असो तो खेळ. जावं एका 3 वर्सांचे भुरगें हातात आपले प्लास्टिक बॅट काडून म्हणून आबा म्हाका बॉल घाल म्हणटाना तो खाली खेळ मात्र न्ही, त्या भुरग्याक आनंद भोगता, संतोष भोगता. त्याच 70 वर्सांच्या आबाक त्या 3 वर्सांच्या भुरग्याक बॉल उडयत असताना ताच्याय काळजात संतोष भोगता, आनंद भोगता. आणि देखूनच म्हणटा क्रिकेट इज जस्ट नॉट अ गेम, इट्स अ पॅशन. इट्स प्लेड अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. आणि आमकां इंडियांत खोडयाळकारांक क्रिकेटाचे इल्ले चडच जोर विशय म्हणून येतात. आणि ह्या दिसाक DCPL म्हणली खरी गल आज हांगासर दुबयच्या ह्या गावात अपूर्बायन एक इतलें सोबीत कार्य मांडून हाडला. तर हाका लेटन एबी टीम ही जावन आसा थ्रू ट्रू इव्हेंट्स हांच्या सहयोगाने मांडून हाडला असता. तुमकां सगळ्यांकी ह्या मोठ्या वेदिकार्याक आमी मायासो मोगासो माया मोगासो स्वागत आणि उपकार मागता. स्वागत तुमकां, सुस्वागत. खंडीत जावन सकाळी 10 वरांतावन आतां वरेक विमेन्स ऑक्शन हांगासर अपूर्बायन चल्ले. 4 टिमांनी हातूंत भाग घेतलो असता. हर एक टीम बडा आतुरायेन म्हणल्या बरी येवच्या प्लेयराची अपेक्षा करनासली आणि बिडिंग बऱ्या रितीन जालें. हो एक वांटो तर मुखेल वांटो मेन्स क्रिकेट दनपरां उपरांत जेवणा उपरांत हांगासर सोडून व्हरून आसलेल्या आणि तातूंत लगभग 150 वयर प्लेयर्स आसात आणि त्या प्लेयर्सांक 10 टिमां बिडिंग सोडून व्हरतली. आणि ह्या कार्याक हे कार्य आम्ही प्रारंभ करचे पहिले एक मोठे वेदिकार्य म्हणजे ट्रॉफी रिव्हील कार्य. The main element of this entire event is the reveal of the trophy. आणि ह्याच ट्रॉफीक लागून द मेन्स आणि तसेच 4 विमेन्स टिमा खेळगाडी सगळी टिमा खेळची असतात आणि ह्यो ट्रॉफीज अनवील करून आमच्या मुखार सेरे येदोळच येवन पावल्यात, मानाचे व्यक्ती येदोळच येवन पावल्यात असता. तांकां हांव नांव आपयता आसतना मुखार वेदीक आपण हाडूंक आमचोच लेटन एबी टिमाचो एक मुख्य रुवारी आणि तशेंच ट्रू इव्हेंट्स हाचो मालक आमचे सगळ्यांचो मुखार मनीस लॅन्स ह्यांनी वेदीक आपण हाडिचे अशें उपकार मागता. पहिल्यान पहिले मनीस जोसेफ मतायस MD मेरिट फ्रीक, Mr. Ronald Martis film producer MD Royal Blue Royal Group of Companies आणि तशेंच मनीस Diane D'Souza founder of Daiichi Dubai हांकां तायकन वेदीक आपण हाडिचे अशें उपकार मागता. गटकारी असो आवाजाने दिवया. लेट्स द टू या कुशीन आपण हाडचे या कुशीन आपण हाडी येतात ते ए तुमची एनर्जी दिली जोर असून दिली आणि ट्रॉफी अनवील करून घेतलं झालं. वेल डन. आमच्या माया मोगाचे सैरे आमच्या वर्गात येऊचे असतात.
भले 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 पन्नी सर सेंटर सेंटर सेंटर
वैद्य राहिल्या सैर्याची मोठ्यान ओळख दिवंक हांव भोवसर संतोष पावता. असले एका वड कार्याक वड व्यक्तिगत आपयचे म्हणून आशा आसली आणि आमच्या मुखार वड व्यक्तीच येवन पावल्यात. मनीस लॅन्सीन तांकां आमंत्रण दिल्लें आसता. एबी तर टिमा तर्फे ते हांगासर येवन पावल्यात. प्रप्रथम जावन त्या कुशीन हांव प्रारंभ करचे तर मनीस जोसेफ मतायस. मनीस जोसेफ मतायसाक बहुशा ह्या सालांत वडकारांतली कोणी नात. हर कोंकणी कार्यांत मनीस जोसेफ मतायस आसा म्हणून आमी म्हणटल्या. हांव म्हणटा आतां तशें ना, आतां गजाल बदलल्या. हर कोंकणी कन्नडा तुळू वा इतर कार्यांनी मनीस जोसेफ मतायस आमकां पळोवंक मेळटा. कित्याक ताचो मोग कोंकणीतय मात्र न्ही, कोंकणीतय प्रमुख जावन आसा तरी हेर भाशेंतय आमच्या समुदायातय फकत भाशीक मात्र न्ही, ह्या जातीकातीक मात्र न्ही, सगळ्या समुदायातय तो ताणें मोग बांदून दवरलो आसा. आणि ताकाच साक्ष जावन म्हणल्या बरी हर आमच्या कोंकणी कन्नडा तुळू वा इतर कार्यांनी मनीस जोसेफ आमकां पळोवंक मेळटा. मनीस जोसेफ सगळ्यांक कळीत आसा मेरिट फ्राईट हाचो मालक मात्र न्ही, एक अत्युत्तम आर्टिस्ट. एका मनशाची वळख ताच्या बिझनेसान मात्र न्ही बट कलाकार जावन वळख येता आणि एक अपूर्बायसो अप्रतिम कलाकार तो. ताका एक गट दोन ताळयो आवाज दिवन आमी स्वागत मागया. आणि तशेंच Manis Ronald Martis. Manis Ronald Martis is a man of signature. ताका आपले जणांचं कळता एक बरोबर दिन म्हणा येतो एक फिल्म प्रोड्यूसर निर्मापक एक मूवी निर्मापक ही तो जावन आसा मातून MD of Blue Royal Group of Companies खासो MD तो जावन आसा मालक तो जावन आसा ताका आमच्या कार्याक आमी स्वागत करपाक येता आनी ताची एक मोठ्यान वळख करूं म्हाका बहुत सर संतोष भोगता. ह्या क्वेश्चन आसा मनीस डायन डिसोजा ताची वळख काही नातुलो काही ह्या सणांत कोणी दाखवना. नायजी दुबाय हाचो फाउंडर मात्र न्ही तो एक अप्रतिम नट एक बरो उलोवपी मात्र न्ही आज आमी हांगासर जर तर क्रिकेट सांगात म्हणल्यार तर तो एक बरो खेळगडी क्रिकेट मात्र न्ही व्हॉलीबॉल म्हणा थ्रोबॉल म्हणा खंयचेय म्हणा तो एक अप्रतिम खेळगडी तो दीस गेला बरी तरणाटो जावन येता आमी मात्र वाडटा आनी सट्टा तो मात्र दीस गेल्ले बरी तरणाटो जावन येता मनीस डायन तुका आमी ह्या कार्याक स्वागत म्हणटा ताची मोठ्यान वळख तिका बहुत संतोष भोगता. हाची वळख करून दिवन नजो म्हणा म्हाका वळख करून दिवन नजो म्हणा ताका स्टेजीर रावचें म्हणल्यार लिपिडा ताका स्टेजीर रावंक नाका ताका स्टेजीचे फाटल्यान रावंक जर तर कोणी अवकाश करून दिलो जाल्यार ताचे चड खुशी ताका खंयची ना. पूण हांव एक सांगता म्हजे धरून व्यक्ती जर तर वेदीचेर सोंपता केदाळे तशें जाल्यार म्हज्या जाल्ल्या व्यक्तीक जायत्या कलाकारांक जायत्या टिमांक एक व्हड संगात दिवन आमकां मुखार हाडून व्हडलो कारण जाल्लो आसा ओ मारेस म्हज्या मोगाचो मारेस लॅन्सिंग ताका एक घट्ट जाताले आसा वाज केला काम करया देव बरें करूं. आतां हांव ऑर्गनायझर बाबतीन उलयलो न्ही हांव कार्यनिर्वाहक पैकी उलयलो पूण आज आयचें कार्य ऑर्गनायज करतात आसात एबी टीम असो वांगडी मानेस प्रेस्लीक हांव मुखार आपयता आयिल्ल्या सैर्याक स्वागत करून दिवचें मानेस प्रेस्ली ताका मुखार येवचें आनी सैर्याक वळख करून दिवची आनी तांकां वेलकम करचें.
दुबई कॅथलिक प्रीमियर लीग DCPL 2024 सीझन 1 ह्या पंद्याच्या ऑक्शन कार्यक्रमाक हांगासर आमचे सगळे मुखेल सोयरे जावन हजर जाल्यात मानेस्त जोसेफ मातायस मालक मेरिट फ्रेड हाका आमी टीम AB ट्रू इव्हेंट्स तर्फेन ह्या कार्यक्रमाक स्वागत मागता. तशेंच हांकां टेरी हांणी शॉल घालून स्वागत करचें विनंती करता. तशेंच आमचे सगळे हजर आसात मानेस्त रोनाल्ड मार्टिस मालक रॉयल ब्लू ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज हांकांय ह्या कार्यक्रमाक हांव स्वागत मागता. हांकां आमच्या पंगडाच्या सदस्यान पवन आनी हांकां शॉल घालून स्वागत मागचें विनंती करता. आमचे सगळे हजर आसात मानेस्त डायन डिसोजा फाउंडर दायजी दुबय हांकांय आमी ह्या कार्यक्रमाक स्वागत मागता. हांकां लायनल हांणी शॉल घालून स्वागत करचें विनंती करता. तशेंच लॅन्सी सर तुमकांय आमच्या पंगडाचे मुखेली तुमकांय ह्या कार्यक्रमाक स्वागत. तशेंच हांगासर हजर जाल्ल्या समेस्त टिमाच्या मुखेल्यानो रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्स आयकॉन्स आनी सर खेळगड्यानो तुमी नासतना हे कार्यक्रम आज हे जातना तशेंच तुमकां सर्वांक एका सुत्रान हांव स्वागत मागता.
म्हाका म्हणी जायना हांव म्हणी उलयना म्हणटालो प्रेस्ली ताकाणे म्हणे पळय जाल्यार कांडा फुडें उलयला. सर्व उपकार स्वागत मागले प्रेस्ली तो काय स्वागत म्हणटा ताका घडून ताली सवाल दिवले. आता काय नाका मुकले 1 मिनिट तुम्ही ताका पडले बोल समजा तू आलो घट्ट सगळं मंड बसता. प्रेसली तुका देव बरें करूं. सर्वांक स्वागत केलें तुका देव. काही सांगू ना काही गेला कार्य आम्ही मुखार सुरू वचत तर आयच्या कार्यांतले एक केंद्र बिंदू आसा हे आसा ट्रॉफी अनविलिंग कार्य आणि आमच्या वर्गात हे सर्व सैरी आसत असता सैरीला घ्या विनंती करतात एक पाटल्या क्वेश्चन तुम्ही वेचाक and the men's trophy kanchi दिसली की alright so we'll begin with the men's trophy त्या क्वेश्चन आसा men's trophy सैर्यांनी सगळ्यांनी सांगात मेळाजे हात धरिजे आणि ट्रॉफी अनविल करिजे म्हणून उपकार मागता लेट्स सेट तू हे मेळाजे सांगाता आणि हांगा सर अनविल जाता Season 1 Men's Trophy DCPL तालियों दिवया आणि त्या उपरांत त्या बरोबर नियुक्त करता Season 1 Women's Trophy ह्या क्वेश्चन आसा सैरीने सांगात मेळाजे अनविल करिजे शो उपकार मागता DCPL Season 1 2024 Women's Trophy
तुम्ही 4 जण राहा एक फोटो काढूया मागे मुखार रावला
It's a milestone, right? We have stepped into 26th year. We congratulate in behalf of everyone, sir, and तुमचे merit friend Aniki unsa ek पावदी म्हणून मी आशेता. I request you to kindly address our gathering with 2 words.
ते दत्ते माहिती तू हातान धरते विनंती करता की त्यामुळे हांगासर जमलेल्या ऑडियन्साक सोडून हे सगळे कार्य युट्यूबार लाईव्ह आसा आणि त्या खातीर ते माईक आमी यूज करता देखून दोन्ही माईका तुम्ही तरी शोभ कर मागता
हांगासर जमलेल्या तुमकां समेस्तांक देव बरो दीस मागता खंडीत जावन आज व्हडतो संतोष भोगता आज आयतारो दीस आमकां सुटयेचो दीस एक दीस मेळचो घरच्या कुटुंब सांगाता कुटुंब मंडळी वटू सांगाता मेळोन एक 2 सूप दवलोंक आमकां मेळचे आयतारा मात्र तरी पूण तुमी हांगासर जमलेत आसता एका बऱ्या उद्देशान तुमी जमल्यात खंडीत जावन आनी हें कार्य फकत आमकां मंगळूरकारांक मंगळूरी कोंकणी उलोवच्या संघटनांक हांगा एका मोठो भितर AB क्रिकेटर्स हांणी हें कार्य मांडून हाडलां पयलें AB क्रिकेटर्स आनी तशेंच लिटन शिपिंग हांच्या कारभाऱ्यांक हांव शबासकी पटयतां आनी तुमकां समेस्तांक हें कार्य मांडून हाडल्याक देव बरें करूं म्हणटा खंडीत जावन पयलें हांगासर ह्या रेल्वे सुवातेर कोंकणी कार्य मस्त जातालीं तशेंच दुसऱ्या भाशेची जावं ती तुळू जावं ती कन्नडा या बिहारी एसोसिएशन अशें मस्त कार्य जातालें पूण स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटीज हे मस्तूपणे आसलें पूण आयले वरथावन आमच्या लिटन शिपिंग असो ओनर मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर मनेस्त लँडसी डिसोजान ह्या स्पोर्ट्साक ह्या खेळाक अतिमुख्य प्रामुख्यता दिवन हे आमचें स्पोर्ट्साचें ह्या खेळाचें कार्यक्रमां ह्या आमच्या रेल्वे सुवातेर मांडून हाडल्यांत ताकाय हांव शाबासकी पटयतां आनी हें क्रिकेट आज ऑक्शन सकाळच्यान जावन आसा हांव इल्लें पळयतलो आमकां केन्ना वेळ मेळटा म्हाका वेळ मेळ्ळो ना तरी पूण मदें मदें इल्लेशें मोबायल ओपन करून पळयतना ऑक्शन जावन आसलें 200, 400, 600 म्हूण आनीक एकलें म्हाका दिसता 1600 दिनां गेला म्हूण दिसता तें वडलें की ताचे चड आसा पॉयंट सांग 2000 हो ओके बरें मागीर म्हाका पळोवंक जावना बारीक बारीक खुशालाची बरी गजाल बारीक संतोशाची गजाल तुमकां समेस्तांक मुखल्या दिसांनी बरें मागता आनी हें क्रिकेट जाता एप्रिलच्या 20 तारखेर 21 तुमकां समेस्तांक सर्वांक ह्या कार्याक ह्या खेळाच्या ह्या स्पोर्ट्साक बरें मागून ही म्हजी 2 उतरां आखीर करता तुमकां समेस्तांक देव बरें करूं
Thank you so much, sir. तुमच्या पाठिंब्याक आमी केदार आभारी जावन आसा. Entertainment. Without entertainment, our lives will be very boring, isn't it? So, आमच्या मदेगात मानेस्त रोनाल्ड मार्टेस आसा. They have put their step their foot in film industry. And we are very honored, to call you among us, among our community. So thank you so much, sir, and I request you to address the gathering also.
देव बरो दीस मागता तुमकां सुमेस्तान दुबय कॅथलीक प्रिमियर लीग 2024 हे एक म्हाका जाता फर्स्ट टायम तुमी करचे म्हण चिंता हांव दुबयांत व्हडल्या मट्टार तुमी आयोजन केलां तुमकां उल्हास पाठयता पयल्यान पयलें ए बी प्रेझेंट तुमचे टीम आसा तुमी येदे व्हडले स्टेप घेतिल्ल्याक आनी तुमी धैर्य घेवन मुखार आयिल्ल्यांक तुमकां शबासकी पाठयता अशेंच मुखार मस्त वर्सां वचून दी व्हडल्या मट्टार जावं दी हांगा क्रिस्तांवचे जोसेफ आमान सांगले भाशेन क्रिस्तांवचे आमचे मस्त आतां प्रोग्राम उणी आसली आतां खेळांनी आमी मस्त वांटे घेवन आतां खेळ मेळ चलता हर एका वर्सा आनी इंगड तरांची प्रोग्रामां करतात खेळा खातीर हे आनीकय चड जायचे अशेंच मुखार वचपाचें म्हजी अपेक्षा देव बरें करून सुमेस्ता थँक्यू ऑल
Thank you so much, sir. तुमच्या उल्याक. Founder of Daiichi Dubai famous, my name is Diane D'Souza. I myself, I am a media student. So I know the struggle behind, every release of, the work we do in the media. So hats off to you, sir, for all your contribution to media and keeping us updated to, towards the news. So I request now you to please address the gathering and over to you, sir.
देवबरो दीस आमा सुमेस्तान पयल्या सुवातेर वेदिकेर आशिल्ल्या मानेस्तान पयल्या सुवातेर वेदिकेर आशिल्ल्या मानेस्तान जोसेफ रॉनी आनी लॅन्सी तांकां परबी पाठयता कित्याक म्हणून सांगल्यार फाटल्या 7 वर्सांनी ह्या गोंयशाळा कोंकणी कार्यक्रमां आनी कोंकणी योजना कोंकणी मिसावां कार्यगत जावच्यांत तांचो जब्बर वांटो आसा फाटल्या 25 वर्सां हांव म्हज्या खंयच्या वावरांत तांणी सांगात दिल्लो आसा तांणी सहकार दिल्लो आसा आनी अजून ते दिवंक आसा त्या दिवन तांकां एक अभिनंदन ताळयो मारा तांचे वरवीं कामां साजतात जायते भशेन आमकां सूख समाधान संतोश घरा बसल्यार सोदल्यार मागल्यार मेळना तो आमी आसा करचे पडटा आनी तुमी ते बाकी हांव चिंता एक 54 लेडीज आनी ऑलमोस्ट 150 बॉयज जेंट्स हातूंत मेटर जाल्यात आनी एक संदर्भ तुमी आज काण गेला की आमी हातूंत वेता आनी हातूंत मेटर जाता आनी एक दीस गी या 2 दीस गी खुशेन काडूंक प्रयत्न करता म्हाका एक वरतसून तुमी सांगल्यार जायते प्रिमियर लीग आतां आयले वर जावन आसात पूण आमचे कोंकणी मनशाचे प्रिमियर लीग नातले आमकां आतां आमची थोडी प्लेयरान दुसऱ्यान खेळटा जावंक पुरो पूण सगळ्यांक अवकाश मेळना आतां आमी कोंकणी समुदायान ती एक आसा केल्ले वरी जायते कोंकणी प्लेयरांक आतां मेटर जावन भाग घेवन आनी एक खेळोवंक संदर्भ मेळ्ळा खंडीत जावन लॅन्सी आनी ताच्या एबी टिमाक हांव परबी पडटा अले चिंता पाडून पळय आमच्या मनशांनी एक हातूंत मेतेर जायचे अले एक प्रिमियर लीग सणाचे म्हणले एक चिंता तांच्या मतीन येवन आज तांणी मिनत काडल्या खातीर तांचो हांव प्रत्येक तरान एक ताका परबी पडयता आनी बरें मागता क्रिकेट एक असो गेम थोडे पटी आमचे गेम खंयची गजाली तुका मोतीक मात मारोंक येता बसून पळयता आमी आयकता हांव क्रिकेट बोथ मायंड एंड बॉडी गेम कित्याक म्हळ्यार जायते म्हणटात क्रिकेट दोळ्यांक आनी हातांक चड काम दिता म्हणून म्हळ्यार हातूंत वगेत्र वल्यार तुका जायना सगळे तुजी एक्टिविटी चलचे पडटा तकलीक काम करचें हातांकय काम करचें पडटा या पांयांकय काम दिवचें पडटा म्हळ्यार तुका सगळो दीस तूं खंडीत जावन एक एक्सरसायज जाता आनी मोतीची बेजार पयस येता तुमची आनी दुसरें म्हणून सांगल्यार तुमी वेगळ्या वेगळ्या पिरगेचे जावंक पुरो वेगळ्याच्या पांयाचे जावंक पुरो वेगळे हवेस जावंक पुरो सकट सांगात मेळोन एकूटान जावन काम करतात मिनत काडटात आनी हातूंत ह्या स्पर्धेंत भाग घेतात तें एक भाग तुमचें एक खुशी पावोवचें सो सगळे प्लेयरांक हांव परबी पडयता असले प्रिमियर मुखल्या वर्सांनी हांच्या एका मुखेलपणान मुखार वचून दी आनी चड प्लेयरांनी आनी चड स्पर्धिकांक भाग घेवचे जावं दी म्हणून परत फावटी तुमकां समेस्ताक बरें मागता आनी देव बरें करूं म्हणटा
Devare Kalu sir, Khandit Zaunu, every game is a game of body and mind. So it brings the unity and we are a family of a team. So thank you so much for the valuable words, sir. ओनर्स सकाळी जाऊन बसल्यात पुरो जालांगी. Okay, dear team owners, now I request your presence on the stage to collect the esteemed bidding paddles to do the commencement of the DCPL 2024 Season 1, the bidding auction. So, हांव विनंती करता माने जोसेफ मतायस तुम्ही हांव आतां नांवां सांगतले ओनर्साची तुम्ही दया करून बिडिंग पॅडल्स तांकां दिवन ऑक्शन सुरवात करूंक आमकां हेल्प करच्याक. तशेंच आय रिक्वेस्ट proprietor Mr. Lancy True Events to please honor them with the shawls. So may I please invite Viking Warriors Hospit owner Jitesh Rodriguez. Therefore, weddings to the Mimikaran Shakinanti Karta. If the team owner is not available, I request the representative to be on the stage. Viking Warriors Hospit for you guys. तुमचे ताणी ऑन आसा न्ही तुमचे पाठींबोल आमकां सर्वांक गरज आसा. दया करून टीम ओनर्स प्लीज बी ऑन द स्टेज इटसेल्फ. वी नीड अ फोटो सेशन. द टीम Blenders Cricket Club owner Donald Anil D'Souza. Blenders Cricket Club owner Donald Anil D'Souza. Team Spartans owner Vishal and Princey. Dayakar begins Mukarya. If the team owner is not available, kindly representative come and collect. Team Shallow owner Daryl D'Souza. Team Planet Air owner Vishal Mendonca. Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Matthias. Now I request Ronald Martis to do the honoring. Team Hawkeye owner Dylan Lobo. TS11 owner Nelson Delcy Lasrado. Team Kudla Night Riders owner Naveen Lobo Pearl Rosario. Ocean Cricketers owner Sherwin. Devarikaru sir, now I request Mr. Diane D'Souza to do the honoring. DXP Kudla, owner Manoj and Veena Vas. B-Town Mangalore Lions, owner Vinod Pinto. And the last team, Arabian Bosco Legends owner Zico D'Souza. We will now have the photo session. दयाकरून हांव विनंती करता सर्व ओनर्सांनी मुखार येवनशाक आमच्या सैड्या वटूक तुमी फोटोज काडच्याक. ट्रॉफीज सायडार रावा तुमी. हांगा रावा सर. Thank you so much, sir. All the very best to all the teams. तुम्ही दयाकन हांगा सर रावंड शाक विनंती. ओके. सुमेश तांक देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. Joseph Matthias hanka ek they want to announce something very special to you all. So I hand over the mic to Mr. Joseph Matthias.
एक लहान शिकलो किती हांगा सर ह्या रेवल्स वर्केर हांव हांगा सर गेले तर 30 वर्सां नोंद आसा काम करना आसा आनीक कोंकणी कार्यक्रमां तशेंच दुसरी ती जाल्यार हांगासर कार्य जाल्यार जावं ती कन्नड जावं ती तुडून जावं ती गाडी भशेन ह्या खंयच्या तरेन हांव सहकार दिवंक आसा आनी कोंकणी कार्यक्रमांक चड हांव महत्व दिता आनी हाच्या पयलें हांवें मस्त कार्यक्रम हांगासर जावं ती म्युजिकल जावं ती दुसरें नाटक हांवें हांगासर आयोजन केलां आनी ह्या वर्सा परवां एप्रिलाच्या 28 आनी एक 2 म्हयने आसात एप्रिलाच्या 28 एमिरेट्स थिएटर शेख जायद रोड एक्झिट 41.
ओके. कार्याचें 11 वांटो आसा देव बरी करूं सांगची उतरां हें कार्य 7 वर्साक हांव मुखार आपयतां. एबी टिमाचो बळवंत खंबो म्हणयेत मिस्टर लायनल डिसोजा ओवर टू यू.
जमलेल्या सवयमिस्तांक देव बरो दीस मागता. ट्रू इव्हेंट्स टीम एबी हांच्या धांवन मांडून हाडिल्ल्या DCPL दुबय कॅथोलीक प्रिमियर लीग कार्याक हजर जाल्ल्या सोमेस्तांक उपकार बावडूंक हांव खोशी व्हरतां. प्रत्येक रितीन आमच्या मदें हजर आसात मेरीट फ्रेटचे मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर मानेस जोसेफ मातायास. तुमकां आमच्या सोमेस्ता तर्फेन हांव देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. आय रिक्वेस्ट टेरिना टू गिव द मोमेंटो टू द गेस्ट. तशेंच आमचे मदें हजर आसात फिल्म प्रोड्युसर आनी रॉयल ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीसाचे मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर मानेस रोनाल्ड मार्टीस. तुमकांय आमच्या समेस्ता तर्फेन देव करूं म्हूण बरें करूं म्हणटा. हांव विनंती करतां जेसुइटा कडेन तांकां मोमेंटो दिवन आनी आमचे मदें हजर आसात दाईजी दुबय हाचे फावंडर मानेस डायन डिसोजा. तुमकांय देव बरें करूं म्हणटा सर. हांव विनंती करतां मेलिटा कडेन तुमकां मोमेंटो दिवंक. तशेंच आमचे मदें हजर आसात लेटन शिपिंग आनी ट्रू इव्हेंट्साचे मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर मानेस जॉन लॅन्सी डिसोजा. तुमकांय सर्व तर्फेन हांव देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. हांव विनंती करतां प्रिमिता कडेन तुमकां मोमेंटो दिवन तशेंच ह्या कार्याक हजर जाल्ल्या सर टिमाच्या मॅनेजरांक आनी टीम मेंबरांक देव बरें करूं. आनी ह्या कार्यांत हजर जावन ह्या कार्य बऱ्या तरान यशस्वी जावंक वावुरल्या सर टीम एबी तुमकां सगळ्यांक देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. देव बरें करूं.
माणूस लायनल तुका देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. सर्व सुखकार भोगता तुका देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. हे खरें इतलें सुबीत तरान जाय तर हांगासर वेदर आसल्या तुमी सर्वांनी आमकां सांगात दिला. तुमकां हांवें देव बरें करूं म्हणटा. तुमी आनी वेदी समधीचे शुभकार मागता. मुखलें कार्य आमी चलोवन व्हरता. देव बरें करूं. परत एक फावटी आमचे सर्व सैर्यांक घट्ट तळयाचो आवाज दिवया. तांचो पाठिंबो आमकां सदांच आसा आनी मुखारय आसतलो अशें आमी पातयेता. आनी इतल्यार आमची ट्रॉफी अनवेलिंग कार्य संपता. सगळ्यांक हांगासर आसल्यांक एक बरी खबर. जेवण तयार बार ओपनाक विसर नाकात. ते आमच्या हातांत ना. बट जेवण आयतें आसा. जेवण आयतें आसा. हांगा तावन ह्या सालांत शीदा भायर वचून रायट सायडीन मिस्चीफ आसा तेंचे दारूक ते गेल्यार थंयसर बुफे जेवण आयतें आसा. एकच विनंती सगळ्यांनी वचून जेवण जाता तितले बेगीन काणकोण पाठींवच्याक विनंती करता. अर्ध्या घंट्याची ब्रेक मात्र आमी दिता. 1:45 सांगचे सोमा आयका 1:45 आमी हांगासर लॉट्स काडटा. लॉट्स कित्याक खातीर काडटा की म्हळ्यार जेन्सांत 10 टिमां आसात मेन्सांत आनी हे 10 टेबलांनी कोण खंयच्या जाग्यार बसता म्हणल्या खातीर आमी लॉट्स काडटा. देखून 1:45 शार्प आमी हांगासर लॉट्स काडटल्या. ह्या लॉट्साक जर तर तुमी हजर नात तर तुमचे बराबर आमी लॉट्स काड तुमकां जागो अमरात कर दवरता. 1:45 शार्प हांगासर लॉट्स चलता. तुम्ही वशी येता जेवण प्रारंभ करी येता. हे सांगून नजो पूण जर तर आमच्या तर्फे आमी दोगांते गायल्यार आमकां एक लायन कट करूंक अवकाश दिया. कित्याक ना जाल्यार आमचे जायना जाल्यार कार्य प्रारंभ करूंक जायना. फकत एक टेक्निकल टीम आनी हांगासर ऑक्शनियराक मात्र एक जेवणाक एक मोदें लायन कट करूंक अवकाश दिया. पूण काल ती विनंती करून जेवणाक सुमेस्ताक हांव उलो दिता. 1:45 पाटी आमी हांगासर मेळचें. Requesting silence, please. Requesting silence, please. A quick announcements. Just before the women's auction, I had made these announcements. Once again, I will go through the announcements or the set of rules again. Rule number 1 is on the pace of the auction. Currently, we will start with the pace of auction a bit slower for the first 5-10 players so that you get an idea about how fast this goes on. And then once you know the auctioneer's speed and I know your speed, we will quickly speed up. All of you, ill attention diya. Can I have your attention please? All 10 teams. Arabian Bosco, 2 minutes please. The request is to raise your paddle completely so that the auctioneer can look at your paddle. It must be visible for the auctioneer, either Neelit Morris or me. It should be visible. Request the audience to not to interrupt during the auction, which means we have the team managers, the team owners and 2 icon players doing the auction. The audience, anybody who is not participating in this, requesting kindly do not interrupt at any given point of time. A total of 13 players, I repeat, a total of 13 players have to be bought by each team. Clear ne? There are player bid kurung awkas asa, kangong awkas asa. 14th, so the player kangong bid kurung awkas na. You cannot bid for the 14th player. Once your quota of 13 players are complete, the auction stops for you or your team. Clear? Finally, the auctioneer's decision, that is Neelit Morris or me, the auctioneer's decision will be the final one, so request you to adhere for the same. Now, this is the dashboard. We will be presenting this dashboard. Yes, perfect. This is the dashboard. Your team is displayed. The name of the team is displayed here. Number of players bought. So it is all 0 now. You can go up to a maximum of 13 players only. 14th player you will not be able to bid again. Maximum points, you have 12,000 points to do the bidding. You have points, max points here, 12,000 divided by 13. You have points available, which is 12,000 points. The next is the most important one, that is the maximum bid points. 9,600 to me, eka player bid kele, then you cannot continue with the bid. For example, the reason being, urla bara player to me bid kele, minimum base price 200. So this will be calculated, which is maximum bid points, and then we have reserve points. These are for already bought captains, right? Perfect. Okay. I hope everyone is clear. All good to go? We will start the auction now. The break will be after 1 hour 1.3. 1 hour 30 minutes. First break. So the next break will be after 90 minutes. Having said this, I wish you all the best. Select the best players you want. Make your strategies, and wishing you all the best from the AB side. All good to go? Let's have our first player, please. Just before I start the bidding for the auction, I just want to make clear that we have just uploaded all the players into the software, and the software is randomly choosing which player comes when. So none of us, including the organizers, know which player comes first, which player comes second. It's all based on the app. So you've got the team list, have a look at the same. Let's begin the auction with Raymond Johnson D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Do we have any bids? Opening bid for 200, please. Across the room, anybody for 200? If it's a yes, then you've got to raise your paddle. If no one, we've got team TS. Can you turn the elation one? This one. Perfect. Team TS. TS11 starting with the base price 200. Perfect. 200 it is. 200 it is. Anybody else for 200? TS11 200. TS11 200. If no one, then I'll close the bid. A fair warning that nobody else is bidding. 200 base price. TS11 goes once. TS11 goes twice. And the first player gets sold at 200, TS11, congratulations. Can we have the second player, please? Kiran Philip D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200, any bidders? 200, any bidders? 200, any bidders? TS again, 200, TS with 200. TS with 200, TS with 200, TS with 200. You can have only 13 players, TS 200, TS 200. Here you go. Ocean Cricketers 300, Ocean Cricketers 300, Ocean Cricketers 300, Ocean Cricketers 300, Ocean Cricketers 300. 400, 400 with TS, 400 TS, 400 TS, 400 TS, 400 TS. If nobody's going with TS, competing against TS, then TS goes once with 400. TS goes twice with 400. TS goes twice with 400. Ocean with 500. Ocean Cricketers 500. 500 Ocean Cricketers. Ocean Cricketers 500. Ocean Cricketers 500. Ocean Cricketers 500. A fair warning, nobody's going for it. I'll close the bid. 500 it is. 600. Team Shalom 600. 600 Team Shalom, welcome into the bid. Team Shalom 600. Team Shalom 600. 600. 700 TS. 700 TS. 700 TS. 700 TS, 700 TS, anybody else bidding? Mind you, the players with TS for 700. 700, nobody else is bidding. 700, fair warning. We go with 700 TS once, 700 TS twice, and 700 TS 3 times sold to TS. Congratulations. You have the next player. The next player goes Sachin Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Let the bid begin. 200 is the base price. 200 it is. Nobody raising for 200. I give you 5 more seconds to decide. If not, we will have to proceed. Nobody raising. Opening bid from Blenders for 200. Opening bid for Blenders 200. Blenders 200. Blenders 200. Blenders, and here you have Shalom 300. Shalom 300. Shalom 300. 300 from Shalom. 400 Blenders. 400 Blenders, please. 400 Blenders. 400 Blenders. 400 Blenders. 400 Blenders. 400 Blenders.
Ukol tana yago sinukol makadista. Thank you.
400 Blenders. 400 Blenders. Here you go. 400 Blenders. Anybody else? 400 Blenders it is. 400 Blenders. If no one, if you're wanting 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom it is. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. If you're wanting, let me close the bid. 500 Shalom once. We've got Blenders. Blenders again with 600. 600 Blenders. 600 Blenders. 600 Blenders. 600 Blenders once. 600 Blenders twice. If you're wanting, I'm closing the bid. 600 Blenders 3 times sold. Right, moving on to the next one. Desmond Norona, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. 200 for Desmond. Any bidders in the hall? 200, any bidders in the hall? 200, any bidders in the hall? 200. 200 base price, any bidders? If no bidders, I will have to move on. I'll scan through the hall once again. No bidders. The player can go unsold once. The bidding begins. Welcome B-Town. B-Town with 200 base price. 200 base price. B-Town. 200 base price. B-Town. B-Town 200. 200 again. 200 one more time. If no one, let me close the bid. 200 for B-Town once. 200 for B-Town. Here you go. Welcome to the team Viking. That is 300. Bidding for 300 Viking. 300. 300. 300. 300 Viking. 300 Viking once. 300 Viking twice. I give you a fair warning. If not raised, I'm closing it. B-Town for 400. 400 again. 400 for B-Town. 400 it is. 400. 400. Nobody raising the bar. 400. 400 once. 400 twice. If no one raised 400, we close the deal at 400. 403 players sold. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player. We have Jackson Anthony D'Souza. Batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bids for 200? There's Jackson. 200 it is. Any bidders? Anyone bidding? Anyone bidding? No one? I go with the player unsold. If no one's bidding, I go with the player unsold. Fair warning across the ground. No one. Unsold option once. Unsold call twice. And Jackson goes unsold 3. Player goes unsold. Can we have the next player, please? You've got Inish Roger or Einish. Inish or Einish? Einish it is. Okay. Right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? 200 TS. 200 for TS, 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 300 Viking, 300 Viking, 300 Viking, 300 Viking, 400 TS, 400 TS, 400 TS, 500, 500 Viking, 500 Viking, 500 Viking, 500 Viking. The player's not with you, TS, good, 500 it is. Anybody else entering the bid? If no one's entering into the bid, 500 TS goes once. 500 for Viking twice. 600. 600 TS back again. 600 TS back again. 600 TS back again. Come on, anybody else? 600 TS is back again. Anyone else? Rough scan. Anyone else? No one. 600 TS. I go with first call. 600 TS first call. 600 TS. Second call. A final fair warning. Viking, the player is not with you. For 600, the player is not with you. For 600, closing the bid. TS, congratulations. Player sold. Ritesh D'Souza, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, left-arm bowler for 200. Bid begins. For Ritesh, 200. Across the hall, anyone bidding? Anyone bidding? Raising their paddle. Perfect. We've got DXP Kudla, 100, 200. Kudla 200. DXP Kudla 200. DXP Kudla 200. DXP Kudla 200. DXP Kudla 200 goes once. We've got Team Spartans, Team Planet Air. So 300, 400 Planet Air, 400 Planet Air, 400 Planet Air. 400 Planet Air, 400 Planet Air, 400 Planet Air. Anybody else bidding? Anybody else bidding? If none, 400 Planet Air goes once, 500 for Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla goes once, 500 DXP Kudla goes twice. A fair warning, I'm closing the bid. 500 DXP Kudla sold. Next player, Derek D'Souza, all-rounder. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200 base price. Anyone bidding? Anyone bidding? Anyone bidding? If none, then I will close the bid. For base price 200, nobody bidding. Unsold. Auction goes once. Unsold goes twice. If no one's bidding, let me close the auction with the player going unsold. Next player, please. Unsold or Jaswin D'Souza, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, all-rounder. Opening bid 200. Anybody with 200? Anybody with 200? Anybody with 200? All right. Once again, looks like it's going to be unsold. It's your choice. It's your call. 200. Nobody's bidding for 200. Player goes unsold once. Player goes unsold twice, and a fair warning that the player will go unsold. Final, the player goes unsold. Moving on. The next player, please. Rexon D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, base price 200 points. For 200 points, anybody raising their bar? Anybody would like to come into the auction? 200 base points. If none, again, I will have to close and move forward. Nobody raising their paddle. The player will go unsold. Viking enters into the bid with base price 200. Viking 200. It is 200 Viking. 200 Viking. 200 Viking goes once. 200 Viking twice. And if nobody is raising the paddle, let me close the round with 200 Viking 3 sold. Alright, just to get into the dashboard, TS11 has 3 players. You got to scroll up a bit. Lionel. You will have to scroll up a bit. Right, TS11 with 3 players. Arabian Boscos none. Blenders 1. Planet Air none. Team Spartans none. Only Kudla with 1, P-Town with 1, and Viking with 1. The number of players are clear. Sorted? No questions, right? Alright, let's move on to the next player, please. Dishant Joshua Coelho, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler. Let the bid begin. Let the bid begin. Anybody bidding for 200. 200 it is, base price. No one raising their bar for 200. If no one's bidding the bar for 200, I'm more than happy to close the bid. 200, no one. Alright, Team Shalom. Team Shalom opens the bid. Thank you, Shalom. Team Shalom, 200 it is. If nobody is raising the bar, then 200, Team Shalom goes once. Team Spartans, 300. Blenders, 400. 400 blenders. 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 Nobody else is raising the bar. Let me close the bid. 400 blenders goes once. 400 blenders goes twice. And player sold for 400 blenders. Thank you. Alright, moving on to the next player. We have Vimal D'Souza. All-rounder right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, winning a bidding prize at 200. Any bids for Vimal? 200 it is. Any bids? If no bids, would like to close the bid. The player will go unsold once. The player will go unsold twice. And if nobody is raising their paddle, with a fair warning, the player goes unsold. We've got Tyson Wilson Rodello, all-rounder. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, base price 200. Anybody raising for 200? Other player goes unsold. Unsold Nakai. Spartans 200. Spartans 200. 200 Arabian Bosco. 300 Arabian Bosco. 300 Boscos. 300 Bosco. 300 Arabian Bosco. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 500 Arabian Bosco. 500 Arabian Bosco. 500 Arabian Bosco. 600 Spartans. 600 Spartans. 600 Spartans. If nobody, then 600 Spartans. 700. 700 Arabian Bosco. 700 Arabian Bosco. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 900 Bosco. 900 Bosco. 900 Boscos. 900 Boscos. 1,000. First player to cross 1,000. 1,000 Spartans. 1,000 Spartans. 1,200 it is. 1,200 with AB. 1,200 AB. 1,400 Spartans. 1,400. 1,600. 1,600 ABs. 1,600 ABs. 1,600 ABs. 1,600 Arabian Boscos. 1,600 Bosco. 1,800 Kudla. 1,800 DXP Kudla. 1,800 DXP Kudla. 1,800. 2,000. 2,000 it is for Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos. The fair one, 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes once. 2,200 for blenders. 2,200 blenders. 2,200 blenders. 2,200 for blenders. 2,200 blenders. Anybody else bidding? 2,400. 2,400 TS. Welcome TS into the team. 2,000. 2,600. 2,600 blenders. 2,600 blenders. 2,800 TS. 2,800 TS. 3,000 for blenders. Well done. 3,000 for blenders. 3,000 is for blenders. Well done. 3,200 TS. 3,200 TS. 3,400 Arabian. 3,600 blenders. 3,600 blenders. 3,600 blenders. 3,800 TS. 4,000 Arabian Boscos. 4,200 TS 11. 4,200 TS 11. 4,200. 4,200 it is. 4,200 it is. 4,400 Viking, 4,600 Arabian Boscos, 4,600, 4,800, 4,800, 11, 5,000 Viking, 5,200 Arabian Boscos, 5,400 blenders, 5,600 TS, 5,600, 5,800 Arabian Boscos, 5,800, 5,800 Arabian Boscos, 5,800, 6,000 blenders! And that's a 6,000 for blenders! 6,000 for blenders again, 6,000 for blenders. Do we have more? 6,000 for blenders, and that goes with 6,200 TS11, 6,200, 6,400 blenders, 6,400 blenders, 6,400 blenders, 6,600 TS11, 6,600 TS11. Do we have more? 6,600 with blend, 6,600 with TS. Blenders, you don't have the player yet. You don't have the player yet. You don't have the player yet. There you go, 6,800 it is. 6,800 for with blenders. Anybody else pitching in? 6,800 it is. 6,800. 6,800 goes once for blenders. 6,800 for blenders. 7,000. 7,000 points for TS. 7,000 points for TS. 7,000 points for TS. 7,000 points for TS. Anybody else? Anybody else? 7,200 blenders. 7,200 blenders. 7,200 blenders. A fair warning across all tables. I will have to move on with the auction. So 7,200. 7,200 blenders once. 7,400 TS. 7,400 TS. 7,400 TS. 7,400 TS. Blenders, you don't have Tyson yet. You don't have Tyson yet. Tyson Wilson Rodello, 7,400 TS11. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders. 7,600 blenders goes once. 7,800 TS11. 7,800 TS11. 7,800 TS11. 7,800 goes once. 8,000! 8,000 with blenders. Queen, Zauna. 8,000 with blenders. 8,000 with blenders. 8,000 with blenders. 8,200 TS11. 8,200 blenders. TS11. 8,200 TS11. 8,200 TS11. 8,200. All right. With the final fair warning, we go with 8,200 TS11. First call. 8,200 TS11. Second call. 8,400 blenders. 8,400 blenders. 8,400 blenders. 8,400 blenders. TS11, you do not have Tyson yet. You do not have Tyson yet. Anybody else? Anybody else? If none, we have blenders at 8,400. With 8,400, blenders. With blenders at 8,400. None of others, a quick sweep, nobody? All right, with blenders, 8,400 goes once. With blenders, 8,400 goes twice. And 8,600. 8,600. Killer. 8,600. With 8,600, it's TS11. 8,600 goes once. 8,600 goes twice. Blenders, do you want me to hold or pass? 8,600. Final warning. 8,600. With the final warning, blenders. There you go, it's 8,800. 8,800 blenders. 8,800 blenders. 8,800 blenders. 8,800 blenders. 8,800 blenders. TS kill. 8,800. Ingina points. I calculate monthly. Points. Okay, so we can't proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, with the highest that you can go for a player, with the highest limitation you can go for a player, this player, which is Tyson Wilson Rodello, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, goes for 8,800 Blenders Cricket Club. Congratulations! And another killer player I don't know. All right. moving on with the next player, we've got Roswell Montero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders in the hall? We will have to move a bit quickly. Any bidders in the hall? Do we have any bidders in the hall? None, none, none. If you do not have anybody, we've got a base price of 200. Team Shalom, base price 200. Team Shalom, base price 200. 300 Spartans, 300 Spartans. 400, 400 BS, 400 BS, 500 Shalom, 500 Shalom, 500 Shalom, 500 Shalom, B-Town, sorry. 500 Shalom, 500 Shalom, 500, 600 Viking, 600 Viking, 600 Viking, 600 Viking, 600 Viking goes once, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom. 700 Shalom. Alright, a fair warning across the hall. I'm closing this with 700. 700 goes once. 700 goes twice. And if nobody's raising their paddle, 700 goes twice. Congratulations, Shalom. Moving on to the next player. Princeton D'Souza. Princeton D'Souza, bowler. Right-hand batsman. Right arm bowler. Opening for 200. 200 is the bid. 200 is the base price, 200 it is. Anybody at 200? Anybody at 200? If none, we'll have to move forward with 200. Nobody, the player will go unsold for 200. Nobody raising the pile. Unsold goes once. 200 base price, Shalom. 200 base price, Shalom. Shalom, 200 base price. 200 base price, Shalom. 200 base price, Shalom. Nobody raises the bar for 300. Alright, 200 base price Shalom, 200 base price Shalom once, 200 Shalom twice, and 200 Shalom thrice. Players, sir, congratulations, Shalom, congratulations. Moving on to the next player, with Kiran Anthony DeCosta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, 200 base price. Do we have any bidders? Do we have any bidders? If no bidders, we'll have to go with the player unsold. We've got Viking coming in and starting the bid for 200. Viking with 200. Viking 200. Viking 200. Spartans at 300. Spartans at 300. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans. Everybody else jumping in. 300 Spartans. If none, we'll have to close the bid. 300 Spartans. 300 Spartans goes once. 300 Spartans goes twice. And if nobody is raising the bar, then 300 Spartans goes thrice. So, thank you. Alright, moving on to the next one. We have Daniel De Silva, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening the bid at 200. Anybody bidding for 200? 200 it is. If none, then I have to go for unsold. Is it none? Scanning across the room. Opening the bid at B-Town, 200. 200, welcome into the team, 200, 200 for bidding, 200, 300, 300 TS, 300 TS, TS goes at 300, TS 300, TS is at 300, TS is at 300, 300 for TS, 300 for TS, 300 for TS, 300 for TS, 400 B-Town, 400 B-Town, 400 B-Town, 400 B-Town it is, 400 B-Town, 400 B-Town, closing in at 400 B-Town, 500 TS, 500 TS, 500 TS, 500 TS, 500 TS, 500 TS it is, 500 TS it is. If none, we'll have to close the 500, 500 TS, 500 TS goes once, 500 TS goes twice, and for a price of 500, 600 it is, 600 B-Town, 600 B-Town, 600 B-Town, 600 B-Town once, 600 B-Town twice, and with the first scan, fair warning, 600 B-Town, done deal, sold. Moving on to the next player. We will have Austin Cletus Krasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200. 200 base price. We're opening the bid with Blenders, 200. Blenders, 200. Blenders, 200. Nobody else coming into the bid with 300 TS. 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 400 blenders, 400 blenders, 400 blenders, 400 blenders, 500 shalom, 500 shalom, 500, 600 blenders, 600 blenders, 600 blenders, 600 blenders. Why? Points cross. Okay. So what's the last bit? 500 shalom, 500 shalom, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans. A quick scan. 600 Spartans, nobody raising the ball left to close. 700 Kudla, 700 Kudla, 700 Kudla, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans. What do you mean you can't go? If you go till 2,200, how are you going to buy the remaining players? The base price, right? We have 4,400. Correct. You have 4,400. 1 second. This all questions. There's this man, Presley. Come here. bowler okay. Aka pura to. Good to go? Okay, back to the auction, please. Currently, the standing is 800 at Team Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. 800 Spartans. Anybody else? Anybody else raising the bar? 900 it is Kudla. 900 with Kudla. 900 EXP Kudla. 1000 with Spartans. Well done. 1000 with Spartans. 1000 with Spartans. 1000 it is with Spartans. 1000 is with Spartans. 1000 with Spartans. You don't have the player yet. 1000 with Spartans, 1000 with Spartans, 1200, 1200 with Kudla, 1200 with Kudla, 1200 with Kudla, 1200 with Kudla. If none is raising, let me close the bid. 1200, 1400, 1600, 1600 with Ocean Cricketers, 1800 Shalom, 1800 Shalom, 1800, 2000 with Ocean Cricketers, 2200 Viking, 2200 Viking, 2400 Shalom, 2600 Viking, 2600 Viking, 2800 Shalom, 2800 Shalom, 3000 Warriors, 3000 Warriors, 3200 Ocean, 3400 Viking, 3400 Viking, 3600 Shalom, 3600 Shalom, 3800 Viking, 3800, 3800 Viking, 4000 Shalom, 4000 Shalom, well done. 4,000 Shalom, 4,000 Shalom, 4,000 Shalom, 4,200 Viking, 4,400 Shalom, 4,400 Shalom, 4,400 Shalom, 4,400 Shalom, 4,400 Shalom, 4,600, 4,600, Ocean, 4,800 Viking, 4,800 Viking, 4,800 Viking, 4,800 Viking, 5,000 Team Shalom, 5,000 Team Shalom, 5,000 Team Shalom, 5,000 Team Shalom, well done Team Shalom, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 Shalom, 5,000 Shalom, 5,000 Shalom, 5,200 Viking, 5,200 Viking, 5,200 Viking, 5,200 Viking, nobody going forward, 5,200, 5,400 Shalom, well done Shalom, 5,400, 5,400 it is, 5,400, a fair scan, a fair warning, 5,400, if not let me close the bid at 5,400, 5,400 Shalom goes once. 5,400 Shalom goes twice. With a fair warning, closing the deal at 5,400 Shalom sold. Moving on to the next player. We've got Steve D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman and left-arm bowler, opening bid 200 for Steve. Anybody bidding? For Steve, 200 base price, anybody? 200 base price, anyone? 200 base price, 200 base price, 200 base price. There you go. Ocean Cricketers, Ocean Cricketers 200, Ocean Cricketers 200, Ocean Cricketers 200. Ocean Cricketers 200, Ocean Cricketers 200, Ocean Cricketers 200, Ocean Cricketers 200. Anybody else? Ocean Cricketers 200, Kudla with 300, Kudla 300, 300 Kudla, 300 Kudla, 300 Kudla. 300 Kudla, Ocean Cricketers, you don't have them. 300 to 400, 400 to 500, 500 TS, 500 TS, 500 TS. TS at 500, TS at 500, anybody else at 500, anybody else wants to do it 600, TS at 500, TS at 500. If nobody is bidding more, TS 600, 600 ocean, 600 ocean, 600 ocean cricketers, 600 ocean cricketers. If none, then 600 ocean cricketers goes once. TS, you don't have the player yet. We've got Planet L entering into the bid for 700 Planet S, 700 Planet L, 700 Planet L. Ocean, you don't have the player yet. 700 it is, 700 it is. 700 goes once. 800 it is, 800 for Oceans, 800 for Ocean, 800 for Ocean. Anybody else bidding? If none, 800 for Ocean goes once. 800 for Ocean goes twice. 900 for Planet Air, 900 Planet Air, 900 Planet Air once. 900 Planet Air twice. 1000 it is. 1000 for Ocean Cricket. Very good. 1000 Ocean Cricket goes once. 1000 Ocean Cricketers. If none, I'll take the call. 1000 it is. 1000 goes once. And 1000 goes twice. Yeah, Barbara. We've got 1200 Planet Air, 1200 Planet Air, 1200 Planet Air, 1200 Planet Air. Anybody more than 1200? Anybody raising your paddle? 1200, 1400 it is. Ocean Cricketers 1400, 1400 Ocean Cricketers 1400, 1400 Planet Air. You don't have the player yet. You don't have the player yet. 1400 they have the player. 1400. 1400, alright, 1400 goes once, 1400 goes twice, and if nobody's raising, 1600 again, 1600 it is, 1600 well done, 1600 well done, 1600 it is, 1600 Planet Air once, 1600 Planet Air twice, 1800 it is, 1800 Ocean Cricketers, 1800 once, 1800 twice. With a fair warning, let me close the deal. 1800, 2000 it is. Planet Air goes for 2000, 2000 it is. Planet Air, 2000 it is for 2000. 2000 it is here. 2000, Planet Air goes once. 2000, Planet Air goes twice. 2200 it is for Ocean. 2200 Ocean, 2200 Ocean, 2200 Ocean. 2200 Ocean goes once. 2200 Ocean goes twice. And with a fair warning, closing the bid for 2200. Congratulations, Ocean Cricketers, 2200. Well done. Mitesh Neil Krasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Do we have any bidders? Do we have any bidders? If no bidders in the next 5 seconds, let me close the bid with unsold. So I give you 5 seconds. If nobody is raising the paddle, the player goes unsold. So no opening bidders. The player goes unsold once, twice, player unsold. Moving on to the next player. We have Prakash D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. ओडोतो एक पडेला कोण पर ट्रॉफी मुखार होता त्यांचे कंड पडेता इग्नाइल मुखार येता opening bid 200. Anybody bidding for 200? Oppa trophy ka dilo okay 200. Shalom comes in with 200. Anybody else? 200. Anybody wants to bid for 300? If no, we'll close the bid. 300 it is. 300 with Arvind Boscos. 300 Arvind Boscos. 300 Arvind Boscos. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. 400 Shalom. 500 Arvind Boscos. 500, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 700 Arvind Boscos, 700 Arvind Boscos, 800 Shalom, 800 Shalom, 800 Shalom, 800 Shalom, 800 Shalom, 900 Arvind Boscos, 900 Arvind Boscos, 1000 with Shalom, 1000 with Shalom, 1200 with Arvind Boscos, 1200, 1400, 1400 Shalom, 1400 Shalom, 1400 Shalom, 1400 Shalom, 1600 Arvind Boscos, 1600, 1800, 1800 Shalom, 1800 Shalom, 1800 Shalom, 1800 Shalom, 1800 Shalom. Any more bidders? 1800 Shalom. If not, a fair warning, 1800 1,800 Team Shalom, I'll be able to close the bid. 1,800, a fair warning. Warning goes once, 1,800 goes twice, and if no one else is bidding, 2,000 for Ocean Cricketers, 2,000 Ocean Cricketers, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom, 2,200 Shalom goes once, 2,200 Shalom goes twice, and if nobody is bidding, with a fair warning, 2,200 Shalom, 2,400, 2,400 it is, 2,600 Shalom, 2,600 Shalom, 2,600 Shalom goes once, 2,600 Shalom goes twice, 2,600 goes Shalom, thrice player sold, congratulations. Moving on to the next player. Rajesh Alvarez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, 200. Let the bidding begin. I give you 5 seconds to open the bid. We've got Viking opening the bid at 200, Viking opening the bid at 200, anybody else? Viking 200, Viking opening the bid at 200. We have 300, 300 at B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town. I will be closing the bid if nobody is raising their paddle. 300 B-Town once, 400 Viking, 400 Viking, 400 Viking, 400 Viking, 400 Viking once, 400 Viking twice, and 400 Viking players sold. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player. We've got Vikas Rodriguez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200, Vikas for 200, any bidders? If not, in 5 seconds I'll be closing the bid. We've got 200 base price Spartans and 300 Viking, 300 Viking, 300 Viking, 400 Arabian Boscos, 400 Boscos, 500 TS, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 700 TS, 700 TS, 700 TS, 700 TS, 800 Boscos, 800 Boscos, 900 Spartans, 900 Spartans, 900 Boscos, 1,000 Arabian Bosco, 1,000 Boscos, 1,000 Boscos, 1,000 Boscos, 1,000 with Boscos, 1,200 with Kudla, 1,200 Kudla, 1,200 Kudla. Anybody else? 1,200 Kudla, 1,200 Kudla, 1,400 Boscos, 1,400 Boscos, 1,400 Boscos, 1,600 Planet, 1,600 Planet, 1,600 Planet, 1,600, 1,800, 1,800 Kudla, 1,800 Kudla, 1,800, 2,000 Viking, 2,000 Viking, 2,000 Viking, 2,000 Viking, 2,000 Viking, 2,200 TS, 2,200 TS, 2,200 TS, 2,200 TS. Kudla, you don't have the player yet. DXB Kudla, you don't have the player yet. 2,400 Viking, 2,400 Viking, 2,400 Viking, 2,400 Viking, 2,400 Viking, 2,600 Kudla, 2,600 Kudla, 2,600 Kudla, 2,600 Kudla, 2,600 Kudla, 2,600 Kudla. Anybody else? If not, I'll be closing the bid for 2,600. Any more bidders? 2,600 once, 2,600 twice, 2,800, 2,800 B-Town, 2,800 B-Town, 2,800 B-Town, 3,000 Viking, 3,000 Viking, 3,000 Viking, well done, 3,000 Viking, 3,000 Viking, well done, 3,000 Viking. Anybody else? 3,000 Viking. All right, 3,000 Viking goes once, 3,000 Viking goes twice. A fair warning. 3,200 B-Town, 3,200 B-Town, 3,200 B-Town, 3,200 B-Town once, 3,200 B-Town twice, 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla. Welcome back into the bid. 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla, 3,400 Kudla goes once, 3,400 Kudla goes twice, and 3,600 Viking, 3,600 Viking, 3,600 Viking, 3,600 Viking, 3,600 Viking once, 3,000 Viking second, 3,600, 3,800 B-Town, 3,800 B-Town, 3,800 B-Town, 3,800 B-Town. Can we have a 4,000? 3,800 B-Town. Can we have a 4,000? 3,800 B-Town. All right. With a fair warning across the room, 3,800 B-Town goes once. 3,800 goes twice. None raise the paddle. For 3,800 B-Town sword. Alright, it's me taking a short break. We'll welcome Munich Morris on the stage to do the auction here. Let's give also a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Werner. Dear owners, you need sufficient amount of players to participate in this tournament, so kindly do the mindful choice. Can we have the next player, please? We have Lionel Avid D'Souza, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, left-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Lionel? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. We have Team Spartans raising for 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up? The player is with Team Spartans. Do we have any paddles going up? DXP Kudla. We have DXP Kudla for 300 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Lionel? Alright. Alright, I don't see any paddles going up. I call it once for Mr. Lionel. I call it twice for Mr. Lionel. And the player is sold out. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Lloyd Nicol D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have any paddles going up? The base point starts with 200 for Mr. Lloyd Nicol D'Souza. Do we have any paddles going up? Fair warning across the hall for Lloyd. I call it once for Mr. Lloyd. Do we have any paddles going up? Is there any race? I call it twice. And the player will remain unsold. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Lawrence Montero, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Lawrence? Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Lawrence? We have Viking Warriors Hospate raising for 200 points. We have Arabian Boscos for 300 points. We have Team Shalom for 400 points. We have Viking Warriors Hospate for 500 points. 400 points. Arabian Boscos raising for 500 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Lawrence? I call it once. I call it twice. Viking Warriors raising it for 600 points. Do we have any paddles going up? It's not with you, Arabian Boscos, it's with Viking Warriors. I call it once. We have Planet Air bidding for 700 points. The player is not with you, Viking Warriors. The player is with Planet Air for 700 points. Do we have any bids coming up? Alright, I call it once. Fair warning across the hall. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to Planet Air. Congratulations. Can we have the next player, please? Nivesh Ritesh Tellis, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Nivesh? Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Nivesh? We have Arabian Boscos raising for 200 points. We have B-Town raising for 300 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Nivesh and all-rounder? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice for Nivesh. We have Planetaire and Team Spartans. 500 for Team Spartans. We have Viking Warriors for 600 points. Fair warning across the hall. It's 600 with Viking Warriors Hospit. We have Team Shalom for 700 points for Nivesh. 700 points. We have Viking Warriors bidding for 800 points. We have Planetaire bidding for 900 points. Viking Warriors. 1,200 with TS11. Viking Warriors 1,400 for Nivesh. Planetaire 1,600. 1,000. It's with Viking 1,800. TS11 and it's 2,000. Viking Warriors raising for 2,200. Do we have any paddles? We have Planetaire Spartans. So 2,600. Viking Warriors 2,800 for Nivesh. Team Spartans raising for 3,000 points. Viking Warriors for 3,200 for Nivesh. Do we have any paddles? Arabian Boscos for 3,400. Fair warning across the hall for everyone. Mr. Nivesh with Arabian Boscos for 3,400. Do we have any bids coming in? I call it once for Nivesh. Viking Warriors bidding for 3,600. Do we have any raise? Arabian Boscos 3,800 for Nivesh. 3,800 for Nivesh. It's with Arabian Boscos. Fair warning across the hall. Do we have any more bids coming in? For all-rounder Nivesh Tellis. Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. Viking Warriors, they raised first. 4,000. 4,000 with Viking Warriors. Do we have any bids coming in? You still have time. Fair warning across the hall. Alright, I call it once for 4,000. Do we have any raise? All done? $200. 4,200 for Nivesh. We have Viking Warriors for 4,400. 4,400. Do we have any bids coming in? Fair warning across the hall. It's not with you Team Spartans, it's with Viking Warriors. Do we have any raise? Team Spartans, do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to Viking Warriors. Congratulations. Alright, can we have the next player please? Mr. De Silva Nishan, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base points start with 200. We have Arabian Boscos raising for 200. Team Spartans for 400. Do we have any paddles coming up? Arabian Boscos for 600. 400, yeah. Team Spartans for 600. 500, sorry. Arabian Boscos for 600. Do we have any paddles coming up? Team Spartans for 700. Arabian Boscos for 800. Team Spartans for 900. It's not with your team Arabian Boscos, it's with, okay, team Arabian Boscos raising for 1,000. Do we have any raise? An all-rounder, De Silva Nishan. It's not with you, Team Spartans. Okay, we have 1,200 Team Spartans. Arabian Boscos, 1,400. Fair warning across the hall. Do we have any raise? All done? Fair warning. It's not with your Team Spartans. Okay, we have DXP Kudla, 1,600. 1,600, the player is with DXP Kudla. Arabian Boscos, 1,800. The player is not with you, DXP Kudla, it's with Arabian Boscos. The player is with Arabian Bosco Legends. Do we have any raise? Alright, I call it once. We have DXP Kudla bidding for 2,000. Arabian Bosco Legends, do you want to have a raise? Okay, I call it once. I call it twice. And Arabian Boscos for 2,200. 2,200 with Arabian Bosco Legends. Do we have any bids coming in? Fair warning across the hall. Alright, I call it once. Is there any bids coming in for De Silva Nishan? I call it twice. And the player is sold out to Arabian Bosco Legends. Can we have the next player, please? We have Royston Russell Lewis, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids for Mr. Royston? Base points 200. Do we have any bids? Alright, I call it once. The player will remain unsold. The player will remain unsold. Okay, we have Planetaire bidding for 200 points. 200 points. We have Planetaire for Mr. Royston. Any paddles coming up? Fair warning. Alright, okay, we have Ocean Cricketers. Ocean Cricketers for 300. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Royston? Alright, I call it once. Planetaire bidding for 400 points. Ocean Cricketers for 500 points. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Royston? The player is with Ocean Cricketers for 500 points. Do we have any bids coming in? Planetaire for 600 points for Mr. Royston, an all-rounder. The player is not with the Ocean Cricketers, it's with Planetaire. Do we have a bid? Ocean Cricketers for 700 points. Ocean Cricketers has the player for 700 points. Do we have any bids coming in? Alright, I call it once. We have Planetaire for 800 points. Planetaire bidding for 800 points. Ocean Cricketers bidding for 900 points. The player is not with you, Planetaire. It's with Ocean Cricketers. Do we have a bid? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Can we have the next player, please? It's Mr. Cleveland Lovell, a batsman, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have a bid? Arabian Boscos bidding for 200. Viking Warriors bidding for 300. Do we have any paddles coming up? Arabian Boscos for 400. Arabian Boscos for 400. Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Can we have the next player, please? Alright, we have Mr. Viran D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids for Mr. Viran? We have Team Spartans bidding for 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Viran? I call it once. We have Team Shalom bidding for 300 points.
Team Spartans.
Team Spartans bidding for 400 points. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Viran? We have Team Shalom raising for 500 points. Team Spartans raising for 600 points. Team Shalom, the player is not with you. It's with Team Spartans for 600 points. I call it once. We have Team Shalom bidding for 700 points. Team Spartans, the player is not with you. I call it once. I call it. We have Team Spartans raising for 800. I call it once. It's with. We have Viking Warriors raising for 900 points for Mr. Viran, an all-rounder. Do we have any bids coming in? Team Spartans raising for 1,000 points. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Viran? I call it once. I call it twice, and the player is sold out.
Right, here's the dashboard. Let's quickly have a look at the dashboard. We've got 10 teams. PS has 3 players, Arabian Boscos have 2, Blenders have 3, Planet has 1, Team Spartans with 2, Ocean Cricketers with 2, DXB Kudla 2, B-Town 3, Team Shalom 4, and Viking at 3. Have a look at your points as well. Your purse value should be something that you should be worried off, because you're going to have 13 players at the end of it. As promised, we'll have a break at 3:30. We've got 25 minutes, so without wasting more time, let's go on to the next player. Can we have the next player, please? Alright. Moving in with Joyson Costa, batsman, right arm batsman and right arm bowler. Right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Any bidding for 200? Base price 200. Any bids? 5 more seconds, no bids, we'll have to close the deal. We've got the opening bid for Blenders with 200. Opening bid Blenders 200. Opening bid Blenders 200. Anybody else? 200 Blenders, 300 is TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? If not, 300 TS, 300 TS. With 300 TS, I go once. With 300 TS, I go twice. And 400, 400 it is for B-Town. 400 B-Town, 400 B-Town. Anybody else? 400 B-Town? If none, 400 B-Town goes once. 400 B-Town goes twice. And the final fair warning. If none, we'll close the deal. If none, we'll close the deal at 400 for B-Town. 400 B-Town once, 400 B-Town twice, and player sold. Congratulations. Moving on with the next player, please. The next player is Kiran Motero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Anybody for the base price? 200. Anybody base price? 200 base price. If none, we'll have to close the deal for 200. None base price. Arabian Boscos. Arabian Boscos for 200 base price. 200 base price. Arabian Boscos. Arabian Boscos 200. 300 Blenders. 300 Blenders. 300 Blenders it is. 300 Blenders for 300 Blenders. If none, I go with the first call. 300 Blenders. 300 Blenders. 300 Blenders. 300 Blenders once. 300 blenders twice. And with none, raising 300 blenders. Players sold. Congratulations, blenders. 300 players sold. Moving on to the next player, that is Vinay Prakash D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, base price 200 for Vinay. Anybody bidding for Vinay? Spartans opening bid 200, Spartan opening bid 200. Opening bid 200 Spartans. Anybody else? Opening bid Spartans 200. 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 300 TS, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans it is, 400 Spartans it is. Do we have more? 400 Spartans it is. If not, we'll close the deal at 400. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans goes once. 400 Spartans goes twice. With a fair warning to close, 500 it is. Shalom enters into the bid. Welcome Shalom. 600 it is again for Spartans. Back to Spartans. 600 back to Spartans for 600. Back to Spartans. Spartans have the player at 600. Shalom, you don't have the player yet. 600 it is. 600. 600 for Shalom goes, sorry, for Spartans goes once. 600 for Spartans goes twice. 700 with Shalom, 800 with Ocean, 800 with Ocean Cricketers, 800 Ocean Cricketers it is, 800 Ocean Cricketers, 800 Ocean Cricketers, welcome to the bid Ocean, 800 it is, 800, 900 Spartans, 900 Spartans, 900 Spartans it is, 900 Spartans, anybody else? Anybody else? A scan through the room, nobody bids more than this, we close the deal at 900, we close the deal at 900, Team Spartans goes once. 900 closing the deal for Team Spartans goes twice. And for 900 Spartans, player sold. Moving on to the next player. Vishant D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200 base points. For 200 base points, ladies and gentlemen, anybody raising their paddle? Anybody raising the paddle? None raising the paddle will lead to unsold player. So we go with unsold once, unsold twice, and a fair warning that the player will go unsold. Unsold thrice, player goes unsold. Unsold. Alright, moving on with Godwin D'Souza. Godwin D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid begins at 200, 200 opening bid. Team Shalom, thank you. 200 bid Team Shalom, Shalom 200. 200 Shalom, 200 Shalom, 300 Viking, 400 Arabian Boscos, 400 Boscos, 500 Viking, 500 Viking, 600 TS, 600 TS, 600, 700 Viking, 800 Boscos, 800 Boscos, 800 Boscos, 800 Boscos, 900 Shalom, 1000 with Viking, 1000 Viking, well done, 1000 Viking, 1000 Viking, 1000 Viking, 1000 Viking, 1000 Viking, 1000 Viking goes once, 1000 Viking goes twice. And the fair and the final warning that the 1000 Viking will take away the player. Shalom, you don't have the player. 1000 it is for Viking. Ladies and gentlemen, selling the player Godwin for 1000 with Viking sold. Moving on to the next player. We've got Glenn Warren Fernandez, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Glenn, let the bid begin for 200 base price. Any bidders for 200? Any bidders? 200. Any bidders? I give you 5 seconds to choose. If not, I will go down unsold auction. Opening bid from B-Town, 200 it is. Thank you. 200 it is. 200 from B-Town. 200 B-Town it is. 200 B-Town. 200 B-Town goes once. 200 B-Town goes twice. And a final warning if none. 200 goes to B-Town. Anybody said anything? 200 B-Town sold. I got a point in here. Naveen D'Souza with an Indian jersey. Batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? If none, I give you 5 seconds to close the deal. We'll go with the player unsold. No bidders. Unsold auction once, unsold auction twice, and if no bidders, the player goes unsold. Next player, please. We have Anthony Santosh Mutero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? I'll give you 5 seconds again. We've got Arabian Boscos with base price 200. Arabian Boscos base price 200. Base price 200. Arabian Boscos. Arabian Boscos. We've got Team Shalom 300. Team Shalom 300. Team Shalom 300. 300 Team Shalom. 400. 400. 400 with Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. 500 TS. 500 TS. 500 TS. 500 TS. 500 TS goes once. 600 it is. 600 it is for Boscos. 600 Boscos. 600 Boscos. 600 Boscos. 600 Boscos. 600 Boscos. Shalom. No. 600 Boscos. 600 Boscos goes once. 600 Boscos goes twice. And a fair warning that I'm closing it. 600 Boscos sold. Alright, moving on to Franklin Terence D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. For Franklin, base price 200, any bidders? If no bidders, we'll close at unsold. Give you 5 seconds. Thank you. Blenders opening the bid at 200. Blenders opening at 200. Blenders opening at 200. Blenders opening at 200. Nobody else joining them? Blenders 200 once. Blenders 200 twice. And Blenders 200 sold. Moving on to the next one. We've got Naveen Lobo, all-rounder. Right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, bid opening 200. 200 Viking, 200 Viking, Viking 200. Thank you Viking, 200. Viking 200, Viking 200. Every else, Viking 200. Alright, scanning for the room, nobody else. Viking 200 goes once, Viking 200 goes twice. And with a fair warning, I'm closing this. 300, 300 Shalom, 300 Shalom, 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. Anybody else? 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. If nobody, we'll have to close the bid. We've got 400 Planet, 400 Planet, 400 Planet. Anybody else raising the bid? We've got 400 Planet, 400 Planet, 400 Planet. 400 Planet goes once. 400 Planet goes twice. And with a fair warning, closing the deal with 400 Planet, sold. Moving on to the next one. We've got William D'Souza, all-rounder. William D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Anybody bidding for 200 base price? If not, I'll have to close the deal in the next 5 seconds. William D'Souza. I close with the unsold auction. Nobody's buying the bid. So unsold once, unsold twice, and the player remains unsold. Roshan DeMello, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening 200. Oh, I get it. 200. 200. Trophy 200. 5 more seconds. Nobody raising this. We'll have to. Okay. Arabian Boscos 200 base price. Welcome to the auction. 200 it is. 200 Arabian Boscos. 200 Arabian Boscos. If no one will have to close the deal. 200 Arabian Boscos. 200 Arabian Boscos once. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. 400. 400 Boscos. 400 Boscos. 400 Boscos. 400 Boscos once. 400 Boscos twice. And closing the deal for 400. 400 Arabian Boscos sold. Moving on, let's move to the next player. The next player is Pritham D'Souza. Pritham D'Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200 points. 200 points. Any player? Any bidders? For 200, any bidders? If none, we'll have to close the deal. 200. No bidders. Opening bid. Shalom. Shalom for 200. Shalom for 200. Shalom for 200. Any bidders more? Shalom 200. Shalom 200. Shalom 200. A quick scan throughout the room. 300 Ocean. 300 Ocean. 300 Ocean. Ocean Cricketers 300. Ocean Cricketers 300. 300 goes once for Ocean Cricketers. 300 goes twice for Ocean Cricketers. And 400 for Shalom, 400 for Shalom, 400 for Shalom, 400 for Shalom, 400 for Shalom once, 400 for Shalom twice, 500 Ocean Cricketers, 500 Ocean Cricketers, 500 Ocean Cricketers once, 500 Ocean Cricketers twice, 500 Ocean Cricketers, final warning, 500 Ocean Cricketers, closing the bid at 500 Ocean Cricketers, sold. Moving on with the next player. The next player is Daryl Lobo, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Burju Manaji photo. Okay. Any players bidding? Any players bidding? If none, we'll have the player unsold. I'll give you 5 seconds more. Do you have any bidders? Thank you for opening the bid. Blenders for 200. Opening the bid for Blenders 200. Blenders 200. Blenders 200. Blenders. Blenders 200. Blenders. Blenders 200 goes once. Blenders 200 goes twice. And the player goes to Blenders. Congratulations. Moving on to the next player. This is Prashant Fernandez. Batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Do we have any bidders? For 200, do we have any bidders? If no, in the next 5 seconds I'll have the player unsold. Team Shalom, thank you for bidding. 200 it is. 200 Team Shalom. 200 Team Shalom. 200 Team Shalom. 200 Team Shalom once. 200 Team Shalom twice. And if nobody else is bidding, 200 Team Shalom. Player sold. Congratulations, Team Shalom. We have the next player, please. Jason Burgess. Jason Burgess, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 base price for Jason. Any bidders? Any bidders? I'll give you 5 more seconds to decide. If no, we will have the player unsold. Anybody else? If none, Jason goes unsold once. Jason goes unsold twice. And we have an opening bid from Shalom. Shalom, opening bid of 200. Anybody else? Shalom, opening bid once. Shalom, 200 twice. And if no one else is bidding, with a very, very, very fair warning, Shalom, 200 sold. Moving on to the next player. We have Ritin Motero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200 base price. 200 base price. Anybody? Anybody to start with? For Ritin. 200 it is. 200 Vikings. 200 Vikings. 200 Vikings. Anybody else? 200 Vikings. Anybody else? Anybody else for 200 Vikings? Vikings 200. Viking 200 goes once. Viking 200 goes twice. We've got 300 Planet Air bidding. Thank you, Planet Air. 300 it is. 300 Planet Air. 300 Planet Air goes once. 300 Planet Air goes twice. Viking, you don't have the player yet. Oh, Viking. All right. With 300 for Planet Air, the player is sold. Right, moving on. Avit Samson Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200. For Avit, opening batsman, opening bid at 200. Anybody bidding? Give you 5 more seconds to choose. Decide, look at the purse value. If not, Avit goes unsold. Opening bid, thank you, Blenders. Opening bid at 200. Opening bid at 200. 300 it is Viking. 300 Viking. Viking for 300. Viking for 300. Anybody else bidding? Viking at 300. Viking at 300 goes once. Viking at 300 goes twice. And Viking at Blenders. Uklum asagina. Nah. No, you lift and see. Okay, TS enters. TS enters at 400. TS enters at 400. 500 again. 500 for Viking. 500 for Viking. 500 for Viking. Viking goes at 500. 500 Viking. 500 Viking. 500 Viking once. 500 Viking twice. A fair warning, 600 Planet Air, 600 Planet Air, 600 Planet Air, 600 Planet Air goes once, 600 Planet Air goes twice, 700 Viking, 700 Viking, 700 is for Viking, 700 for Viking, 700 Viking goes once, 700 Viking goes twice, and 700 for Viking. Player sold. Let's have the next player, please. We have Sydney D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. So meeting up, sir. With a base price of 200, anybody bidding for Sydney? Base price 200. If none, we'll have to close the bid. For 200, unsold goes once. Sydney unsold twice. And Sydney unsold. Moving on to the next player. Derek Pinto, batsman. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Base price 200. Any bidders? Derek is open for bid. Spartans opening the bid. 200. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans goes once. 300 Kudla. 300 Kudla. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans. 400 Spartans goes once. 500 Kudla. 500 Kudla. 500 Kudla. 500 Kudla. 500 Kudla. 500 Kudla goes once. 600 Spartans. 600 Spartans. 600 Spartans. 700 Planet Air. 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 700, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans.
Presley, period the path reach round tule.
800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans, 800 Spartans deal once, 800 Spartans twice, and 900 there. 1000 Planet Air, 1000 Planet Air. Well done, 1000, 1000 Planet Air, 1000 Planet Air, 1000 Planet Air, 1000 Planet Air goes once, 1000 Planet Air goes twice, and 1200 for B-Town, 1200 B-Town, 1200 B-Town, 1200 B-Town, 1200 B-Town, 1200 B-Town, 1200 B-Town once, 1400 TS, 1400 TS, 1400 TS, 1400 TS once, 1400 TS twice, and with a fair warning closing the bid, 1400 TS sold. We've got 3 more minutes before we take a break, so let's continue. We've got Prajwal Kiran D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening the bid at 200 points. At 200 points, any bidders for 200? Any bidders for 200? If no bidders, we'll have to close the deal in the next 5 seconds. The player will go unsold. The player will go unsold in the next 5 seconds. Planet Air opening the bid of 200, 300 Ocean Cricketers, 300, 300 Ocean Cricketers, 300, 300 Ocean Cricketers, 400 Arabian Boscos, 400 Arabian Boscos, 400 Arabian Boscos, 400, 500 Ocean, 500 Ocean, 500 Ocean, 500 Ocean, 500 Ocean. 500 Ocean goes once. 600 Boscos, 600 Boscos, 600 Boscos, 600 Boscos goes once. 600 Boscos goes twice. 700 at Kudla, 800 at Ocean, 800 at Ocean, 900 at Arabian Boscos, 900 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 Arabian Boscos. Kudla, the player is not with you. 1000 with Kudla, 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 1000 with Kudla goes once. 1200 with Ocean, 1400 with Arabian Boscos, 1400 Arabian Boscos, 1400 Arabian Boscos, 1400 Arabian Boscos, 1,400 Arabian boss goes once. 1,600, 1,600, 1,800, 1,800 Kudla, 1,800 Kudla, 1,800 Kudla, 1,800 Kudla, it is 1,800 Kudla. So 1,800 Kudla. 1,800 Kudla goes once. 2,000 at Ocean, 2,000 at Ocean. A trophy this one. 2,000 at Ocean, 2,000 at Ocean, 2,000 at Ocean goes once. 2,200, 2,200 DXP Kudla, 2,200 Kudla, 2,200 Kudla, 2,200 Kudla, 2,200, 2,400, 2,400 Arabian Boscos Legends, 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 2,600 Ocean, 2,600 Ocean, 2,600 Ocean, 2,600 Ocean, 2,600 Ocean. 2,600 Ocean goes once. 2,800, 2,800 Kudla, 2,800 Kudla. Do we have a 3,000 on the way? Do we have a 3,000 on the way? Do we have a 3,000 on the way? 2,800 Kudla once. 2,800 Kudla twice. And if no bidders with the final call, 2,800 Kudla sold. Can we have the dashboard, please? After this, okay, we'll have this player and then we'll have the break. Roshan Pereira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid, 200. Any bidders, please? Do we have a bidder for Roshan? If no bidders in the next 5 seconds, I will have the player unsold. A very, very fair and a quick scan. We've got an opening bidder, Viking with 200, Viking with 200. Do we have a 300? Viking with 200, Viking with 200. Viking with 200 goes once. Viking with 200 goes twice. With a fair warning, Viking 200 sold. Can we please have the dashboard? This is the dashboard. You will have to scroll up a bit. Alright, these are the points. Please have a look at the points as well. TS has 4 points, Arabian has 4 points, Blenders have 6 players, Planetary has 3 players, Spartans have 3, Ocean Cricket has 3, Kudla has 3, B-Town has 5, Shalom has 6, Viking has 6. Please remember your points left, points balance. This is the most important one. Have a look at your purse value. Having said this, we will keep this open. We will keep this tab open for the next, say, yeah. We'll keep this open for the next 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a quick break. It's 3:35. 3:40 we will be back. 3:40 we will be back. Good. We have an 8 minutes break. 3:40 we will be back. We will start the auction sharp at 3:40. Please be back by 3:40 sharp. Ashti, over to you.
Okay, sure. Okay, can we have the next player, please? Let's continue with the auction. Okay. Only team Shalom is pending. Shalom is ready? Okay, we are going to start now. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Prince.
Hello.
We have Joel Lloyd Bennis, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid point starts with a base point of 200. Do we have any bids? Alright, I call it once, twice, and unsold. Alright, can we have the next player? It's Mr. Nelson Santosh Fernandez. Base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids? I call it once for Nelson. I call it twice. Alright, unsold. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Anil Marvin Lobo, a batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids for Mr. Anil? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. Okay, we have blenders raising for 200. Do we have any bids? Do we have any paddles going up? We have Planetair going for 300 points. Alright, I call it once. I call it, okay. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids? Do we have any bids for Pritesh? Any paddles going up? We have Arabian Postcodes raising for 200 points. 200 points. We have Team Spartans raising for 300. Any paddles going up for Mr. Pritesh? Arabian Postcodes raising for 400 points. Team Spartans raising for 500 points. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you Arabian Postcodes. Do you want to have a race? Arabian Postcodes, do you want to have a race? The player is with Team Spartans for 500 points. Alright, I got, okay, Arabian Postcodes going for 600 points. Team Spartans going for 700 points. The player is with Team Spartans. Arabian Postcodes going for 800 points. 900 from Team Spartans. Any bids going for Mr. Pritesh? Any bids raising for Mr. Pritesh? Mr. Ryan. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player will remain unsold. We have Mr. Jason Carnelio, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Do we have any bids? Alright, I call it once. We have DXP Kudla, TX11 for 300 points. 300 points for TS11. I call it once. I call it twice. DXP Kudla raising for 400 points. TS11 raising for 500 points. The player is with TS11, not with you, DXP Kudla. The player is with TS11. Any bids coming up for Mr. Jason? Alright, I call it once. DXP Kudla for 600, Arabian Bosco 700. Arabian Bosco Legends for 700. The player is with not with TS11, not with DXP Kudla. The player is with Arabian Bosco Legends. Do we have any paddles coming up? Do we have any race? We have TS11 racing for 800 points. The player is with TS11, not with you, Arabian Bosco Legends. I call it once. We have DXP Kudla bidding for 900 points for Mr. Jason Carnelio. The player is with DXP Kudla, not with you, TS11. Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to DXP Kudla. Congratulations. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Prithvi Joseph Rodriguez, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Prithvi? I call it once. We have DXP Kudla bidding for 200 points. 200 points. Team Spartans bidding for 300 points. Do we have any raise? The player is with Team Spartans, not with you, DXP Kudla. The player is with Team Spartans. I call it once. We have Team Shalom for 400 points and Team DXP Kudla for 500 points. DXP Kudla for 500 points. Do we have any battles coming up? The player is with DXP Kudla for 500. We have Team Shalom bidding for 600. Do you want to raise Ocean Cricketers for 700? Alright, the player is with, we have Ocean Cricketers bidding for 700 points for Mr. Prithvi Joseph Rodriguez. Team Shalom bidding for 800 points. The player is with Team Shalom for 800 points. Team Ocean Cricketers bids for 900. Team Shalom, it goes up till 1000. Do we have any raise? Ocean Cricketers for 1200. Fair warning across the hall. The player is with Ocean Cricketers for 1200. Do we have any bids coming up? Alright, I call it once. Team DXP Kudla, 1400 points. DXP Kudla bids for 1400 points. For Mr. Prithvi, do we have any bids? Ocean Cricketers? Planetair, bidding for 1600. TS11 bidding for 1800. The player is with TS11 for 1800. Do we have any bids? DXP Kudla bidding for 2000 points. 2000 points. Do we have any raise? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. I call it twice. And alright. Team B-Town 2200. 2200. TS11, do you want to bid? Alright. The player is with B-Town. We have DXP Kudla bidding for 2400. 2400. The player is with DXP Kudla, not with you beaten. Alright, I call it once. TS11 raising for 2600. 2600. The player remains with TS11. DXP Kudla raising for 2800. Sorry. 2800. TS11. Do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And sold out. Okay, can we have the next player please? Do we have any bids for Mr. Pradeep D'Souza, an all-rounder? I call it once, I call it twice, and the player remains unsold. Can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Sandeep Deepak Rodriguez, an all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any race? Any paddles? DXP Kudla raising their paddles for 200 points for Mr. Sandeep. Alright, any fair warning? Any bids coming up? All done? I call it once. TS11 bidding for 300 points. 300 points. The player is with TS11. I call it once. DXP Kudla bidding for 400 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold to DXP Kudla. Congratulations. Can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Ravi D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids? Alright, I call it once. We have Team Spartans bidding for 200. Ocean Cricketers for 300. 300 with Ocean Cricketers. I call it once. DXP Kudla bidding for 400 points. Fair warning across the hall. Alright, Team Ocean Cricketers bidding for 500 points. 500 points. The player remains with Ocean Cricketers. I call it once. DXP Kudla bidding for 600. The player is not with you. Okay, 700. Ocean Cricketers bidding till 700. I call it once. DXP Kudla raising for 800 points. Ocean Cricketers, do you want to bid? Ocean Cricketers going for 900 points. I call it once, twice, 1000 for DXP Kudla, 1200 for B-Town. The player is with B-Town. B-Town Mangalore Lions. I call it once. Ocean Cricketers bidding for 1400. The player is with Ocean Cricketers, not with you B-Town Mangalore Lions. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Alright, can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Jeevan Edwin D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200 points. Do we have any bids? Any battles going up? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player remains. Okay, we have TS11 raising for 200 points. Any bids coming in? I call it once. I call it twice. TS11. Sold out. The player goes to TS11. Can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Jason D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200 for Mr. Jason. Do we have any bids? I call it once. I call it twice. And okay, we have DXP Kudla raising for 200 points. DXP Kudla raising for 200 points. Do we have any bids? Alright, I call it once. Okay, we have Ocean Cricketers raising for 300. The player is not with UniXP Kudla, it's with Ocean Cricketers. I call it once, I call it twice, and the player is sold out. Can we have the next player, please? We have Austin Paladka, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. And the base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids? I don't see any paddles going up. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player, okay, we have Planetair for 200 and TS11 for 300 points. TS11 bids for 300 points. Do we have any paddles going up? A fair warning across the hall. A fair warning. Planetair bidding for 400 points. TS11 bidding for 500 points. TS11 bidding for 500 points. Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Melvin Coutinho, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Melvin? I call it once. I don't see any paddles going up. I call it twice. And the player, okay, we have Viking Warriors bidding for 200 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out for Viking Warriors. Do we have it? Okay. Neville D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Neville? Team Spartans raising for 200 points. Any paddles going up? I call it once. TS11 raising for 300 points for Mr. Neville. B-Town Bangalore Lions raising for 400 points. The player is not with you, TS11. The player is with B-Town Bangalore Lions. Do we have any bids coming in? Any paddles going up? I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Alright. The next player is... I request those who are sitting in the back, kindly maintain silence. We have Lloyd D'Souza, an all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player remains... Okay, we have Ocean Cricketers bidding for 200 points. Ocean Cricketers for 200 points. I call it once. The player is with Ocean Cricketers. I call it twice. I call it twice. Planetair raising for 300 points. I call it once. The player is with Planetair. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. The next, okay, you can have a look how much points are remaining for you.
Thanks, Ninit. We'll quickly continue. Here's the dashboard of all the players. Just have a look at your points. You should be aware where you are at this point. TS, you've got 6 players in your team. Arabian have 4. Then there's 7. Planetair with 5. Team Spartans with 4. Ocean Cricket is 5. Kudla at 6. B-Town 6. Team Shalom at 6. Viking at 7. Just have your maps right. Get your wallets right. With your purse values. And we should have quickly the next player displayed. Alright, we've got this you will have to help me with. Is this Ron Ute? Alright, so Ron Ute, Walter, all-round right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Do we have any bids? Do we have any bids? If no, we'll have to close the bid in the next 5 seconds. Anybody bidding? Is it a yes or a no? Alright. The player will remain unsold once, the player will remain unsold twice, and if nobody is bidding, the player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player. Ralston Voss. For Ralston Voss, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, we begin the bid with 200. Any bidders for 200? Any bidders for 200? If no bidders for 200, we'll have to go with an unsold player yet again. Any takers? We've got Team Shalom opening the bid for 200. Team Shalom 200. 200 it is Team Shalom. 200 Team Shalom. ABs. Arabin Bosco. Arabin Bosco goes with 300. Arabin Bosco 300. Arabin Bosco 300. Arabin Bosco 300. Anybody else? Anybody else? If none, Arabian Bosco goes once for 300, Arabian Bosco goes twice for 300, and the player remains sold for Arabian Boscos. Congratulations, Arabian Bosco. Moving on, we have Daryl D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler. We begin the base with 200. Any takers for 200? Any takers for 200? Viking, 200 it is. Alright, Daryl all-rounder goes for 200. If no bidders will have it sold. We've got another bid there for 300. 300 B-Town. 300 B-Town. A quick scan, 300 B-Town goes once. 400 for Viking, 500 for B-Town, 500 for B-Town, 600 for Viking, 600 for 700 for B-Town, 700 B-Town, 700 B-Town, 700 B-Town, 800 Viking, 800 Viking, 800 Viking, 800 Viking, 800 Viking, 800 Viking goes once, 800 Viking goes twice, and if nobody else is raising your pardon, 900 for the B-Town, 900 for the B-Town, 900 for the B-Town, 900 goes once, 900 goes twice, and if nobody is raising the pardon, 900,000, 1,000 for Viking, 1,000 for Viking, 1,000 for Viking, 1,000 for Viking, 1,000 Viking goes once, 1,000 Viking goes twice, and if this continues, I will have to stop this. This is the second or the third time I've been saying this. This will not happen. Come on. When none of the teams are going to talk, none of the teams have to talk, please. Alright, this should be standard. With having said this, Viking Warriors at 1,000. Viking Warriors at 1,000. Viking Warriors at 1,000 goes once. Viking Warriors at 1,000 goes twice. And B-Town goes with 1,200. 1,200 it is. 1,200 it is. 1,200. 1,200 B-Town. 1,200 B-Town. 1,200 B-Town goes once. 1,200 B-Town goes twice. And if no more mobiles, 1,200 B-Town sold. So it's up to you. If you want him to come and sit with you, then you have to let go someone. Continue. Alright, moving on to the next player. We've got Riven Fernandez. Riven Fernandez, opening bid 200. Riven Fernandez, opening bid 200. Anybody for 200? Any takers for 200? A quick scan. Anybody for 200? 200 it is. Alright, the player will remain unsold once. The player goes unsold twice, and here you go. We've got Shalom, Team Shalom opening the bid of 200, opening the bid at Shalom for 200, opening the bid of Shalom for 200, Shalom opening the bid with 200 once, Shalom with 200 twice, and Shalom 200 sold. Congratulations. Moving on to the next one, we have Steven Sequeira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler, opening bid 200. Opening bid 200. Any bidders for 200? If none, we'll have the player unsold. We've got 200 Viking. 200 $200 ಮಾತುಕೊಳ್ಳು ನಾಳೆ ದೇವಕೊಳ್ಳು okay 200 for Viking, and then Arabian Boscos at 300, Arabian Boscos at 300, Arabian Boscos at 300, 400 goes to TS, 500 for Viking, 500 for Viking, 600 Spartans, 600 Spartans, 700 TS, 700 TS, 700 TS, 700 TS, everybody else for TS, and anybody other than TS, 700, 700 it is, 700 it is, 700 it is. Viking 800, Viking 800 actually, instead of Viking 800, Planet at 900, Planet at 900, Planet at 900, now it's fine, you have Planet at 900, Planet at 900, Planet at 900, alright, Planet at 900 goes once, 1,000 for B-Town, 1,000 for B-Town, well done, 1,000 for B-Town, 1,000 for B-Town once, 1,000 for B-Town twice, 1,200 Viking, 1,200 Viking, 1,200 Viking, 1,200, 1,400, Planet, 1,400 Planet, 1,400 Planet, 1,400 Planet, 1,400 Planet once, 1,400 Planet twice, and a fair warning that I'm closing the bid, 1,400, 1,600 B-Town, 1,600 B-Town, 1,600 B-Town, 1,600 B-Town once, 1,600 B-Town twice, and 1,800 Planet, 1,800 Planet, 1,800 Planet, 1,800 Planet once, 1,800 Planet twice, 1,800 Planet twice, a rough scan, nobody, a final warning, and 1,800 sold to Planet. Wilson Gonsalves batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200, any takers? Anybody bidding for 200? Any takers for 200? 200, Team Spartans, thank you for opening the bid. 200 Team Spartans. Anybody else? Team Spartans with 200, anybody else? If not, we'll have to close the bid. 200 Team Spartans, 200 Team Spartans once, 200 Team Spartans twice, and closing the bid for 300 it is, 300 for TS, 300 for TS, 300 for TS, 300 for TS once, 300 for TS 2, 400 it is, 400 for Spartans, 400 Spartans, 400 Spartans goes once, 400 Spartans goes twice, and a fair and a final warning, 400 Spartans, 400 for Spartans, the player remains sold. Congratulations Spartans, 400 Team Spartans. Wilson Gonsalves goes. Joyson D'Souza, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200 base price. Anybody, any takers, any bidders for 200? For 200, Arabian Boscos start the opening bid. 300 goes with B-Town, 300 for B-Town, 300 B-Town, 300 B-Town. The player is with B-Town for 300. For B-Town, for 300 goes once, 400, 400 for Arabian Boscos, 500 Planet Air, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 is for Shalom, 600 for Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, the players with Shalom, for 600, 700 for Planet Air, 700 with Planet Air, 700 with Planet Air, and 700 with Planet Air. 700 with Planet Air, I go with 800, 800 for Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos goes once. 900 Planet Air, 900 Planet Air, 900 Planet Air, 900 Planet Air goes once, 900 Planet Air goes twice, and 1,000 for Arabian Boscos, 1,000 for Arabian Boscos, 1,000, 1000 Planet Arabian Boscos goes once, Arabian Boscos 1,000 goes twice, and 1,200 Planet Air, 1,200 Planet Air for 1,200 Planet Air, Arabian Boscos, the players not with you. 1,200 with Planet Air. Anybody else coming into the auction? If none, then Arabian Boscos, I give you one fair chance. That's right, 1,400 it is. 1,400 Arabian Boscos, 1,400 Arabian Boscos, 1,400, 1,400 Arabian Boscos. Planet Air, would you like to continue? 1,400 Arabian Boscos. Alright, 1,400 Arabian Boscos goes once, 1,400 Arabian Boscos goes twice, and 1,600 it is planet Air. 1,600 is planet Air, 1,600 planet Air. 1,600 planet Air goes once, 1,600 planet Air goes twice, and 1,900, 1800. My wife, 1800, 1,800 Arabian Boscos, 1,800 Arabian Boscos, 1,800 Arabian Boscos. I give you one last chance. Arabian Boscos goes once, 1,800 Arabian Boscos goes twice, 1,800 and Arabian Boscos 1,800 sold. Moving on to the next player, and that is Kristen D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid starts at 200. Any bidders, any takers? I give you quick 5 seconds to say yes, no. If not, I will continue. Kristen remains unsold. In the next 5 seconds, goes once, unsold. All right. Base price 200. Shalom 300. Blenders. Oh, sorry. We'll talk to 200. I'm going to option. 300. Okay, na? Okay. 300 blenders. 300 blenders. 300 blenders. 300 blenders goes once. 400 TS, 400 TS, 400 TS goes once, 400 TS goes twice, and one fair warning, 400 TS case close sold. Loyal Vivian D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, base price 200. Any bidders, any takers for 200 base price. 5 more seconds. If none, we'll have to move the player to the unsold list. The player goes to the unsold list in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The player goes unsold. Moving on to the next one. Stephen David DeMello, batsman, right-hand batsman, and right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Trophy asadi kuno mukarata. Anybody bidding for 200? If none, the player will go unsold in the next 5 seconds. We've got Spartans. Thank you for opening the bid in 200. 300 it is Shalom. 300 for Shalom. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. Any more takers? 300 Shalom. 400 Viking. 400 Viking. 400 is 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 500 Shalom. 600 Viking, 600 Viking, 600 Viking, 700 Shalom, 700 Shalom, 700 for Shalom. Sorry, they're playing. 800 for Spartans, 800 for Spartans, 900 for Shalom, 900 for Shalom, 1,000 for Viking, 1,200. Welcome to the game, Boscos. 1,200, 1,200 Arabian Boscos, 1,400 Viking, 1,400 Viking, 1,400 Viking, 1,400 Viking, 1,400 Viking, and 1,600 Arabian Boscos, 1,600 Arabian Boscos. 1,600 Arabian Boscos, 1,800 Viking, 1,800 Viking, 1,800 Viking. With 1,800 Viking goes once. 2,000 for Arabian Boscos. 2,000 for Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes once. 2,000, 2,200 Planet Air, 2,200 Planet Air, 2,200 Planet Air, 2,200 Planet Air, 2,200 Planet Air. 2,200 Planet Air goes once. 2,400 with Arabian Boscos, 2,400 Arabian Boscos, 2,400 Arabian Boscos, 2,400 Arabian Boscos, 2,600 TS, 2,600 TS, 2,600 TS, 2,600 TS, 2,600 TS, 2,600 TS, 2,800. Planet Air, can we get a 3,000 here? After a very, very long time, can we get a 3,000 here? Planet Air, 2,800, 2,800. For 2,800, I go once. For 2,800, I go twice. With a very, very fair one I will give 3,000. Well done. 3,000 Arabian Boscos. Thank you. 3,000 Arabian Boscos. Well done. 3,000 Arabian Boscos. 3,000 Arabian Boscos. Do we have more? Do we have more? Cut. 3,200 here, Planet Air. 3,200 Planet Air. 3,200 Planet A. 3,200 Planet A. Do we have more? 3,200. All right. 3,200 goes once. 3,200 goes twice. And with a very, very fair warning, 3,200 Planet Air sold. Next player, please. We have Lloyd Floyd Monteiro, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, 200 base prize. For 200 base prize, do we have any bidders? Team Spartans, welcome with 200 base prize, 200 base prize Spartans. 200 base prize Spartans, 200 base prize Spartans. Spartans at 200. Spartans at 200. Spartans at 200. And Spartans at 200. Spartans at 200. Spartans at 200. Last and the final call. Spartans for 200. Nobody. One call. Spartans at 200. Second call. And Spartans at 200. Players sold. We've got Joshua Pinto. Joshua Pinto, all-rounder. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price
Bowler for 200 points.
Once again, after this, we'll display the points table after this player. Thank you.
Do we have any paddles going up? TS11 for 200 points. We have TS11 for 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up? I call it once. The player is with TS11. I call it twice. And the player is sold. Alright, can we have the next player please? Okay, this is the dashboard. You can have a look. तुमका कितने points उरल्यात म्हणून सांगून तुम्ही calculate करी येता and accordingly you can pick your upcoming players. Question? Alright, moving on. Can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Vivek D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler. The base points is 200. Do we... Yes, Arabian Bosco raising for 200 points. Team Spartans raising for 300 points. Do we have any... Okay, Team Shalom raising for 400 points. The player is not with you, Team Spartans. The player is with Team Shalom. Arabian Bosco raises for 500 points. Team Shalom for 600. Team Shalom for 600. Arabian Bosco, do you want to bid? Alright. Alright, okay, Team Spartans. Team Spartans for 700 points. I call it once. Team Shalom for 800 points. Team Spartans for 900 points. I call it once for 900 points for Mr. Vivek D'Souza. Team Shalom for 1000 points. Team Spartans raising for 1200. Team Shalom, do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player goes Spartans. Congratulations. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Vinod Maxim D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200 points. Team Shalom bidding for 200 points. Fair warning across the hall. The player is with Team Shalom. Team Spartans raising for 300 points. Team Shalom raising for 400 points. Fair warning across the hall for 400 points with Team Shalom. I call it once. I call it twice. And alright, we have DFC Kudla raising for 500 points. 500 points. The player is with DFC Kudla, not with you Team Shalom. The player is with DFC Kudla. Fair warning. Okay, Team Shalom raising for 600 points. The player is with Team Shalom. DXP Kudla, do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. Sold out. Thank you. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Leslie Likurna, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200 points. Can we have the bid, please? Any paddles going up for Mr. Leslie Likurna? Blenders raising for 200 points. Blenders raising for 200 points. Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. I call Team Viking Warriors for 300. Team B-Town for 400 points. Team B-Town for 400 points. Team Ocean Cricketers for 500 points. The player is with Team Ocean Cricketers, not with you Blenders, not with you B-Town, it's with Ocean Cricketers. The player is with Ocean Cricketers. Any paddles going up for Mr. Leslie Vikunna? I call it once. B-Town, bidding for 600 points. Ocean Cricketers, the player is with B-Town for 600 points. Do you want to raise? TS11, bidding for 700 points. The player is with TS11, not with you, B-Town. I call it once. Planetaire for 800 and Team Spartans for 900 points. The player is with Team Spartans for 900 points. B-Town Mango Lions, do you want to bid? I call it once. Planetaire bidding for 1000 points for Mr. Leslie Vikunna. The player remains with Planetaire. I call it once. I call it twice. Team Spartans, Team B-Town. B-Town 1400. 1400 Team Spartans for 1600. 1600 for Team Spartans. Do we have any bids? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once with Team Spartans. The player is with Team Spartans. I call it twice. B-Town for 1800. Planetaire for 2000. Team Spartans for 2200. Team Spartans for 2200. Do we have any raise? I call it once. The player is with Team Spartans. I call it twice. B-Town raising for 2400. Team Spartans raising for 2600. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you, B-Town. Do you want to bid more? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. B-Town bidding for 2800 and Team Spartans, and the bid goes to 3000. Do we have any bids coming in? Can we have more bids for Mr. Leslie Vikunna, an all-rounder? I call it once. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you, B-Town. B-Town bidding for 3200. 3200 and Spartans taking it to 3400. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you, B-Town. 3400. Any paddles going up for Mr. Leslie? All done. Fair warning. I call it once. I call it twice. B-Town raising it for 3600 and Team Spartans raising for 3800. The player is with Team Spartans for 3800 for Mr. Leslie Vikunna. The player is not with you, B-Town. Do you want to bid? I call it once. B-Town raising for 4000. Team Spartans, Team Spartans going high with 4200. 4200, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out for Team Spartans for 4200. Congratulations, guys. Can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Harry Ashraf DeCosta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point starts with 200. Do we have any bids? Fair warning across the hall, no bids. I call it once. The player will remain unsold. I call it twice. Team Spartans raising for 200 points. Team Spartans raising for 200 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And Mr. Harry is sold out to Team Spartans. Alright, can we have the next player, please? Okay, we will have a short break of 10 minutes. You have the chai and coffee there if you want to have. We begins the chai and coffee begins the dam minute, fakat the dam minute, पर हमें नंबर्स का Sir, owners, I request all the team owners to kindly take your seat. We are going to start the bids. Can we have the next players, please? I request all the team owners to kindly take your seat. I mean, at the start करते जाओ auction हो, continue करते जाओ. Meanwhile, dashboard पर या तुमचे कितने points उन लेवल पर एक पटी कमान दिया. Kindly look through your points, the remaining points.
Once again. All right. Aravind Bosco is ready. We're good to go. Ready, vendors? Fine. Do we have anybody from DXP Good Luck? We're starting right now. Please arrange quickly. DXP Good Luck. B-Town, good to go. All right. PS, fine. Viking, good. Good to go. Spartans ready. Ocean. Team Shalom. Shalom ready. All right. Can we please ask everybody to kindly maintain the silence? We're beginning with the auctions. Excuse me, silence please. Could we please have some silence? Please have some silence please. More players, 7-0 more players, so we need your attention so that we go quickly. We've got a lot of players to go. Let's begin with this one.
Alright, next we have Mr. Loyal Nazir, an all-rounder. Kindly maintain silence. अब auction करो को Zaina, दया करना. Please maintain silence. Those who are sitting in the back, kindly maintain silence. Arabian Boscos, maintain silence please. All across the hall, I request to maintain silence. Alright. We have Mr. Loyal Nazrin, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The opening points are 200. B-Town bidding for 200 points. 200 points. Any paddles up for Mr. Loyal? Fair warning across the hall. I call it once. Planet bidding for 300 for Mr. Loyal. I call it once. The player is with Planet Air. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Alright, can we have the next player please? Planet Air, yeah. The next player we have Mr. Avinash Freedom D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The opening bid is 200 points. The base point is 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Avinash? I call it once. The player will be announced unsold. I call it twice. And the player is unsold. Can we have the next player please? Kindly maintain silence. I request everyone to maintain silence. We have Mr. Richard Pereira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any point? Do we have any bids? I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is unsold. Can we have the next player please? Alright, we have Sunil Monteiro, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any paddles going up? We have Ocean Cricketers bidding for 200. Team Spartans raising for 300. Arabian Boscos raising for 400 points. Team Shalom raising for 500 points. Team Spartans raising for 600. Team Shalom for 700. Team Spartans for 800. Team Shalom for 900. Team Spartans for 1000. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you Team Shalom. Do we have any raise? Alright, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Congratulations Team Spartans. And can we have the next batsman, right arm bowler. The base point is 200 points. Do we have a race? Okay, Team Shalom bidding for 200. Team Shalom bidding for 200. The player is with Team Shalom. And Viking Warriors bidding for 300. The player is with Viking Warriors, not with your Team Shalom. I call it once for Viking Warriors. I call it twice. Beta bidding for 400 points for Mr. Melvin. TS11 bidding for 500 points. TS11 for 500 points. Viking Warriors for 600 points. Viking Warriors for 600 points. TS11 for 700 points. Do we have any race? Fair warning across the hall. The player is with TS11 for 700 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Alright. The next player we have is Mr. Ritesh Sequeira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid point is 200. The base point is 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Ritesh Sequeira? Any paddles going up? I call it once. DXP Kudla raising for 200 points. DXP Kudla raising for 200 points. The player will go to DXP Kudla. If I don't see any paddles going up, I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to DXP Kudla. Alright, the next player we have is, kindly maintain silence. Alright, we have Mr. Rohan Sequeira, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any bids for Mr. Rohan? I call it once. I call it twice. Blenders bidding for Rohan for 200 points. I call it once. The player will go to Blenders. I call it twice. And sold out. Alright. Congratulations, Blenders. Next we have is Mr. Sanjit Ivan Rebello, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any bids for Mr. Sanjit? $200 points. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out for DXP Kudla. Player is sold out to DXP Kudla. Alright, the next player is Mr. Naveen Melvin D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Vernon Ansakile every trophy as a Alright, the base point is 200. I call it once. Team Ocean Cricketers bidding for 200 points for Mr. Naveen Melvin. Team Ocean Cricketers, Team Shalom bidding for 300 points. 300 points. Do we have any bids coming in? Fair warning. Arabian Bosco is raising for 400 points. Arabian Bosco raising for 400 points. It's not with you Ocean Cricketers, it's with Arabian Boscos, and I call it once. I call it twice. And Ocean Cricketers bidding for 500. 500. The player is with Ocean Cricketers, not with the Arabian Bosco Legends. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, just before we continue, we have amongst us Mr. Vinod. Is Mr. Vinod around? Mr. Vinod is here. Requesting Mr. Vinod to come to the stage once again. Let's do Mr. Vinod again. Put the agreement up the job karvanta. Bale. Dali di bale. Mr. Vinod is the owner of the place. So we would like to welcome Mr. Vinod on stage just for a minute. Thank you so much, Vinod. He's been a constant support for us And today we would like to just bring him onto the stage and honor him. In spite of his busy schedule, he has been here, so. Bye. And the Bye. Alright, having said that, may I request, kindly bring forward a shawl and a memento, requesting Lance Secretary to honor with the quick shawl. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Gurulana. Thank you so much. Also, we've got a memento for you. This is a miniature of an auction. So here you go. A very, very warm welcome and a big thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Guru. Thank you, Gurulana. Thank you.
Alright, can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Sanjo, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Any bits coming in for Mr. Sanjo? I call it once. I call it twice. Viking Warriors bidding for 200 points for Mr. Sanjo. Any balance going up for Mr. Sanjo? I call it once. The player is with Viking. I call it twice. And the player is sold out. Alright, can we have the next player please? We have Mr. Darren Ronald Lobo, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any patterns going up? I call it once. I call it two. Okay, we have blenders bidding for 200. 200. Blenders for 200. I think there is a point for that. Okay. Alright. 200. I call it once. The player is with blenders. I call it twice. And it's sold out. Alright, congratulations, blenders. Can we have the next player, please? It's Mr. Sudeep Saldana, bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base point is 200. Kindly maintain silence. Please maintain silence. Alright. Team Spartans raising the paddle. Ocean Cricketers 300. 300 Ocean Cricketers. Team Spartans 400. Team Spartans 400. Do we have any bets coming in for Mr. Sudeep? I call it once. Team Ocean Cricketers winning for 500. Team Spartans for 600. I call it once. I call it twice. Ocean Cricketers going in for 700 points. The player is with Ocean Cricketers. Team Spartans going for 800 points. Blenders, please remain silent. Viking Warriors for 900 points. Ocean Cricketers for 1000. Viking Warriors going in for 1200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Sudeep? I call it once. The player is with Viking. Okay, we have DXP Kudla bidding for 1400. Viking Warriors for 1600. Viking Warriors bidding for 1600. I call it once. I call it twice. DXP Kudla going in for 1800 and TS11 for 2000 points. Viking Warriors entering the pen with 2200. TS11 going for 2400. And do we have any other bids? Fair warning across the hall. The player remains with TS11 for 2400. Arabian Boscos bidding for 2600 and Viking going for 2800. 2800. Arabian Boscos entering it with 3000 points. Viking Warriors bidding for 3200. Arabian Boscos bidding for 3400. Viking for 3600. Alright. Alright, Arabian Boscos for 3,800. TS11 for 4,000. Arabian Boscos for 4,200. Any parents up for Mr. Sudeep? The point is 4,200. The player remains with Arabian Boscos. TS11, do you want to raise? TS11 raises with 4,400. Arabian Boscos taking it for 4,600. 4,600. Alright, Ocean Cricketers, do you want to? Alright, I call it once. TS11, 4,800. Arabian Boscos taking it to 5,000. 5,000. Mr. Sudeep, excellent bowler. The bid is for 5,000 and the player remains with Arabian Boscos. I call it once. I call it twice. Do you want to bid? 5,200 TS11. 5,200 TS11. Arabian Boscos, do you want to bid? I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out of TS11. Congratulations. Alright, can we have the next player, please? We have Mr. Mark Martis, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Do we have any bids coming in for Mr. Mark? I call it once. The player will remain unsold. If no paddles comes up, I call it twice. And I call it unsold. Alright, over to you, Vernon.
Thank you. Alright, fine. Let's continue with the auctions. Well done. Till now, it's Dwight, if I'm saying the name right. Dwight D'Souza bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 is the base price. The bidding opens at 200. Anybody across the hall for 200. 200 with Spartans, 200 with Spartans, anybody more? 200 with Spartans, anybody more than 200 with Spartans? 200 with Spartans, nobody goes forward. So 200 with Spartans once. Shalom with 300, Arabian Boscos with 400, Arabian Boscos with 400, Arabian Boscos 500 with Spartans, 500 Spartans, 500 with Spartans, 500 Spartans in rears, 500 Spartans, 500 Spartans it is. If no one, then 500 Spartans, 600 Arabian Boscos, 600 Arabian Boscos, 600 Arabian Boscos, 700 Spartans, 700 Spartans, 700 Spartans it is, 700 Spartans, 800 Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos, if not, 800 Arabian Boscos, 800 Arabian Boscos, 900 Spartans, 900 Spartans, 1,000 with Arabian Boscos, well done, 1,000 with Arabian Boscos, 1,000 with Arabian Boscos, 1,000 Arabian Boscos, 1,000 Arabian Boscos, 1,000 Arabian Boscos goes once, 1,000 Arabian Boscos goes twice, and one final 1,200 with Spartans, 1,200 with Spartans, 1,200 Spartans, 1,200 Spartans, 1,200 with Spartans, 1,200 Spartans once. 1,400 with Arabian Boscos it is, 1,400 with Arabian Boscos, 1,400, 1,400 Arabian Boscos, 1,400, 1,400 Arabian Boscos, 1,000 Arabian Boscos once, 1,400 Arabian Boscos twice, and final call 1,400 Arabian Boscos sold. Moving on to the next player. Edwin D'Souza bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bids? Any bids? Opening bid is 200. If no bids, in the next 5 seconds the player will go unsold. So we count down with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player. The next player is Alvin Ferrao, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Anybody bidding? Opening bid 200. Nobody bids, the player goes unsold in the next 5, 4, 3, 200. Okay, Ocean Cricket is 200. DXP Kudla at 300. DXP Kudla 300. DXP Kudla 300. DXP Kudla 300. 300. DXP Kudla 300. DXP Kudla 400. Ocean 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean goes once, 400 Ocean goes twice. And with the final call, there you go, 500 for DXP Good Luck, 500 DXP Good Luck, 500 DXP Good Luck, 500 DXP Good Luck, 600 Ocean, 600 Ocean, 600 Ocean goes once, 600 Ocean goes once, 600 Ocean goes twice, and 700 is with DSP Good Luck. DSP Good Luck 700, 800 Ocean, 800 Ocean, 800 Ocean, and 900 Kudla, 900 Kudla, 900 Kudla it is, 900 Kudla it is, 900 Kudla, 1000 with Ocean, 1000 with Ocean, 1000 with Ocean, 1000 with Ocean. If it's 1000 with Ocean, I go 1000 Ocean once, 1000 Ocean twice, and if no final warning, it's 1000 Ocean 3 sold. The player's been sold to Ocean for 1000. Tyson Melroy D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? Any bidders in the house? Alright, Ocean goes to 200 base price, Ocean goes to base price 200, Shalom 300, Arabian Boscos 400, Arabian Boscos 400, Arabian Boscos 400, 500 Ocean, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom, 700 Boscos. 900 Ocean goes twice, and TS goes at 1000. 1000 TS, 1000 TS, TS 1000 goes once, TS 1000 goes once, TS 1000 goes twice. 1200 with Ocean, 1400 with Viking, 1400 Viking, 1400 Viking, 1600 TS, 1600 TS, 1600 TS. Any more bidders? 1600 with TS, 1400, 1600 TS. No. Okay. 1400 stays back, 1400 stays back with Viking, 1400 stays back with Viking, 1400 stays back with Viking, 1400 stays back with Viking once, 1600 with Ocean, 1600 with Ocean, 1600 Ocean once, 1600 with Ocean twice, and 1600 with Ocean thrice sold. Alright, we'll show you the points after this. Okay, we'll show you the points after this, and every time after 15 to 20 minutes is only when we can show points. Okay, so we need to have at least a minimum of 10 players before we show the points, so you may calculate accordingly. After this player, we'll show you once. Mr. Ashok, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. The bid opens at 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? If no bidders, we will close the bid in the next 5 seconds. We've got Team Spartans opening the bid at 200. Team Spartans opening the bid at 200. Opening the bid at 200. Spartans, 200 goes once. Spartans, 200 goes twice. And Planet Air enters the bid. Welcome Planet Air. 300 to the next time. 300 with Planet Air. 300 with Planet Air. Planet Air 300. Planet Air 300. 300 Planet Air goes once, 300 Planet Air goes twice, 300 Planet Air with a fair warning goes thrice sold. Can we have the dashboard please? Right, we'll get to the dashboard. The next time we show the dashboard will be in the next 20 minutes, which is at 5:30, nothing before that. So please have your points calculated accordingly. TS11 is done with the 10 players. The Arabian Boscos is done with 7, Blenders 9, Planet Air 10, Team Spartans 10, Ocean Cricketers 9, Kudla 8, B-Town 7, Shalom 8, and Viking with 8. We'll have another 20 minutes before we show the points table again. So please bear that in mind. All right, we'll go ahead with the next player. The next player is Vinod Manoj Saidana. All-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid, 200 do we have. We have Viking with 200 opening the bid. 200 opening the bid. Viking, 200 opening the bid. If no one, we'll have to close the bid in the next 5 seconds. No one. So Viking, alright, DXP Good Luck with 300. B-Town 400. B-Town 400. B-Town goes with 400. B-Town 400. B-Town 400 once. Kudla 500. Kudla 500. Kudla 500. Kudla 500. Kudla 500 once. Kudla 500 second, twice. Kudla 600 with B-Town. 600 B-Town. 600 B-Town, it is 600 B-Town once. 600 B-Town twice. And 700 with Planet Air. 700 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 for Planet Air once. 700 Planet Air twice. And 800 DXB Kudla, 900 for B-Town, 900 for B-Town, 900 B-Town, 900 B-Town goes once, 900 B-Town goes twice, and 1,000 from Planet Air, 1,000 Planet Air, 1,000 Planet Air, well done, 1,000 Planet Air, do we have more? 1,000 Planet Air, 1,000 Planet Air, we go once, 1,000 Planet Air twice, and the B-Town is back with 1,200 points, 1,200 points. 1200, B-Town, B-Town once, 1,200, B-Town twice, 1,200, and if nobody is raising their paddle, 1,400 it is, Planet Air, 1,400, 1,400, 1,400, Planet Air, Planet Air, 1,400, Planet Air, 1,400, Planet Air, 1,400 once, Planet Air, 1,400 twice, and 1,600 B-Town, 1,600 B-Town. We are a bit quicker. 1,600 Planet B-Town, 1,600, 1,600 twice. Last and a final call. 1,600 B-Town, close. Moving on to the next player. This is Gilson Stephen D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders for 200? 200 Spartans it is. 200 Spartans. 200 Spartans. 300 Shalom. 300 Shalom. 300 goes for Shalom. 300 with Shalom goes once. 300 with Shalom goes twice. And one fair bowling. Warning 300 Shalom Sold. Moving on to the next one. We have Gibson Montero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? Any bidders? Do we have any bidders? If none, I will close the bid and say the player goes unsold in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Player goes unsold. Moving on to the next one. It's Joyson Mascarenas, all-rounder, right-hand batsman and right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? Do we have any bidders? Do we have any bidders? If no bidders, we'll have to close the file and move ahead. The player will be unsold in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player. Right, this is Len Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening bid 200. Any bidders? Do we have any bidders? Base price 200, base points 200. Anybody? If no one, will have to continue with this. Alright, let's keep it as no one for now, unless somebody raises their paddle. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player. This is Jackson Vegas, bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. We've got 200 as base price. Can we have any bidders? Do we have any bidders? We don't have any bidders. I'll give you another 5 seconds and then we have the player unsold. The choice is yours, so we end up with 5, 4. We've got the Oceans bidding base price. Thank you for coming in. Oceans at 200. Anybody else at 200? Anybody else at 300? If not, closing the deal with Oceans for 200. Oceans, we go once. Oceans for 200 twice. And with a very, very fair warning, Oceans 200 sold. Alright. Moving on. This is Joel Sheldon Barboza, all-rounder, right, left-hand batsman, right, left-arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Profiasa Amukarata 200. Anybody bidding for 200? high level in the party. Alright, 200 opening quick, 300 shalom, 300 shalom, 300 shalom it is, 300 shalom, 300 shalom, 300 shalom. Nobody more than 300. Can we get a 400? 400 planet air. Taka is a trophy country of India. 400 planet air, 400 planet air, 400 planet air it is. If no one else will close the bid at 400. Planet air, bidding at 400. Shalom at 500, Shalom at 500, Shalom at 500. Shalom at 500 goes once. Shalom at 500 goes twice. With a very fair warning, closing the bid at 500. Shalom sold. Moving on to the next player, this is Royden Pinto, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening the bid at 200. Do we have any bidders for 200? Base price 200, anybody at 200? Scanning across the hall, nobody at 200. I'll have to close the bid and move forward. No one, I give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The player goes unsold. Let's move on to the next player, please. Vinod Vishwas Pinto, bowler, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler. Base price 200. Do we have any bids at 200? If not, we will have to move ahead. So 200 it is. 200 once. Very good. Thank you so much for coming in. Blenders at 200. Blenders at 200. Blenders at 200 once. Blenders at 200 twice. And 300 it is. 300 at Arvind Boscos. 300 Arvind Boscos. 300 Arvind Boscos. 300 Arvind Boscos once. 300 Arvind Boscos twice. And 300 Arvind Boscos sold. Thank you. Moving on with the next player, that is Jesslyn D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman. Jelish D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid at 200. Do we have any bidders, please? Alright, Arvind Bosco, we start the bidding at 200. Welcome to the bid. 200 it is. Do we have more? Can we get more? Can we get a 300? If not, we'll have to close at 200. Arvind Bosco is currently at 200. And Arvind Bosco is at 200. 300 is Ocean. 300 for Ocean. Ocean is at 300. Ocean 300. Ocean 300. Ocean 300 once. Ocean 300 twice. And Planet Air at 400. Arvind Bosco is at Planet at 400. Planet at 400. Planet at 400 it is. Planet at 400. Planet at 400. Ocean at 500. Ocean standing at 500. Ocean standing tall at 500. Anybody at 500 more? Do we have 600 now? If not, we'll close the bid at 500. 500 for Ocean goes once. 500 for Ocean goes twice. And with a very fair warning, 500 for Ocean goes sold. Jellish, man. Royden D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening bid 200. Any bidders for 200, please? Do you have any bidders for 200? Any bidders across the hall? If none at 200, we'll have to close the topic at unsold list. We go the player with unsold the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and the player goes unsold. Moving on to the next player, please. We have Ravi Prasad Alangai, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Can we have a base price of 200? Alright, we've got the blenders charging at 200. Well done, blenders. Welcome to the bid. 200 it is. Anybody else more than 200? If not at more than 200, can I get a 300? If not, I'll close the bid at 200. A very fair warning. Nobody raises their paddle. Alright, 200 for blenders once, 200 for blenders twice, and Planet Air comes in at 300. 300 Planet Air it is, 300 is Planet Air. 300 Planet Air goes once. 300 Planet Air goes twice. And 300 Planet Air goes 3. Sold. We've got Sarind Joy Costa, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base prize at 200. Do we have any bidders across the hall? For 200. For 200, do we have any bidders? If no bidders, we'll have to close the bid. Very good. We've got blenders marching in at 200 once again. Anybody more than 200 it is? I'll close the bid at 200. We've got Shalom bidding 300. Shalom at 300. We've got Arvind Boscos at 400. Arvind Boscos at 400. Arvind Boscos at 400. 400 Arvind Boscos. Can we get a 500? Can we get a 500? Arvind Boscos 500 it is with Shalom. 500 Shalom. Shalom ending at 500. Shalom. Shalom at 500. 600 Arvind Boscos. 600 Arvind Boscos. Arvind Boscos at 600. 700 B-Town. 700 B-Town. It is 700 B-Town. B-Town marching in at 700. Do we have more than 700? If not, 700 B-Town goes once. 700 B-Town goes twice. And with a very, very fair warning, 800 here, 800 for Arvind Boscos. 800 is Arvind Boscos. 800 Arvind Boscos. 800 Arvind Boscos. 800 Arvind Boscos once. 800 Arvind Boscos twice. And with a quick scan, nobody is raising their paddle. 800 Arvind Boscos thrice. Player sold. We have the next player. The next player is Dilraj D'Souza, all-rounder. I'll give you 5 seconds to call out if the player goes unsold for 5 seconds. We've got 5, 4, 3. Alright, we've got Ocean. Ocean marching in at 200. Do we have anybody more than Ocean at 200? 200 goes for Ocean. 200 goes for Ocean. 200 goes for Ocean. Engine board. Board is the 200 goes for Ocean. 200 goes for Ocean. 300 is 300 with Kudla. 300 Kudla, 400 Ocean, 400 Ocean again, 400 with Ocean again, 400 Ocean again, 400 with Ocean again, and 400 with Ocean again, Ocean 400 once, Ocean 400 twice, and 500 it is. 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla, 500 DXP Kudla goes once, 500 DXP Kudla goes twice, and with a very, very fair warning, 600 it becomes, 600 goes to Ocean Cricketers, 600 Ocean Cricketers, 600 Ocean Cricketers, 600 Ocean Cricketers, 600 Ocean Cricketers once, 600 Ocean Cricketers twice, 600 Ocean Cricketers twice, and with a very, very fair warning, closing the bid at 600 Ocean Cricketers sold. Paril Jivitesh D'Souza. Batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Moving the bid at 200 or moving the bid at 200. Any bidders at 200? Do we have any bidders at 200, please? Any bidders at 200? If not, we'll move ahead and close the bid at 200. With the player going unsold, none. I'll give you 5 seconds in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unsold. Clinton D'Souza, it is bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. The base price is 200. Do we have anybody bidding? Do we have anybody bidding? If no one's bidding, I'll have to call the player unsold. I'll give you 5 seconds to think over it. Look at your purses, think your strategy. We've got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Player unsold. Moving on to the next one. We have Jason Dikona. Jason Dikona, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. We've got the opening bid, thank you. We've got the opening bid at B-Town for 200, B-Town 200. B-Town 200 it is. B-Town 200. Alright, B-Town 200. If nobody bidding more, B-Town 200 goes once. B-Town 200 goes twice. And Viking enters at 300. Thank you, Viking. 300 it is. 300 Viking. 300 Viking. 300 Viking, well done. 300 Viking once. 300 Viking twice. And 300 Viking sold. Moving on, we've got Nitish Raj Rodriguez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Any takers? Any bidders, please? If there are not any takers, we'll have to close the bid in the next 5 seconds. Alright, opening the bid at B-Town with 200. B-Town 200. B-Town 200. B-Town 200 goes once. B-Town, 200 goes twice, and if nobody is winning, B-Town, 200 goes 3, sold. This is David Fernandez, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Bid for him, not the Jeep. We've got the opening bid at 200, opening bid at 200, opening bid at 200, 200 it is, 200 it is. Anybody more than 200? We've got 300, thank you, good luck. 300 it is, welcome to the bid, 300 it is, 300, good luck. 300, good luck, goes to 300, good luck goes to 300. Anybody more than 300? 400, shalom, thank you, shalom, 400 it is. 400 shalom, shalom goes to 400, 400 shalom. 400 shalom. 300 shalom, okay? 300 shalom, correct, 300 shalom. 300 shalom. 300 shalom. If nobody raises the bar, we close the 300 shalom. None raising the bar, it is 400 good luck, thank you, 400 good luck enters back, 400 good luck enters back into the game, 400 good luck. 400 good luck enters back into the game, 400 good luck goes once with 400, good luck goes twice with 400, and one fair warning, nobody raises the paddle, good luck goes for 400, sold. Mr. Praveen Morris, all-rounder, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Alright, do we have any bids? Do we have any bids? If no bids, we'll have the player unsold. Okay, Arvind Boscos, well done. Entering the bid with 200. Arvind Boscos, 200. TS goes for 300. TS 300. TS 300. TS 300 it is. TS 300 it is. TS 300 it is. TS 300 once. Arvind Boscos, 400 it is. 400 Arvind Boscos. 400 Arvind Boscos. Arvind Boscos, 400. Arvind Boscos, 400 once. Arvind Boscos, 400 twice. And 500 it comes with Kudla, 500 for Kudla. आज तो इंटरनेशनल कॉल मुझे जमा रहा है इतना इंटरनेशनल कॉल मुझे we'll have 600 shalom 700 with Arvind Boscos 700 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 Arvind Boscos 800 shalom it is 800 shalom again back into the attack with 800 shalom 800 Shalom, no enough balance. Shalom, no enough balance. We'll close at Arvind Boscos at 700. Arvind Boscos 700 goes once. Arvind Boscos 700 goes twice. And Arvind Boscos 700 sold. Alright, moving on to the next player please. We have David Montero, all-rounder. Points will be displayed at 5:30. We've got 2 more minutes. David Montero, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right arm bowler. Moving on to the next. With 200 bid, anybody bidding at 200? Any base price at 200? Any base price at 200? 200, thank you. 300 it is, 300 for B-Town, 300 B-Town, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, 400 Shalom, it is 400 Shalom. 400 shalom, 400 shalom, 400 shalom, 400 shalom. 400 shalom goes once, 400 shalom goes twice, and comes to 500 with B-Town. 500 B-Town, 500 B-Town back into the game, 500 B-Town, 500 B-Town, 500 B-Town once, 500 B-Town twice, and 500 B-Town closing the deal, coming back at 600, well done, 600 just in the gap, 600 it is, 600 with Shalom, 600 Shalom, 600 Shalom goes once, 600 Shalom goes twice, and with a very, very fair warning, for 600 with Shalom, players sold. Alright, moving on to the points table. TS 11 at 10, Arabian Boscos at 10, Blenders at 9, Planet Air, you just need 2 more players. Spartans, you need 3 more. Ocean, you need 1 more. Kudla, you need 4. B-Town needs 4. Team Shalom needs 2 more players. And Viking needs 4. Keep your prizes in mind. How many you win at what range. Moving on, we will not give a break. We'll continue. We just had a break. With the next player, please. Let's continue. We've got Praveen Pinto, batsman, right arm bowler. Pa, 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 pa. All right, raising the bid. Anybody raising the bid? At 200. At 200. Nobody raising the bid at 200. We close the bid in the next 5 seconds. We go 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Moving on to the next player, please. This is Melroy Krasta Trophy window. Okay, anybody bidding? 200 it is. Nobody bidding more than 200. All right. Blenders, the Nakaflongi Trophy window. Bidding at 200. Point. Alright, blenders at 200. Blenders at 200. Alright, blenders at 200. Nobody else bidding. We'll close the deal at blenders for 200. We've got Planet Air. Planet Air going at 300. Planet Air going at 300. Anybody more? Anybody more than 300? Planet Air going at 300. Planet Air going at 300, bidding once. Planet Air going at 300, bidding twice, and with a very, very fair warning, Planet Air sold. Sold it is. Planet Air for 300. Alright, moving on to the next player. We've got Rohan Melroy D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Let the bid begin. Anybody at 200? Anybody at 200? For 200 base points, Shalom begins the bet with 200. 200 it is. Anybody more than 200? Anybody going for 300? If not, closing the deal at 200. 200 goes once with Shalom. 200 goes twice with Shalom. And closing the deal with 200. Congratulations, Shalom. Ken D'Souza, all-rounder. Ken D'Souza, all-rounder, right-arm batsman, right-arm bowler. Open the bid at 200. Let's... Kenanagi. Idara. Tu answer करने तो कपड़ ना जोरी है right tu kai shanti nu kai phone na kai answer garba answer he is not there for the tournament I guess right ये काम करें मैं जरूर है आप कंटिन्यू करें Donny Patrick all rounder right hand batsman right hand bowler opening bid 200 opening bid at 200 any takers for 200 any takers for 200 across the hall if none in the next 5 seconds I will have this unsold so in the next 5 seconds 5 4 3 2 and we've got a bid and that is B-Town welcome to the bid for 200 B-Town welcome back 200 it is 200 it is B-Town 200 B-Town 200 B-Town 200 goes once B-Town 200 goes twice and with very very fair warning we've got Blenders at 300 Blenders at 300 nice Blenders at 300 welcome back to the game welcome at 300 Blenders 300 goes once Blenders 300 goes twice and Blenders at 300 sold. We've got Amit Krasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, opening bid at 200. Let the bid begin. Alright, if there's no one bidding, alright, we've got the opening bid for 200 TS. 200 TS, opening bid. Anybody at 300? If no, we'll close the deal at 200. TS goes for 200, TS goes for 200, TS goes for 200 once. We've got Viking at 300, Viking at 300, Viking 300, Viking 300, TS at 400, TS at 400, 400 TS, 500 Viking, 500 Viking, 500 TS at Viking, 500 Viking, 500 Viking, 500 Viking once, 600 TS, 600 TS, 600 TS once, 600 TS once, 600 TS once, 600 TS once, 600 TS two, 600 TS two, 700, 700 for Arabian Boscos, 700 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 Arabian Boscos goes once, 700 Arabian Boscos goes twice, and with a very, very fair warning, 700 Arabian Boscos sold. Moving on to the next player. We've got Ashwin Lenin D'Souza, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Base price 200. Any takers, any bidders? Let's begin the bid. 200 it is. With none of you bidding, I'll give you 5 seconds to close the bid. We've got Blenders. Thank you, Blenders, for coming into the play. With 200. Anybody more than 200? If none, then Blenders will take away the player for 200. 200 goes once for Blender. 200 goes twice for Blender. And 200 for Blender. Sold. Alright, let's have the next one. The next player is Johnson Cristo D'Souza, batsman, right hand batsman, right arm bowler. Opening the winner 200. Anybody at 200? Any takers, please? Do we have any takers? All across the hall, we have no takers. Takers amongst the team, no one. No takers. We close the bid in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Can we have the next player, please? It's Joel. Joel for 200. Anybody taking Joel for 200? Opening bid at 200. Do we have any takers? Do we have any bidders? For 200 points. If not, we'll have to step and move forward. Step ahead and move forward. For 200 points, none of you. For in the next 5 seconds, closing the deal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unsold. Moving on to the next player, please. We have Jeevan Pereira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Any bidders for Jeevan? Any bidders for Jeevan? We've got 200 base points. Anybody at 200 base points, please? Any teams are going at 200? If none, I'll have to step forward and continue with the next 5 seconds. We'll have the player unsold in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Close. Moving on. The next player, please. This is Jason Lewis, batsman, right-hand batsman, and right arm bowler. 200 base price. Anybody more than 200 will take away the. Anybody at the base price? 200? Anybody across the hall? 200? Planet, thank you for stepping in. 200 Planet. 200 Planet. Anybody more than 200 will take away the player. 200 Planet. It is 200 it is at the moment with Planet. The player is with 200 for Planet. 200 Planet once. 200 Planet twice. And 200 Planet sold. Right, moving on. This is Neston Pinto, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Bidding price 200. Let the bidding begin. Let the bidding begin. Anybody? We have the opening bid Spartans with 200. We've got Viking for 300. Viking with 300. Viking 300. Viking 300. 400 Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. 400 Arabian Boscos. It is 500 TS. 600 Shalom. 700 Boscos. 800 Viking, 900 TS, 1,000 with 1,000 with Arabian Boscos. Partially book, whole player I book. Okay, 1,000, 1,200 with Viking, 1,200 Viking, 1,200 with Arabian Bosco, 1,200 Arabian Bosco, 1,200 Arabian Bosco. Arabian Zainab, Arabian Bosco. 1,400 Arabian Bosco, Viking at 1,400, Viking 1,400, 1,400 Viking, 1,600 at Planet Air, 1,600 Planet Air, 1,600, 1,000 Planet Air, cut. 13 players are there, so fuck it. Viking with 1,000, Viking with 1,600, 1,400, sorry, 1,400. 1,600 Bosco, 1,600 Arabian Bosco, 1,800 Viking, 1,800 Viking, 1,800 Viking, 2,000 for Arabian Boscos, well done. 2,000 Arabian Boscos, 2,000 Arabian Boscos, 2,000 Arabian Boscos, 2,000 Arabian Boscos, 2,000 Arabian Boscos. The player is not with you, Viking. 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes once. 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes twice, and 2,200 becomes 2,000 2400 DXP Kudla, 2400 DXP Kudla, 2400 DXP Kudla, 2600 Viking, 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 2600 Viking. Kale 1 2. 2600. All right, 2600, 2800 beat down. 2800 beat down. Zaina, beat down second one. 2600 Viking. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಬೌನ್ಸ್ ಅದು 800 ಜನ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ 2000 तुम्हारी कितने प्लेयर्स हैं Sir, you have 9 players. Okay, good to go. All right, back to auction, please. 2,600 Viking. 2,800 Kudla. 2,800 Kudla. 2,800 Kudla. 2,800 Kudla. 2,800 Kudla. 2,800 Kudla goes once. Viking 3,000. 3,000 Viking, well done, well done. 3,000 Viking, 3,000 welcome it is. Viking it is 3,000. 3,000 Viking. 3,000 Viking goes once. Huh? Who is I to? How is I? 3,000 Viking once. 3,000 Viking twice. Sold for 3,000 Viking. All right, just bring up the dashboard. Just have a look. Planet Earth to be the 13 players are left. Other than that, TS, you need 3 more players. Aravind Boscos needs 2. Blender needs 2. Spartans need 3. Ocean Cricketers need 1. Kudla needs 4. B-Town needs 4, Shalom needs 1, and Viking needs 3 more. Good to go? 3 more. Good to go? Alright, moving on. We've got Trinil D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base price is 200. Can we get 200, please? Do we have a 200? If you don't have a 200, we will have to have the player unsold. Moving on with unsold in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Moving on to the next one. Nitin Lloyd D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Any takers for 200? Do we have any takers for 200? If no takers for 200, I will have the player unsold. It's your call. I give you 5 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, player goes unsold. Moving on to the next one. We have Rafael Pereira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Any takers for 200? Aravind Boscos at 200. Aravind Boscos opening the bid at 200. Anybody more than 200 will take the player. Aravind Boscos at 200 right now. Aravind Boscos at 200 goes once. Aravind Boscos at, we've got Shalom entering the bid at 300. Shalom entering the bid at 300. Shalom entering the bid at 300. We've got B-Town at 400. We've got Viking at 500. Viking at 500. Viking at 500. Viking at 500. 500 with Viking. 500 Viking. The players with Viking for 500. Do we have a 600? If not, at 500 for Viking. 600 we have for B-Town. B-Town goes for 600. 600 is the battle for 600. 600 it is. 600 for B-Town. 600 B-Town. Anybody else? 600 B-Town it is. 600 B-Town. 600 B-Town goes once. 600 B-Town goes and Viking takes over with 700. Viking takes for 700. 700 is with Viking. Viking 700. 700 Viking. Viking goes for 700. 700 Viking and 800 with B-Town. 800 B-Town. 800 B-Town. 900 Viking. Viking goes for 900. And if you more than 900, want to make it 1,000. 900 with Viking. Viking goes for 900. Can we have 1,000? And comes the 1,000 with B-Town. Anybody more than 1,000? B-Town with 1,000. 1,000 holds the B-Town. B-Town holds 1,000. 1,000 B-Town. 1,000 points with B-Town. B-Town 1,000 points once. B-Town 1,000 points twice. And with a very, very fair warning across the hall, B-Town sold. Sri Sardana, all-rounder, right hand batsman, right arm bowler, opening the bid of 200. Do we have any bid for 200? Blenders 200, welcome back. We've got TS with 300. We've got Spartans with 400. We've got Viking 500, 500 Viking, 600 TS, 600 TS, 600 TS, 700 Viking, 700 Viking, 800 TS, 800 TS, 800 TS, 800 TS, 800 TS, it is 900 Viking. 1,000 with TS, 1,000 with TS, 1,000 with TS, and we have more than 1,000. 1,000 TS, 1,000 TS, 1,000 TS, and 1,200 comes with Arabian Bosco. 1,200 goes to Arabian Bosco. Arabian Bosco 1,200. 1,200. Arabian Bosco 1,400. 1,400 TS. 1,400 TS. 1,400 TS. 1,400 TS. 1,400 TS. 1,600 Arabian Bosco. 1,400 Arabian Bosco. 1,400 Arabian Bosco. 1,400 Arabian Bosco. 1,400 Arabian Bosco goes once. 1,600 goes Arabian Bosco goes twice. And there comes the B-Town with 1,800. 1,800 B-Town. 1,800 B-Town. 1,800 B-Town goes once. 2,000. 2,000 with Arabian Boscos. 2,000 Arabian Boscos well done. 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes once. 2,000 Arabian Boscos goes twice. And with a very, very fair warning, closing the deal with Arabian Boscos for 2,000 sold. We've got Danny Choi D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. For an opening bid of 200, do we have anybody raising the bid at 200? Base price at 200, anybody for 200? If nobody for 200, close the bid at 200. I go. In the next 5 seconds, having the player unsold to 5, 4, 3. We've got Team Shalom opening the bid at 200. 200 is with Shalom, 200 with Shalom, 200 with Shalom. Anybody more than 200? 200 with Shalom. 200 with Shalom goes once. 200 with Shalom goes twice. And with a very, very fair warning, nobody raising it more than 200. Base price Shalom sold. We have Sunny John D'Souza, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base price is 200. Raising the bid for 200. Base price, anybody leading with the base? Anybody has the base? Anybody interested? Any bidders? Any takers? If no takers, we'll have to close the deal in the next 5 seconds. We will have the players unsold in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, unsold. Moving on to the next player. Orvis D'Souza. Thank you, girls. Orvis D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman and right-arm bowler, opening bid 200. Let's begin with 200. Do we have any takers for 200? Any takers for 200? Any takers for 200? If none, we'll have to close the deal at 200. Do we have any takers at 200? At 200, no takers. We'll close the deal in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and player unsold. Alright, moving on to the next one. We have Arvind Roy D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200. Opening bid at 200. Any takers for 200? Any takers for 200? If welcome, Blenders. Welcome back into the game with 200. 200 points. With blenders, any takers for more than 200. Any takers for more than 200. 200 with blenders goes once. 200 with blenders goes twice. Viking goes for 300. 300 with Viking. 300 with Viking. Viking takes it for 300. 300 with Viking. Viking 300 once. Viking 300 twice. And Viking 300. Close. Done. Right. Needed models. We continue. Thank you, Needed.
Alright, we have our next player, Martin Rodriguez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. We have blenders for 200 and Arabian Boscos for 300. Do we have any battles coming up? Any more bids? Viking joining the bid for 400. Viking for 400, Arabian Boscos for 500. You don't have the points. Okay, I call it once, I call it twice, and the player is sold out for TS11. Alright, can we have the next player please? Okay, here is the dashboard. Kitne points will lather, you can have a look. Arabian Bosco, you need one more player. TS11, you need two more players. Blenders, you need two more players. Planetair is done. Team Spartans, you need three more players. Team Spartans. Alright. Ocean Cricketers, one player. DXP Kundla, hurry up, you need four more players. Alright. B-Town, you need three more players. And Viking Warriors, Hospate, you need two more players. Alright. We have Mr. Praveen Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for base point of 200 points. Do we have any bidders for Mr. Praveen? I call it once, I call it twice, and the player remains unsold. And we have our next player, Mr. Vinod Dellen Lobo, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200 points. The base point is 200 for Mr. Vinod. Do we have any bidders? I call it once, I call it twice, and the player remains unsold. Alright, moving on to next. We have Mr. Noel Lobo, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for base point of 200. Do we have any bidders for Mr. Noel Lobo, batsman? Viking Warriors raising it for 200 points. Spartans for 300. Viking Warriors for 400. Team Spartans, do you want to raise? Alright, 500 for Team Spartans. 500 for Team Spartans. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you Viking Warriors. I call it once. Team Viking raising it for 600 points. The player is with, not with you, Team Spartans, it's with Viking. Lionel, points are certain, Viking. Yes, okay. Alright, Tanjira sir wins. Spartans raising for 700 points. Viking Warriors raising for 800 points. The player is with Viking, not with you Spartans. I call it once. I call it twice. Spartans raising for 900 points. 900 points. Team Viking, do you want to bid? 900 points. Alright. I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold to Team Spartans. Congratulations. We have our next player, Mr. Joel Gerald D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. Okay. 200 points. Do we have? Okay, DXP Kudla entering the bid with 200 points. TS11 for 300 points. The player is with TS11, not with you, DXP Kudla. Do you want to raise? I call it once. DXP Kudla raising it for 300 points for Joel Gerald D'Souza. I call it once. 400. DXP Kudla. TS11 taking it to 500 points. I call it once. The player is with TS11. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to TS11. Mogachano Odalus announced Kelebeli, April 28 तारीखेर Stan musical concert असा Joseph Matthias हांणी organize करून असा तुमका सुमेश तांक मोगाचें आनी ओत्ताच्या गणितांचे तर्फेन आसा तुमी हजर जावचे आनी गमत करचे तांचे नाटक आसतले डान्स आसतले तशेंच कोंकणी साहित्याचे व्हडले कलाकार थंयसर आसतले तुमका सुमेश तांक तांचे तर्फेन हांव मोगाचें आनी ओत्ताच्या दिता 17th Stan musical concert 28 एप्रिलाच्या 28 तारीखेर तुमका सुमेश तांक हांव येवकार मागता. Alright, can we have the next player? That is Mr. Alan Kiran Joseph D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base point is 200 points. 200 points. Do we have any paddles going up? Do we have any paddles going up for Mr. Alan? I call it once. The player will remain unsold. Okay, DXP Kudla bidding for 200 points. DXP Kudla bidding for 200 points. A fair warning across the hall. I call it once. Team Spartans bidding for 300 points for Mr. Allen. 300. DXP Kudla raising for 400 points. Team Spartans. The player is with DXP Kudla. I call it once. The player is with DXP Kudla. I call it twice. Viking Warriors raising for 500 points. 500 points. The player is with Viking Warriors, not with DXP Kudla. Okay, DXP Kudla raises to 600 points. Viking Warriors enter 700 bid. Viking Warriors bids for 700 points. Do you want to raise? DXP Kudla taking it to 800 points. Viking Warriors taking for 900 points. 900 points by Viking Warriors. DXP Kudla, do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. DXP Kudla for 1000. DXP Kudla for 1000 points for Mr. Alan D'Souza, and I call it once. I call it twice. And the player is sold out to DXP Kudla. We have our next player. Alright, you can have a look at the dashboard. Team Shalom is done. Viking Warriors, you still need 2 players. And you have 1,100 points. Alright, we have Mervyn Jackson Mascarenas, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The bid point is 200. The base point starts with 200 points. Do we have bids coming in for Mervyn Jackson Mascarenas? Alright, we have DXP Kudla for 200 points. 200 points. Anya Sarki, bid karunko. Alright, beat down for 300 points. 300 points for Mervyn. A fair warning across the hall. Any paddles coming up? All done. DXP Kudla for 400 points. DXP Kudla waiting for 400 points. Beat down for 500 points. Beat down for 500 points. Fair warning across the hall. For Mervyn Jackson Mascarenas, it's 500 by beat down. Alright, DXP Kudla taking it to 600 points. 600 points by DXP Kudla. I call it once. I call it twice. Beat down, taking it to 700 points. The player is with beat down, not with you, DXP Kudla. The player is with beat down for 700 points. Do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. DXP Kudla taking it to 800. DXP Kudla bidding for 800 points. The player is with DXP Kudla, not with you, B-Town. I call it once, a fair warning across the hall. I call it twice, all done, and the player is sold out. We have our next player, Mr. Roston Lawrence Lopo, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200 points. Any paddles coming up for Mr. Roston? Any paddles coming up for Roston? Alright, I call it once, I call it twice, and unsold. We have our next player, Mr. Abel D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200. The base point starts with 200. I call it once. I call it twice. A fair warning. Beat down, raising it for 200. Beat down, raising it for 200. I call it once. A fair warning across the hall. I call it twice. The player is with beat down and sold. The next player is Prasanna Vinod Pinto, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200 points. The base point starts with 200. Any paddles coming up for the bid? Any paddles coming up? A fair warning across the hall. Anyone wants to bid? Alright, I call it once. The player will remain unsold. I call it twice. And unsold. The next we have is Mr. Vinod Jackson D'Souza, an all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. The base point is 200 points. Team Spartans raising the bid by 200. Do we have any bids coming in? Team B-Town raising it to 300 points. 300 points, B-Town. B-Town for 300s. Fair warning across the hall. The player is with B-Town. Team Spartans raising it for 400 points. 400 points. Team Spartans for 400 points. Fair warning. The player is with Team Spartans for 400 points. I call it once. Team B-Town raising it to 500. The player is with B-Town, not with you, Team Spartans. Team Spartans raising it to 600. The player is with Team Spartans, not with you, B-Town. Alright, B-Town going into 700 points. Team Spartans raising it to 800. Alright, you don't have points. So it remains with B Town. B Town for 700 points. I call it once. I call it twice for Vinod Jackson D'Souza. 700 points for B Town. And the player is sold. Alright, we have our next player, Mr. Listel Kutimna, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 base points. Do we have any bids? Alright, Arabian Bosco entering the bid after a long time for 200. Team Spartans for 300 and Viking Warriors for 400. Alright, DXP good luck. 400. Team Spartans for 500. Team Spartans for 500. The player is with Team Spartans, Mr. Alright. Team DXP good luck for 600 points. Do we have any bids? Alright, Viking Warriors for 700 points. Viking Warriors raising it to 700 points. Fair warning across the hall. Alright, DXP good luck taking it to 800 and Viking to 900 points. The player is with Viking Warriors, not with your DXP good luck. Do you want to bid? Alright, I call it once. DXP good luck. DXP good luck for 1000. DXP good luck for 1000. I call it once. Fair warning across the hall. I call it twice. And the player is sold to DXP good luck. Congratulations. Can we have the next player please? Mr. Momin Joel D'Souza, bowler, right hand batsman, right arm bowler for 200 base points. 200 base points. Do we have any bids? The player will remain unsold if no paddles go up. I call it once, I call it twice, and the player is unsold. Alright. The next player is Chris Rodriguez, all-rounder. Right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200 base points. Team Spartans raising the bet for 200. Do we have any paddles going up? You still need players. Do you want to bid for Mr. Chris? Alright, I call it once, I call it twice, and the player is sold to Team Spartans. Can we have the next player please? We have Clarence Melroy Pereira, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler for 200 base points, and Team Spartans bidding for 200. Team Spartans bidding for 200. Fair warning across the hall. I call it once, I call it twice, and the player is sold. Alright. Can we have the next player please? Alright. हांगासर वन राउंडाचे एक राउंड मुक्ताले आता हांगासर अनेक राउंड जे कोणाचे कंप्लीट जावना टीम वी विल बी डूइंग अनदर राउंड ऑफ ऑक्शन दोज हू हैव अनसोल्ड.
Alright. It doesn't waste your time. So let's do it quickly, okay? We have the unsold players list again. You guys know how many more teams, how many players you need. We quickly pick the players and move ahead. If you have money, if you have points in your purse, the first value, then only you'll be able to bid. Good to go? Lionel. Perfect. Do we have the unsold players ready? This is again going to be a random one, which means as soon as 13 are done for all teams, we will stop regardless of where the unsold players are, where we are on the list. Terry, you're required for the technical support, please. Just get on the dashboard. Alright. Beginning with Ormus D'Souza, right hand batsman. The opening bid is 200. Do we have any takers for 200? If at the end of this, none of them take and you still remain, then we're not going to have any more rounds. This is the last and final round of the auction. So Ormus D'Souza, any bidders, any takers? Do we have any takers? We do not have any takers. For the final time, Ormus goes unsold in 3, 2, 1, unsold. Moving on to the next one. We have Vimal D'Souza. Anybody buying for Vimal? Base price 200 Viking. Base price 200 Viking. Anybody more? Anybody more? If no one more. Base price Viking goes once. Base price Viking goes twice and sold to Viking. Congratulations. Viking, you need one more player, right? Perfect, alright. Moving on to the next one, we've got Vinod Dylan Lobo, all-rounder right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, base price 200, any takers for 200, any takers for 200, any takers for 200. 200 is the base price, any takers for 200. If not, the player will go unsold on the second round. We've got it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, unsold. Moving on to the next player. It's Naveen D'Souza, batsman, right-arm bowler. Any takers? Any takers? If none, we'll have to go forward. For base price 200. Any takers? If no takers, if no takers, we'll close the deal in 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Moving on to the next one. It's Joyson Mascarenes, all-rounder right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Any bidding? Alright, we've got blenders bidding at 200. Anybody more? Blenders at 200. I go once, blenders at 200. I go twice, and blenders at 200. Sold. Alright, moving on to the next one. We have Royden Pinto, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Any takers for Royden? 200 base points. 200 base points. Alright, 200 base points. Nobody takes the player. We close the bid in 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Moving on to the next player. The next player will be William D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base price 200. Base price 200. Anybody goes for 200. Anybody buys for 200. 200 it is. No one goes for 200. I have called in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Moving on to the next set of player. The next set of player will be Lloyd Nikhil D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, with trophies on the picture. So base price 200. Base price 200. Alright, base price 200. Any takers? If no takers, we'll have 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Moving on to the next one. We have Pradeep D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. 200 base points. 200 base points. Anybody raising for bids? No one? No one raising the bid. Closing the bid in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and unsold. Moving on to the next one. Edwin D'Souza, bowler, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, with 200 base price. Anybody buying at 200? Anybody buying at 200? 200 is the base price. Nobody buys at 200. We let go the player. With the final round of auction, nobody buys the player for 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Moving on to the next one, please. This is Terry Rivello. Terry Williams Rivello. We've got Alvin Boscos, raising at 200. Irving Bosco is raising at 200. We've got TS raising at 300. Irving Bosco is raising at 400. Irving raising at 400. 500 TS. 500 TS. 500 TS. 500 TS. 600 Lions. 600 Bangalore Lions. 600 Lions. 600 Lions. 600 Lions. 600 Lions. 700 Kudla Ullara. Kudla 700. Kudla 700. DXP Kudla 700. 800 B Town. 800 B Town. 800 B Town. 800 B Town. 900 Viking. 900 Viking. 900 Viking. 900 Viking. 1,000 on B Town. 1,000 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 B Town once. 1,000 asane B Town. Thank you. 1,000 B Town. 1,000 B Town goes once. 1,000 B Town goes twice. And one last time. 1,000 sold. Alright. Moving on to the next one, Jeevan Pereira. It is all-rounder. For Jeevan, we've got the base price of 200. TS raising for 200. TS raising for 200. TS raising for 200. TS raising for 200. Anybody more than 200? TS goes once for 200. TS goes twice for 200. TS goes thrice and player sold 200 for Jeevan. Loyal, this was an all-rounder right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Loyal, any bidders for 200, any bidders for 200, any bidders for 200, anybody for 200. Do we have any takers for 200? If not, then we'll have to let go the player at 5, 4, 3, 2, and unsold. Next one, please. Can we have the next one, please? Right, we've got Sunny John D'Souza, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Anybody taking? Anybody taking? We've got anybody taking? None. We've got opening bid of 200 from Irving Boscos. 200 Irving Boscos. 200 Irving Boscos. Anybody more than 200 Irving Boscos? If none, we close the deal at 200 Irving Boscos once, 200 Irving Boscos twice, and sold. Alright, moving on. The next player we've got Jackson D'Souza. Jackson D'Souza, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Jackson, base price 200. Any takers for base price? 200. 200 it is. 200. Any base price? 200 it is. Anybody takers? If none, we close the deal in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Moving on to the next player. This is Ronut Walder. All-rounder right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid at 200. Anybody for takers for 200? 200 it is. None of you seem to be interested for closing the bid at 200. Nobody buys for 200. Once, nobody buys for 200. Twice, and the player goes unsold. Moving on to the next one. This is Johnson D'Souza, batsman, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Opening bid of 200 and takers for 200. He's carrying through the hall for 200. Any base price takers? If none, the players goes unsold in the next 5 seconds. Mind you, you still need players, so do a mindful decision in 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Move on, let's move on. Ken D'Souza, all-rounder, right-arm batsman, right-arm bowler, for base price 200. Any takers? Any takers, please? If none, we'll have to go forward and unsell the player again. 5, 4, 3, 2, unsold. Moving on. Len Fernandez, all-rounder, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler, for the base price of 200. Any takers, please? Any takers? If none, we'll have to close the deal and move forward. Nobody takes the players in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, the player goes unsold. Moving on. Sidney D'Souza, batsman, right-hand bowler. Anybody taking? Anybody takers? Any takers for the base price of 200? For the base price of 200, nobody taking the player. We go once, For the base prize, nobody taking the player twice. For the base prize, the player goes unsold. Moving on. We have Jason Sequeira, batsman, left-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Base prize 200. Any bidders and takers for 200. 200 it is. All right, moving on. The next player is Mitesh Neil Krasta, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, left-arm bowler. And for 200, anybody taking for 200? If not, we will have the player go unsold. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, unsold. Nitin Lloyd D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. Anybody winning? Anybody winning, please? If none, we'll have to have the player unsold. If none, we'll have to have the player unsold. In the mixed, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, unsold. Moving on. This is Nelson Santosh Fernandez, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler. We've got Viking Warriors, base price 200, base price 200. Viking Warriors, if anybody is bidding in, you will continue, otherwise I'll sell it off to Viking Warriors. Viking Warriors goes once, Viking Warriors goes twice, and Viking Warriors with the final call taken. Congratulations, Viking Warriors. Do we have more? We have Royston Lawrence Lobo, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-hand bowler. 200 base price. Any takers at 200 base price? Do we have any takers at 200 base price? If not, we'll have to close the deal at unsold for 5, 4, 3, 2, and we've got a bidder. We've got DXP Kudla at 200. Anybody at 200? Anybody close the deal at 200? If none, 200 goes to DXP Kudla. Sold. All right. Derek D'Souza, all-rounder, right-hand batsman, right-arm bowler. For 200, do we have any bidders for 200? Do we have any more bidders for 200? If none, we'll have to let go the player. We'll let go the player in 3, 2, 1, unsold. Can we have how many players? How many more? Okay, you need one more, and then who needs one more? All right, that is okay. Fine. Perfect. Joel Lloyd Venice, 200 base price. Anybody? Not interested? Not interested? Unsold. Next. All right, for Clinton. Any takers for Clinton? Anybody for Clinton? No. Anybody for Clinton? No. Unsold. Next. We have Prasanna. Anybody for Prasanna? Bidding for Prasanna? No. Bidding for Prasanna? No. Next. Unsold. $200. Done. Sold. One day, go one day. Gibson, I say, these are everybody. Gibson जाएगी. Okay, Gibson 200 आगा. Anybody else for Gibson? Gibson आ एक बार. Gibson आ दो बार. आने का भी रहा मुझे मार. Sold. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the auction. We are at the end of the auction. Please do not leave. Please do not leave. We have the pooling, Pool A and Pool B for the day of the match. So this will be taken care by Presley. Presley will take care of this. Once again, we thank you for your undivided attention from morning till now. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being so patient, so kind, and taking this wonderfully. Presley will take care of the pooling. Thank you. Anybody of you have given it for valet parking? You can get a stamp from the man at the bar counter. एक drink कर गया, एक stamp आ.
Okay, pooling will be simple. Da chiti ada, da di majudana ada. Every table ka again chiti karega. First table ka pool A geta, second table ka pool B geta, third ka pool A geta, pool B, pool A, pool B, pool A, pool B, pool A, pool B. Okay, second again. We'll start. Okay, I'll start with table number 1, Ocean Cricketers. ये pool A का first team. Blenders Cricket Club, pool A first team. हमें डिस्प्ले ऑटो करना है लास्ट टाइम. So pool B first team. Viking Warriors Ospet, pool B first team. दोन pool और 5 टीम 4 लीग मैच है बड़ा जोर. Okay, pool A second team. B-Town Mangalore Lions. Pool A second team. Adhe pool B second team. Team Shalom. Pool B second team. So pool A third team. TS11. Pool A third team TS11. Pool B तीसरा टीम. Team Spartans. Pool B तीसरा टीम. Team Spartans. So once again coming back for Pool A. DXB Kudla. Pool A DXB Kudla. Pool B. Arabian Bosco Legends, ABL, Pool B, ABL. अगला Pool A, Aggregate team. Ocean Cricketers, Pool A, Aggregate team, Ocean Cricketers, last एक team होगा. Planet Air, Pool B. Terry, can you display? Okay, give us a couple of minutes. I'm display करना Pool A and Pool B. Okay, आणि पूर्व मार्च जाके एक टूर्नामेंट आहे पण काही APL they were participating in our auction पण काही एक लॉट्स करना बाकी. Okay. So thank you everyone.